and welcome to our event. We will get started in just a few minutes. Audio for this event is being provided using your computer speakers. Telephone audio is not being provided for this event. Please ensure your speakers are not muted and you have adjusted your volume accordingly. Please use the Q&A pod or the chat pod to ask questions of the presenters. Type your questions at the bottom of the pod. Time permitting, your questions will be answered at the end of the session. If you would like to make the presentation slides full screen, click the outward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner. Hello, and welcome to our event. We will get started in just a few minutes. Audio for this event is being provided using your computer speakers. Telephone audio is not being provided for this event. Please ensure your speakers are not muted and you have adjusted your volume accordingly. Please use the Q&A pod or the chat pod to ask questions of the presenters. Type your questions at the bottom of the pod. Time permitting, your questions will be answered at the end of the session. If you would like to make the presentation slides full screen, click the outward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner.
Blinded by science here. Okay, let's see. All right. Welcome everyone to day one of our Generic Drugs Forum 2025. Good day, good afternoon, or good night, depending where you are in this glorious globe of ours. It's so exciting to see so many of you here in person and online with us today, and we certainly appreciate your commitment. I can't see people behind this post, but hopefully you can see me. We certainly appreciate your commitment in attending this event from wherever you may be today and overcoming any scheduling challenges that you may have had. Please note the on-site Wi-Fi log here on this slide, and it's also available at the registration desk if you need any help. My name is Brenda Stoddart, and I'm with the Small Business and Industry Assistance Program, SBIA for short, which operates within the Division of Drug Information, which in turn resides in FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research's Office of Communications. And it is a great pleasure, along with my colleagues from the Office of Generic Drugs, Pharmaceutical Quality, and Translational Sciences, to be with you here today. And we entreat you to make the most of this experience. Interact with the subject matters. That's what they're here for, especially those of you who are in the room because you made that extra effort to come here in person. So interact with them whilst they're available. Attend all the sessions that interest you, which I sincerely hope will be the entire 2 days. And learn all that you can. Submit your questions when the opportunity, submit the questions throughout. And network in person as well as online. We are also offering live YouTube streaming, so please go ahead and contact and invite your colleagues as needed. Everyone is welcome. So here are our overarching objectives for the entire 2 days, and I'll give you a few seconds to just scan those and see which one appeals to your heart there. Okay, as of this morning, we have over 2,400 registrants representing about 97 countries, and over 42% of these registrants have self-identified as small businesses. That's fewer than 500, and of employees. And of those, over 26% report having 1 to 9 employees. And as you can imagine, these stats continue to be extremely reassuring to us here at SBIA, because they confirm that we are indeed reaching the small business component of industry. And they also validate our mission and the very existence of SBIA program itself. What you see here is a snapshot of a geo map for today's event. And the map itself is quite invigorating, all those little red dots there, for it provides a very powerful visual as to the impact and extent of our SBIA outreach. And now, as we set up for this poll, some of you have been with us since 2010 when SBIA first opened its doors in its current iteration. And many of you, I hope, are new first-time attendees, so a special welcome to you as we continue to expand our audience base and to increase our portfolio of SBIA events. So to break the ice and get us thinking, I know it's fairly early in the morning, depending on where you are, please participate in this poll. Online folks, please participate. I won't be able, technical reasons, I won't be able to show the results, but please participate. And those in room, please show hands. First question. This is my first SBIA event. Excellent. Joe, is that true? Joe is one of our speakers. Thank you. B, 2 to 5. Perfect. Nicely. Okay, 3, 6 to 10. Someone there behind the room. Hi, behind the post. Just that one person? Okay, and more than 10. All right, let's see how many hands we have. 2, 3, 6. Anyone else? Okay, most, which means, most, since 2010. One person. All right, so for those people, most since 2010, what's an average number you think? Oh, good, yeah. So if you've been with us since 2010, that's, yeah, definitely exceeds. All right, you get to get SBIA mug. Go when you get a chance, ask at the registration desk for Julie, and you get a keepsake for coming all those times. All right, thank you. And those of you selected first time, this is an excellent first time experience for you. And hopefully the next time you'll be able to select B. So thank you very much for participating. On this slide, you have the QR codes for social media avenues, and it will also be displayed during our breaks, so you don't need to rush to scan it now. And let's cover some details and logistics. I'll put them all one time. Details on the logistics as applied to all attendees. So here is the link for a one-stop shop For answers to your technical questions, for downloading the files, accessing the survey link to obtain the certificate of attendance, and so much more. And for our online attendees, this is the same page from which you access the event today. So please bookmark that page as you'll need it over these 2 days. And if you have any technical question, more than likely you'll find your answer on that page. On our one-stop page, there are session evaluation links and also our final evaluation or survey for the entire 2 days. And that survey link will be activated this afternoon. It will also be sent in the thank you email, which we will send within 24 hours of the conclusion of this conference. And upon completing the survey, an attendee can then download the certificate of attendance, which may be used in support of RAPS, SOCRA, ACRP, and SQA credits. The trick is that the certificate needs to be downloaded at the same time, otherwise you lose that opportunity and you have to email us. So go ahead and download it at the same time, please. Now, even if you don't want or you don't need a certificate, we encourage you to do it for us because your feedback will help guide the design of our future events. And note that both the certificate and the survey link are only available for 2 weeks post-event. And what that means to you is that that will be available only until April 24th. As a reminder, again, we are live streaming and the YouTube links will be available on our website post-event. That website for SBIA is fda.gov/CEDAR-SBIA. In the interim, the YouTube link, the recording for the entire day, will be posted on the One Stop Shop webpage at the end of each day. For our online attendees, submit your questions using the on-screen link and the QR code that you'll see there. And let's move on to logistics for our in-person attendees. That's those of us here in the room. Again, repeating, everyone has Wi-Fi, right? Everyone's connected, no one has any problems. All right, so this is the link here. For the Q&A, and I'll give more information when the panel comes up, we'll use the 2 microphones and the 2 aisles. Please silence your phones. Use the internet sparingly as it may negatively affect our online delivery, and we do want your attention as well. You're on your own for lunch. So I'm not sponsoring, they're on your own for lunch. The Corby Kitchen is in-house, it's on the 1st floor. And there are several eating establishments within the vicinity. So we do have just 1 hour for lunch. If you would like, you can scan the code outside, get more information at the registration desk, and you may want to pre-order so you can maximize your lunch hour and be back in the afternoon when we start on time. And then please join us for the networking event, which begins at 5 o'clock when we adjourn. Please don't start to go to the bar before we adjourn. Again, it's going to be at the Corby Kitchen Bar, and there you can continue your discussions with your fellow attendees. Now, at this point, I'd like to acknowledge those individuals instrumental in making this event possible. As you can imagine, there are several people responsible, little parts, large parts. Many are listed here, but many more deserve credit as well. SBIA thanks OCOM management, without whose support OCOM, remember that's Office of Communications, that's where SBIA resides, many of whose support this program would not exist. A special thanks to the directors of OGD and OPQ, Drs. Murphy and Kopcha, respectively, for being so gracious with giving us their subject matter experts. And we know, it's really hard with such a workload. A very big acknowledgement and thanks to our keynote speakers, Drs. Darby Gosak and Jeffrey Wu. And my personal gratitude to Debbie Cordaro, Tony Schumer, Suhas Patanka, and Adam Fisher for their individual roles in designing the agenda, coordinating with the speakers, and facilitating the entire process to make this forum possible. Our heartfelt appreciation to the faculty themselves for their commitment and dedication in sharing their expertise with us all and being here in person over the next 2 days. Sincere thanks to OCOM and our fellow DDIers for their support in myriad ways. And then we cannot forget our technical and support staff, technical team behind the scenes there, Jeff and Mitchell and our support staff, Julie and the others at the registration desk. They are instrumental in making this go as smoothly as it does. But most of all, our acknowledgement and thanks to you, the audience. Whether you're in person, online, you took time out to attend this event, and we do not take this lightly. For without you, the conference would not be possible, would not be needed, and it definitely would not be the success it has been throughout the years. We first started this generics forum. It was GDF and you. When GDF was first implemented in 2012, our first conference was in 2013. And actually, Commander Tom Inchcliffe worked with us in those very early years and came up with the name GDF and you. So thank you very much for doing that. And before introducing our keynote speakers, I think I still have some time. I would like to make a few comments as applicable to today's event. Now, as you know, our event today is an opportunity to hear from FDA firsthand. FDA subject matters as we touch upon almost every aspect associated with generic drug assessment program. Many of you undoubtedly know by now that HHS and hence FDA is undergoing restructuring. However, over the next 2 days, we are going to focus on why we came here. Our goal is to provide information to aid potential and current applicants by offering practical advice and taking a deep dive into the ANDA assessment process. We, as FDA, will not be able to address any questions on the restructuring, whether through the panel or whether individually. So please don't ask us. We can't answer. Okay, so that's that. And then as we also briefly, maybe for about a week, advertised that this event would offer continuing education credits for physicians, pharmacists, and nurses. I regret to say we had to pull that, and we can no longer offer those education credits because of the restructuring. Also, on our SBIA Learn repository, we currently post over 800 webcasts curated from previous SBIA conferences and webinars since 2010. This is such a wealth of information, such detailed, in-depth information. You won't find this quality of information at any other resource. So we are, SBIA and OGD, we are endeavoring to render this database more useful to you. And to that end, we have included a question in our final survey. I would be greatly appreciative if you could take the time again to complete the survey with special attention to that one question. And for you to recognize the question, this is it. Do you believe that a comprehensive, discipline-based, and difficulty-ranked generic drug review workshop or curriculum aligned with the FDA's generic drug review process would improve knowledge retention, enhance regulatory understanding, and better prepare industry professionals? So that's the question on the survey. But having said the question, how many people in the room would say yes to that question, would answer yes to that question? Okay, you guys didn't hear my question. Let me repeat the question. Do you believe that a comprehensive, discipline-based, and difficulty-ranked generic drug review workshop aligned with the FDA's generic drug review process would improve knowledge retention, enhance regulatory understanding, and better prepare industry professionals? How many would say yes? Very good. Please complete a survey so we can have that data in our hands. It will give us ammunition to move forward and get support in doing what we would like to do. My co-host today will be Dr. Corey Adair, and Corey is in the back. Thank you, Corey, for being here. Corey is also part of the SBIA team. And at this time, I'm sure you're ready for us to launch fully into today's agenda. As a reminder, our speaker bios are all available on the One Stop Shop website. But for now, I am honored to introduce our keynote speakers, Office of Generic Drugs, where he serves as a senior agency advisor in the development and implementation of FDA policies and long-range objectives for generic drugs, scientific programs and activities, including the development of a strategic plan for the generic drug program. Second keynote is Dr. Jeffrey Wu. Commander Wu joined the FDA's Office of Testing and Research in 2010 and has served in multiple capacities. Throughout his tenure, he has been deeply involved leading and co-leading regulatory review and research for PDUFA and CDUFA programs. Between 2013 and 2017, he served as a founding member of the OPQ Emerging Technology team. So help me welcome our first keynote speaker, Dr. Darby Kozak.
All right, well, thank you, Brenda. And on behalf of the entire Office of Generic Drugs, I'd like to welcome everyone here today to the 2025 Generic Drug Forum. As Brenda mentioned, this event has been held annually for over a decade now and really aims to facilitate more transparent and effective communications between the FDA, the generic drug industry, that additional clarity would benefit from everyone involved in the generic drug program. It's our dear hope that providing this regulatory transparency, offering this practical advice and case studies, and discussing issues related to generic drug development can result in a more efficient generic drug development process and a clear regulatory pathway to potential approval. Oops, the wrong direction. There we are, on the right track now. So as part of my keynote, I have broken into three sort of things. I only got 10 minutes, but I did want to highlight three key components of the generic drug program in my overall view. The first component here is I want to really talk about the state of the generic drug program, in particular focusing on highlights of the 2024 ANDA approvals, and in particular some of the noteworthy approvals in 2024. We had a number of notable approvals over the last few years, but in 2024 we had a notable approval that really shows the impact of how research and FDA's guidance can really translate to approval and first access to a complex generic product. I'll give a case study of the generic bupivacaine liposomal injection. The next component I'll talk about within this keynote is really how FDA continues to be initiatives and advancing and trying to think about new ways to facilitate access to generics and really advance and make the GDF program more valuable for industry and for everyone involved. I've got three sub-bullet points I want to talk about there in that aspect. The first is this new pilot program that we announced about 6 months ago on increased transparency. Dr. Ted Sherwood will speak later on today about that in more detail, but I want to give a highlight of that, as well as a new initiative we've identified as needing additional sort of engagement, enhanced communication, and that's particularly using the product development meetings to have submission and review and sort of feedback on bioequivalence protocols and studies. The last thing I'm going to highlight is, as Brenda also mentioned, is helping to collate. FDA has produced a lot of interesting sort of seminars, resources, webinars, and making that available to you as industry and more accessible. So we've created a new website, helpful webinars and other resources for generic drug manufacturers that I wanted to kind of highlight. And the last is probably the elephant in the room that we all want to make address, and really a call to industry, is the importance of data integrity for the overall health of the generic drug program. So one of the key aspects overall here is ensuring that U.S. patients have greater access to safe and effective medications is essential to the U.S. public health and a priority of FDA. Generic drugs are a cornerstone of this, as generics continue to account for over 90% of all prescription drugs dispensed in the United States. Generics not only ensure patients have access to these vital medications, but have also saved trillions of dollars in public health costs over the past decade. So the agency continues to improve its transparency and efficiency of the generic drug development, assessment, and approval process. This ultimately aims to reduce barriers for generics to enter the marketplace. And this includes actions to streamline the application process to reduce the number of assessment cycles needed to obtain application approval. All this is done without sacrificing the scientific rigor and quality that underlies the generic drug program. The Generic Drug User-Fee Amendments provides essential support to our generic drug program. It enables us to bring greater predictability and timelines to the assessment of the generic drug applications. It also helps accelerate patients' access to these vital medications. As shown in this graph, you can clearly see that the GDUFA program and associated commitments have improved assessment efficiency and reduced the time it takes for an ANDA to be found acceptable. Compared to the beginning of the GDUFA program back in 2013, the program continues to decrease the time it needed to approve generic drug applications. So every year we approve or tentatively approve hundreds of ANDAs, including many first generics and complex generics. Last year we approved or tentatively approved over 900 ANDAs. Of those, 92 were for complex products, 72 were first generics, and 132 generics were designated as competitive generic therapies. Mind you, these figures don't actually include the additional work that FDA has done in responding to over thousands of post-approval supplements, controlled correspondence, suitability petitions, and meeting press. All this work helps support a vital generic industry and the critical medications it produces. So GDUFA is not just about the application review, but it also includes a science and research program and numerous commitments to provide support to our reviewers and applicants before they submit their application. This program has helped us strengthen and diversify the pipeline of generic drug applications, including for complex generic drug products. A great recent example of how the GDUFA research and guidances that we generate through product-specific guidances and general guidances has facilitated access to more generic products. This here is an example of the 2024 approval of the first generic bupivacaine liposomal injection suspension. This product is a locally acting, complex, multivesicular liposomal injection for post-surgical, non-opioid pain management. To better understand the critical quality attributes that impact the equivalence, we initiated an FDA internal laboratory project in 2016. Results from that study helped inform our thinking and enabled us to post a product-specific guidance for this product in 2018. But more importantly, we also published the background science and thinking in a 2019 article in the Journal of Controlled Release. That information helps to provide additional sort of support and information to industry on what sort of methods we looked at and critical sort of attributes we're looking at. So in addition to that, because there can be multiple methods and techniques to measure a physical chemical property or CQA, we also initiated an external project with Dr. Anna Schwinn at the University of Michigan in 2020. That research has helped inform our reviewers of the best practices and considerations for these different analytical methods and more about the impact of the differences in product CQAs. That project has then gone on to publish 3 additional sort of publicly available research articles that provide additional information on those methods and that thinking. But I think what that all comes to is actually at that far side of the graph is in 2024, we actually approved that first generic to this highly complex and very unique product. So by providing that dedicated resource and a structured framework for innovation, FDA's GDUFA Science and Research Program is an essential component of FDA's mission to protect and promote public health. It helps us ensure FDA is better informed and prepared for the assessment of generic applications, as well as propels progress in the science and technology to enhance generic drug development. You can access the QR code here on this slide to read more online about the GDUFA Science and Research Program, as well as FDA's generic drug research priorities and projects. So in addition to our negotiated GDUFA commitments, we are constantly looking for opportunities to be more transparent and improve efficiency. About 6 months ago, we began a pilot program to provide more transparency to generic applicants with missed goal date ANDAs due to complicated regulatory issues. The goal is to provide more information out to applicants where possible, that's important to know, about the nature of the issue delaying the action. Keep in mind, these ANDAs with missed goal dates are only a very small fraction of the total ANDAs that we receive and take action on every year, as is reflected by FDA always meeting its greater than 90% GDUFA goal date metrics. So you hear more detail about this pilot program in a later talk this morning. However, after the first 6 months of the pilot, we have found that generally our stakeholders are appreciative of the additional information and the proactive feedback that the pilot program is providing. One thing I want to note, and as you'll see on this graph, over the last 6 months, data integrity issues were the leading cause for an ANDA missing its goal date by more than 60 days. I'll talk more about this issue and FDA's ask for industry a little bit later in my keynote. So through our GDF negotiations, we've developed several pathways to improve communication with applicants on critical aspects of their generic drug product development. These include those pre-ANDA meetings at the early stages of product development, mid-cycle and ANDA review meetings, and post-complete response letter meetings. We believe that these have been highly successful to improving transparency of our current thinking and to reduce uncertainty in the development of these products. One aspect I want to highlight is we continue to assess where enhanced communication can help improve ANDA issues. And I want to announce the OGD is now sees a need for more early communication with applicants on bioequivalent study protocols. So as part of that, when we're looking at common bioequivalence deficiencies, we found that it'd be beneficial for OGD and industry to discuss challenging and or novel in vivo BE studies with pharmacokinetic endpoints or with complex study protocols, such as for long-acting injectables or liposomes, prior to an applicant's study being conducted. Similarly, OGD saw a benefit for industry to discuss protocols for challenging in vitro BE studies, such as for IVRT, IVPT, or in vitro BE studies for nasal and inhalation drug products prior to conducting these studies. Therefore, OGD is encouraging applicants with these challenging or novel bioequivalence inquiries to submit these as a product development meeting. But I do want to remind you, this is not intended to be an open-ended protocol review by FDA. Rather, we're asking applicants to submit specific questions related to the protocol for OGD to respond to. These could include things like inclusion-exclusion criteria, statistical considerations, or steady state determination or study design. So another initiative I mentioned at the very beginning is to enhance communication with generic drug industry and applicants to reduce common deficiencies and hopefully improve assessment efficiency. So as part of that, we've published a new webpage called Helpful Webinars and Other Resources for Generic Drug Manufacturers. This website, as also Brenda mentioned, brings together and organizes relevant FDA workshops, webinars, and seminars related to best practices to reduce common ANDA deficiencies. You can access this site through this QR code on this slide. As a reminder why we're all here today and what our overarching mission is. All right, so this is one of my calls at the very last is for industry. So although uncommon compared to the number of generic applications submitted, approved, and marketed every year, data integrity issues impact everyone a part of the generic industry and generic program. Questions or concerns of data integrity erode public confidence in all medications, not just those that were at issue. It consumes vital FDA resources to investigate, document, and take action on these issues. This resource drain not only impacts those applicants in question, but also reduces resources we could otherwise apply to other issues. As I also mentioned previously, this year data integrity issues were the main reason OG missed GDUFA goal dates. Therefore, it's critical for everyone, especially the pharmaceutical industry, to take proactive steps to prevent future data integrity issues from occurring. So it's critically important that ANDA applicants submit accurate, complete, and reliable data. Unreliable or fraudulent data undermines safety and efficacy and quality of all generic drugs and can decrease confidence in generic products overall. It can also result in other serious consequences, including the need to perform new studies and potentially delay approval and access to generics. Therefore, our recommendations when selecting a CRO, we recommend that all applicants take steps to verify the CROs under consideration have an appropriate quality management system in place and have a positive compliance history. Applicants need to ensure that the CRO performs all study-related activities in compliance with all applicable laws and regulations. Applicants should also keep in mind that although they can contract with testing sites, ultimately, the responsibility for the quality and integrity of the study data in your ANDA resides with you. As a company, you need to emphasize that data integrity is an important core value of your organization and expect everybody to be responsible and accountable for that data quality. And as a reminder, FDA posted a draft guidance on data integrity for in vivo bioavailability and bioequivalent studies in April 2024. We issued this guidance as part of our Drug Competition Action Plan, which seeks to improve the efficiency of the generic drug development, review, and approval process. The draft guidance provides FDA's current thinking and recommendations to applicants and testing site management on achieving and maintaining data integrity. So as I wrap up, I want to remind us FDA and OGD enters 2025. We're excited to further our mission of ensuring the availability of high quality, safe, and effective generic drugs for the American public. In 2025, OGD will continue to focus on matters such as operational modernization, workforce excellence, communication with generic companies, and meeting our GDUFA program goals. Every GDUFA cycle continues to improve the generic program and utility of assessment cycles. In 2025, we'll begin the next GDUFA negotiations, which will provide an opportunity to further develop this important program. Ultimately, it's the American patient that benefits most from the GDUFA-funded programs, since these activities contribute to timely approvals of critical generic drug products. We'll also continue advancing research that reduces uncertainty in the development of generic drugs and improves the efficiency of the drug development and assessment process. In addition, OGD will continue to prioritize transparent engagement with industry, the public, including on the outcomes of this research, and to continue to facilitate development of new generic drug products for the American patients. With that, I want to thank to everyone who's worked hard to make this two-day event possible, and I hope that the next 2 days of presentations are informative and useful for all the attendees. So with that, I'll hand over to my colleague, Commander Jeffrey Wu.
All right, good morning, good afternoon. Thank you, Darby. Thank you, Brenda. Let's see. All right, so I really appreciate the opportunity for being here for delivering this keynote on behalf of OPQ. And so this year is unique for OPQ because we have been in place for about 10 years, right? If you recall, OPQ, Office of Pharmaceutical Quality, was established back in January 2015, 10 years ago, a little bit over 10 years ago. So when we first stood up as an OPQ, we were tasked to be responsible for drug product qualities across different programs, new drugs, generic drugs, biologics, OTC drugs, and we're also deeply involved in drug shortage situations whenever it comes with the quality issues, right? So that has been giving us a lot of roles and responsibilities, a lot of commitments, a lot of work to do, and we felt really honored to do that consistently in the past 10 years. And in those past 10 years, we have been evolving ourselves, right? From the beginning, we greatly embraced integrated quality assessment to the left-hand side of your screen. This is really meaning that we're having our needed quality subject matter experts in microbiology, facility, manufacturing process, drug product, drug substance together to evaluate new drug applications, generic drug applications holistically, right? And thoroughly. So that's one key tool for us we have been utilizing for about 10 years. And on the right-hand side of the screen, we have been also upgrading our systems in the sense that how we document, how we manage our knowledge. So that's the CASA initiative, knowledge-aided assessment and structured submission initiative, also in 10 years in the making. And now, actually, I want to proudly announce and share with everyone about 50% of generic drugs applications, original ANDAs, are being assessed in our CASA system. So that's a big accomplishment to ensure consistency and efficiency in knowledge management within OPQ. And also, maybe you heard, if you remember, last year, Dr. Susan Rosencrans in this keynote as well mentioned about OPQ went through another evolution or reorg. So in this specific evolution or reorg, we reimaged our quality assessment staff, specifically establishing our Office of Product Quality Assessment 1, 2, 3, so we arranged our staff where they're lined up with the different programs so that we'll have better connection with the new drug staff, generic drug staff, and biologics and drug substance staff as well. So that's one piece. We keep evolving in OPQ for the 10 years, in past 10 years, and also importantly to expect the dynamic landscape that we're receiving from the industry, and also the supply chain issues as well, right? And also keep ourselves to be more and more agile in the sense that our staff can do multiple types of evaluations when it comes to quality, so that we can be agile and better connected, and also ensure better connection or better knowledge management within OPQ. And also as part of this evolution, we made life cycle approach to be more and more front and center amongst our office, our staff. So the definition for life cycle approach is on the screen. I wouldn't read through it, but the overall idea is that we're going through intensive or extensive training for our staff so that a given person, for example, Jeff here, I'm being trained and eventually will be assigned to be able to do small molecule, let's say INDs, NDAs, NDA supplements, and original ANDAs, ANDA supplements as well. There's going to be a lot of new types of work on my plate to handle, but there's a huge amount of number of benefits as listed on the bottom of the screen as well. So for instance, this helps me to be better handle different types of work coming our way, which we don't have control over. On the other hand, it's also very important for Jeff to understand the whole life cycle from a brand new NME all the way down to the whole product line of generic drugs all under the same RLD, right? And that's the knowledge management piece. And the other piece is also linking to how we can more holistically and consistently making quality decisions throughout the life cycle instead of making silo decisions, right? So that's another key advantage we see in embracing this life cycle approach within OPQ, how we work, how we evaluate different types of products, and from a quality standpoint. And with that being said, we've been evolving in the past 10 years, but we keep delivering, right? So here on the screen, you can see some key metrics and numbers from OPQ. For instance, we contributed to over 1,000 drug product approvals in 2024. Amongst these, 900, as Darby mentioned, are from our generic drug program, and of course, new drugs and BLAs as well. And also, we have a huge amount of work in the sense of supplemental or post-approval changes or supplements within OPQ. Again, that can be for BLAs, generics, and ANDAs as well. And we also have additional 25 proposals accepted into the Emerging Technology Program. I'll mention a little bit more about the program specifically later in this conversation. And also, we stay connected in the sense of globally and also domestically. For instance, we completed over 70 inspections and also guidances and maps issued last year. And also, we have also over about 50 peer-reviewed scientific articles because OPQ has also a key functional area for product quality research as well, right? And then on the right-hand side of your far right-hand side of the screen, you can see OPQ continue to have engagements and also influence globally or internationally. So for instance, we made major contributions to 3 ICH guidelines. And then also we were deeply involved in 2 international pilots. One is for post-approval changes. The other one is for hybrid inspections with multiple international, national health authorities, or including EMA and some other agencies as well. So those were successful pilots. We learned a lot, and then we can see how we can further implement these learnings and integrate these learnings within OPQ in the future. And so these are some key specifics I want to mention in the sense that we keep delivering in 2024. So along the theme for today's conversation for advancing from serial quality, right? So I really want to highlight one program within OPQ, not really within OPQ, I would say on a CDER level, because OPQ has been conceived this idea and leading this program, but with a huge amount of participation from our Office of Compliance within CDER and also Office of Regulatory Affairs before the reorg, now is OII. So a huge amount of cross-center interactions or collaborations to establish this program and have this program run also across about 10 years. So this is really to embrace novel technology, emerging technology to be used in applications, be it new drugs, biologics, or generic drugs. So I just really want to, in the next few minutes, to share with you this program. And as usual, OPQ is definitely adopting a collaborative approach when it comes to embracing, supporting, encouraging novel technology. So we can, as needed, we'll have early engagements as we get these novel ETP or ETT packages. And as we progress with the conversation, if the technology is becoming more mature, and we may pay a visit to the specific facility to understand better of that technology. And when a technology is really even more advanced, being included in a submission. And then we can do pre-approval inspections as well. And of course, together with our internal OPQ SMEs and to work on the integrated quality assessment. So this process may take a number of years, but we're doing our best to retain those subject matter experts going through different stages of the novel technology, eventually being approved or used in a given application. So that's the strategy we've been adopting to ensure the consistency in that conversation and knowledge being managed across the whole life cycle for emerging technology as well. And on the screen, sorry for a smaller font, but on the screen, just wanted to show you in the past 10 years how much we have accomplished, not only from submitting or publishing guidances, but also evaluating some of these novel technologies and eventually approve these applications utilizing some of these novel technologies, including 3D printing, continuous manufacturing for small molecule drug products, small molecule drug substance, and continuous manufacturing even for protein-based products in the past 10 years. And of course, continuous manufacturing is just one of the spotlighted technologies. There's some other technologies we have also embraced and approved in the past 10 years in given applications. And before we wrap up this topic for emerging technology, I just want to share with you some of the numbers in the past 10 years. As you can see on the screen, continuous manufacturing is a big chunk of our engagement with our sponsors or technology developers. And also as we go through these, as we gain more and more knowledge of these different technology, and as we're more familiar with certain technology, we do graduate them, right? So that we push them into our normal routine day-to-day work and train our staff along the process, so it won't be a novel technology or emerging technology anymore. With that being said, we're really committed to support these evolving or emerging technology. We welcome our new drug colleagues, general drug colleagues, to submit and include novel technologies in your applications, and we stand ready to have early engagement with our applicants. And as Darby mentioned, in the next few days, we'll have a lot of conversation, and you will hear from our OPQ colleagues about recommendations and best practices in the sense of what kind of quality information should be included, especially when you have unique labeling instructions for your given generic drug products. And also, we'll share with you our thoughts in the sense of how to mitigate and cope with the Toastman situations. And of course, we have done a good chunk of collaborative work with our OGD colleagues in the sense of identifying key or major deficiencies in the drugs, in the ANDAs, DMFs, and manufacturing processes. So you will hear a lot of the details, especially tomorrow. And with that said, OPQ alone is not enough to ensure product quality. We need to work together with you, the applicants. Definitely please work with your DMF holders, contracting manufacturers, so that we'll work together to ensure product quality. And so that's the key message I want to share and send. I really appreciate your time. So at this point, I'll turn over to Brenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Darby and Jeff, for that great keynote representing our two major players today, the Office of Generic Drugs and the Office of Pharmaceutical Quality. Okay, so now we're going to engage in our first session, and for the sake of time, I will introduce all our speakers at once, and then we'll bring them up individually. So for the next session, we're going to have, actually, your agenda probably says 4 speakers, but Commander Verhoeven cannot be here today. So our Ted Sherwood has graciously said he would cover that material as well. So we will now have Ted Sherwood, who is the Director of the Office of Regulatory Operations at the Office of Generic Drugs. He will also be covering Scott's talk. And we also have Dr. Joe Shin, Lead Regulatory Health Project Manager at the Division of Project Management within OGD, followed by Dr. Yi Zhang, Associate Director of the Division of Bioequivalence 3 in the Office of Bioequivalence at OGD. And don't be too confused with all these acronyms. You can also find them on the agenda, or you can find them online. So let's welcome our first speaker, Ted Sherwood. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. We're going to talk about missed goal dates. You already heard a little bit about this from Darby. Broke the ice. We're going to go into more detail. Fortunately, it's a small set of applications where we miss the goal dates, but we understand the importance of these. If it's your application, we know how critical this is. And so we're going to break this into two parts. First, we're going to look at internally, what is the agency doing to try to prevent the misses? What do we do when we think we are going to miss the application? How do we manage that, bring that to a decision, and communicate that to the company? And then how do we go and talk to companies when we're in this missed goal date space? And so those are the things that we're going to be covering over the next two presentations. We're going to start with this focus on looking at what is a missed goal date? What does this really mean? Right? What happens with the misses? What causes us to miss the goal dates? And where you can get information about these misses. And so as we go through, you'll hear a little bit more about that. I want to start with something very important. We don't want to miss the goal dates. We understand how frustrated applicants get. We get frustrated with the missed goal dates. We apologize. It's not where we want to be. Right? There's lots and lots of efforts to prevent the applications from being missed. It's hard to understand unless you've been on the other side, on the FDA's side, and seen some of the efforts to move the applications, the coordination, those kind of things that it takes to meet the goal date. Fortunately, again, there's not many applications that miss the goal date, but we understand how important it is to the companies who are in this space. So, and we never give up on an application. That's not who we are. We miss the goal date, we still must continue to work that application to a decision. And I know sometimes people get a little concerned, we haven't heard anything. We never stop working on these applications. So what does it mean to miss a goal date? We have a responsibility at the agency to give you a complete decision on that application and communicate it to you, right? Those are the two aspects. When we talk about completion, it means all of the disciplines, bioequivalence, quality, labeling, clinical, everything. There's a whole host of these. All of the facilities, all of the contractors, all of their information, all of their facilities, all that has to be pulled together into a final decision. And then we've got to issue that decision to the company. Right? What's going on in this space, right? I want to first point out that is a goal date. This is a decision from the agency. Oftentimes companies call me and says, we received a letter, but it wasn't an approval. That's not what we're looking at. We're looking at, did we make the decision? Did we pull together all of these pieces, all of these facilities, all this contract information to give you the decision on time? Not the approval. We hope it's an approval. We want the approvals. For the assessors, oftentimes it's easier to approve an application than to document what's wrong. I looked at it, it was great, versus I looked at it, these 10 things are wrong, and then you've got to figure out how do you communicate that, how do you translate what you need to industry so they can give you something back, right? We want the approvals. As managers, a lot of pressure, not to approve your specific application, but to make sure that the program is continuing to approve lots of high quality generic drugs. And not just approving them, but approving them on that earliest lawful approval date. When can we get these into the hands of the patients? That's what matters to us. But there's another factor. We can only approve appropriate applications when everything is right, all of those pieces right, and all of them right at that same instance. Then and only then can we move that application forward. So when we look at what is a missed goal date, when we haven't been able to pull everything together on time. Right? We didn't finish something, we couldn't reach out to this particular site, we're waiting for information to be able to close out our assessment. Right? Now, the key is locking it in to that goal date. And oftentimes we see a little bit of confusion. People don't understand, oh, the goal date's changed. You send in an amendment, that's likely to change the goal date. Depends on the situation. Some do, some don't. It depends. If it's unsolicited, very likely to impact the goal date. We'll send a new acknowledgement letter. That's your guide. It will list what the new goal date is. We will then re-coordinate with the team. There's extra pieces of information or potentially even extra facilities that now have to be evaluated as part of making that final decision. You may receive 2 goal dates in an acknowledgement letter, and we'll walk through an example of that in a moment. So here you can see it. Right? There's the text. And the key takeaway from this paragraph is you have two bolded dates. Here's your goal date. Here's a longer goal date if we have to do an inspection or something equivalent to an inspection. There's a couple other alternatives that we can use and still sort of get the information that's necessary to bring back to the assessment team to make the final decision. So the key in that big paragraph are these two dates that are highlighted there. Those are your GDF goal dates. We'll use the longer if we need to inspect. Right? Can't say that enough. Oftentimes, we'll get phone calls. Oh, the early date's passed. It means you missed. Are you going into the backup date? No, it means there's an inspection or something similar going on. So in this example, if we approve October 1st, that's a make, right? Because we needed to inspect the application, right? There were one or more facilities. Doesn't matter if there's 10 facilities, one facility. If we have to go out and inspect, we get that longer date. We issue the CRL October 31st. That's a miss, right? We inspected and we still didn't get everything done. Right? We have to report those misses, both internally and, as you see later on, publicly. We get the approval October 31st, and we did the inspection. That's a make, and we'll talk in a few minutes about imminent action, right? We were past that original date that we notified you, but we'll talk a little bit. There's a little bit of a, sort of an escape clause to help both the applicants and the agency bring an application that's close to the finish line over that finish line, get it approved, get it in the hands of the patients. And so looking at this from a little different lens, a couple other examples. We approve it on October 1st. We inspect, that's a make. Met the goal date. That goal date was October 21st in this example. It doesn't matter if the inspection is September 1st or May 1st. Right? If the inspection is before the shorter of the goal dates, that doesn't mean that that's the goal date that applies. Companies are confused. Oh, well, you inspected right before. There's a lot that goes on after the inspection. Inspection is a huge milestone. Lots of coordination and effort to get the investigator out to your site to do the inspection. But that's not it. They've got to come back. They've got to report into their organizations. The organizations have to bring the results to the assessment team. This is what we saw. Is this what you expected us to see? Is this an appropriate match or not? And certainly if it's not a right match, think of the level of effort then that we have to go and describe. Here's the gap. How do we start to communicate that back to the applicant, or maybe it's a drug manufacturer or somebody else who's been in a contracting role for this company? And so in this case, doesn't matter. Did we issue the letter on time? Not when the inspection occurred. Now, we miss the goal date. There's a lot that happens. And in many cases, it starts happening even before the miss. We like to minimize the misses. We like to prevent an application from being missed if we can save it. So there's lots of communications going on across the agency. Every single day, dozens and dozens of interactions between the different project managers. Each of the disciplines has a project manager. They're reporting in to sort of the central project manager, the regulatory project managers. Those are the ones responsible for managing that application. We'll talk a little bit about the command center. We'll even talk very quickly about the letter signers. We're alerting people who are responsible for making the final decision on the application. Hey, this one's very close to the goal date. Can you work on it right away, right? We'll work with them. Maybe there's some efforts we could do the prep to try to prevent that from being a miss. And I won't ask people to raise their hands here, but many of you have probably received an action letter the night before the goal date, the day of the goal date. Right? These people are getting together to minimize those misses. Then we mentioned the command center. This is very important. It's one of the key sort of forums that we have to look at specific applications and then to look at the mass of applications. At any given time, we have around 1,400 original applications that are in flight, right? Different pieces of information being pulled together, right? The burden on us to make that final decision. So we're going to be doing, providing advance warnings on misses. Here's what's happening to my application. I'm reporting back to the larger team. I need a little help with this one. Can somebody in this other group quickly give me some input? Maybe there's a larger theme mentioned earlier with data integrity. Let's go as far as we can, and then we'll work with the team that's managing that effort and show them that this application we think fits into that, right? Help them sort of screen it to see whether it does or not. We're going to even take it to the original receipt. We start managing the applications even before you receive the acknowledgement letter. It's on the radar screen that early. Working with folks in the Office of Management to make sure the fees have been paid appropriately. Looking through to make sure all the pieces are there so we can turn it over to the disciplines to do their analysis, to the investigators to do their inspections. We want to make sure we understand what this application is, what it contains. Is it eligible to be a generic? Right? If it starts to get slowed down at this filing point, then we could be jeopardizing our timelines. So that's the level. Everybody knows this came in, here's what we think is going on. This is a special issue. This one requires an extra mid-cycle communication. Those are the kind of things that we're doing, lining it up so everybody sees what's happening. If we miss the goal date, we've got to report back that application to what we call the senior command center. Now we're moving from the project managers into A&DA leadership, OGD, OPQ, other groups sitting in there, especially people who are involved in some of the bioequivalence or clinical sites, helping us to go through and figure out what went wrong. And how long did it take us past the miss? And so we analyze it two different ways, and we'll give you little examples about that. Right? We're looking at what happened in real time. We close out a month. Let's look at the goal dates that were assigned that month. Did we honor our commitment? If not, why? And is there a lesson learned that we can take back? Is it a one-off situation? Maybe the applicant did something at the last minute. All right, that happens. Let's work. Let's see if we can do a little faster. Maybe there's something on our side. Right? Maybe something got missed earlier. Do we need to go back, heighten the awareness, flag these a little differently when that application first comes through the threshold? That's the level we're going to try to help move all of these applications forward. So I give you some of the data. This chart is very different than what you're going to see in the normal public domain. It's lower. We are harder on ourselves than we have to publicly report out because we're going to look in real time. How are these applications doing? So this does not count imminent action, and I'll explain what that means a little bit more. The reality is the final public posted numbers, sort of the rule of thumb is you can almost split the difference. And so if we're off, we're showing 88% 1 month, probably about half of those are going to be imminent actions. In the final goal, which we'll show a little bit later, will be raised up over 90%. But we want to know why there was a miss, even if it's for a good reason. We're missing it, but we think we can approve it in a week or two. So we post the imminent actions. This is part of our approval counts. And I'll note it's a subset. We approve 70 a month, 7 were imminent action. That's a subset of those. It's not predicting future approvals or those kind of things. We're reporting in real time. What happened for the month that just closed out? How do we do? So you can see what's going on, how many of them were done on time versus the imminent action route. All of that information's out there. Internally, we're going application by application in front of the leadership team. These are the ones that didn't make the goal date. The ones in green, we're moving towards approval. That was a good thing. And we'll explain a little bit later how we have sort of permission to do this. But we need to know what's going on, and we need to make sure we're making a strategic decision to move this application into imminent action, getting your approval or tentative approval, or do we need to hold the line and issue a complete response sort of on the eve of the goal date? We don't stop with the originals. Supplements, especially prior approval supplements, have GDF goal dates. There's thousands of supplements pending. We've got to look at those. We have to make sure that those are running as well. And as you'd expect, right, we're a little bit more strength in the program in terms of meeting our commitment for supplements. They're smaller in scope, less connections that we have to do in many cases. There certainly are some exceptions too. Think about that in your perspective. You get a new API, right? Could be inspections, review, all of those kind of things, even bioequivalent studies to justify that Starts to sound like an original application. Big or small, make a change, we need to know about it, we need to move that forward. Some of the causes for misses. You already heard about data integrity, sort of outside the immediate control of the team. We want to be able to make these decisions faster. But the issue wasn't FDA dropping the ball. The issue was FDA uncovered something that required significant resources. You would not believe the level of effort that the agency has to put into this. So there's a recent untitled letter that's posted. Some of the communications are listed there. Some of the ones we had with the company, not all of them. There was not a week that went by without several. In many cases, people were meeting almost on a daily basis to figure out what's the impact, which applications are affected, are they directly impacted or not? If so, what do we need to do? What's the path for this application? And then translating that into a specific application communication. Facility issues. Things come up, our understanding changes. Companies send in updates late in the cycle. We've got to make sure it's done. Inspections. We try to identify the applications that need inspection when the application first comes in. And in fact, some people can get a head start in some of the priority applications and send in facility stuff even in advance of the application. That's wonderful. But sometimes during the course of our review, we see something that triggers us to go out and inspect. Company says 2 + 2 is 5. We're going to say, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Let's go out and see what's really going on. So we will miss the goal date to get that result back. We said we owe you a complete response. We will miss the goal date to make sure we're giving you the complete response as opposed to sitting on this and bringing it up in a subsequent cycle. We want to be done and tell you exactly what needs to happen. Life cycle issues. Sometimes waiting for things to happen with the brand product. We've got to get that locked in. If there's labeling updates, have to get that out the door to the brand company, published so that generic companies know what that new message is. They need to submit, we need to assess, and then of course, hopefully move it into the appropriate channel and get it approved. And then the last one, program errors. You can help us with these. There's a cover letter attachment which companies can fill out to sort of help navigate the application and, more importantly, translate it so we know what you're sending in and who needs to be activated to help us go through. One of the most common sort of problems that we see in this space is there's hidden information. We don't realize there's an inspection need because the facility was buried on page 500. They didn't identify there was a new site or a new process or something like that going on. Studies that aren't in the right module. This happens periodically. So take advantage of this cover letter. It was designed specifically to help you direct the project manager to what's in the application so the project manager can then activate the appropriate team members. So, challenge question. What happens when we miss a goal date? Do we move on to the next ANDA? No way. We don't ever stop. We withdraw the application. That's not us. If you want to withdraw it, that's your business, but FDA cannot withdraw it for you. Right? And that's not our intent. Right? Our mission is to make drugs accessible. We need you to be successful so that we are carrying out our mission. We never give up. That's the key. It may seem like, oh, they missed the goal date, we don't know what's going on, but I guarantee you there is a flurry of activity going on behind the scenes. Then imminent actions are reported as a subset of the monthly APs and TAs, additive, or future approvals. They're a subset. We will show you what we just did. The month that closed, here are the approvals, here's that subset that took advantage of that imminent action program. And of course, if you're working through this path, you can be in communication with your regulatory project manager and he or she will kind of walk you through what's going on with your application. We've got all sorts of public information available about this. You can track what we're doing. There's the formal GDF performance report. We also sort of new to GDF 3 have sort of a parallel web posting, and for many of the sort of high-level assessment metrics, you're going to find even more detailed, getting into the very specifics, not just amendments, but this specific type of amendment. That information is going to be posted there. We have the FDA track, which we'll walk through in a moment, is a little different type of information to help you see sort of what happens in that first cycle of the application. When we look at the performance report, here's what it looks like, right? All sorts of charts and columns, right? It's a report card. We are showing you what we have done within the program. And some people are confused by this, and we get questions about what's going on with the data. And oftentimes it's questions coming from industry itself. When we post the range, it's an absolute worst case scenario. If we do no more work, period, which of course we don't have that option, but that's what would happen. Or if everything is perfect from this point forward, right, the best possible scenario. And so we're going to give you both of those. When the year closes, here's what we've done. Here's what our potential range is going to be. And then we're also going to depict the imminent actions. As part of the agreement with industry, if it's close to the finish line, we said we could work together to push it through versus having to stop our assessment efforts, issue a complete response letter. You guys still have to address the issue, but now you're going to go wait in line for us to open it up and to re-examine and to put back in front of that assessment team. So it's in the commitment letter that we will consider the goal met if we can get the approval or tentative approval done within 60 days of the goal date. And so we're going to capture that in the performance report. That's what we're graded on in terms of what did the program do, right? And so take a look at that column. You can see what's happening. You can compare your applications to that, especially some of the larger companies. We had 10 approvals. How many of them were on time? Those kind of things. Then we mentioned the web reporting, depicting a little bit more information than's captured in the performance report itself. You can go in and look at all of the different possibilities. It was an amendment. It was an amendment with a PFC. All of those kind of nuances are captured. We're not trying to hide anything. We want you to know what's going on within the program. Then we have the FDA track. This is a little different than some of the other user fee performance metrics that we have in the GDF program. This is looking at actions that are occurring rather than taking the cohort of submissions that we have to do for the performance reports to say, here's what's happening in real time, and focusing in on that first cycle. That's your stepping stone. And hopefully we'll get more and more approvals out of this cycle too, as we start to get better submissions and we can communicate a little bit more what the expectations are for the next generation of applications coming before us. And so here, it's a little bit of an older term because it's older data, but when we talk about imminent or tentative approvals, that's what we now call in GDUFA 3, the modern program, the imminent action. So you can see what's going on. Big jump here. Our first cycle approvals are happening because we're able to push that application through, use this imminent action period. Very big difference between these two numbers. That shows you the level of effort. Oh, we were so close. Let's work together to get it done. We want this. It's easier for us, it's better for you, and it is a win for the patient. So our question here, imminent actions count on meeting the goal date. If we approve it the next cycle, no, we want it approved now. If we get the ANDA approved prior to the goal date, that's huge. That's the desired state. That's not an imminent action. Most of the approvals do happen before the goal date, but we have this extra 60-day period that's lined up. If we approve on day 61, you get your approval, we still take the miss and have to report that as a miss. And of course, we're going to go back through the command center and other forums to figure out why we missed it. Why did it take us so long to approve? So there's a lot of information out there on the program. You can see how successful we are in sort of executing our commitments in the GDUFA 3 space. You can see the health of the entire ANDA program. You can see the health of your program. We're putting these numbers out. You can start to figure out how you guys are doing versus sort of what we're seeing as the average. It's a good time to submit the ANDAs. Lots of efforts in the pre-submission space to figure out your path forward, from product-specific guidances to controlled correspondences to meetings and things like that occurring during the first cycle, even after the cycle's concluded, if there's questions or clarification that's needed, right, send in the applications. We will work to get you the answers. So with that, we're going to pivot gears and apologize. You're going to get the B team for this one. Scott Fahovic is really the expert in all this. Unfortunately, he's under the weather today, but he's one of the masterminds of pulling together all of the information and really does efforts across the entire ANDA program. He sits in OGD, but he works on behalf of the companies to make sure that everybody in the ANDA program knows what to do with each of the applications that come forward. He's one of these guys who's looking at both the micro and one specific application and macro, 1,300 applications. How are they moving through? So what he's trying to line up here is explain how we're opening up some of our communications. Historically, we've had to be very conservative in what we're able to provide the companies. You send it to us, miss the goal date, you knock on a door, well, we're working on it, right? We want to try to give you more insight. We know how important it is for you guys to start to be able to at least to get a little feel for what's going on so that you can make the appropriate business decisions. Then we'll talk a little bit about the pilot itself. What are we doing to enhance our transparency? What the benefits are? Is it working? And give you some hints too about how to sort of successfully navigate this space. So you can tell this was done by somebody else because you have a nice subtle graphic here, right? Looking at the past, right? In the past, like we said, very little communication. We missed the goal date. We're still in what's called sort of the open cycle. It's pending us, and you don't hear much. Usually the communications were triggered by the applicant. You get nervous. The goal date came and went. Start calling around. What's going on? We had very limited and very sort of high level phrases. It's under review. Teams working on it. There's a thorny issue that we're untangling. It doesn't really give you a lot of information. Where's the thorny issue? What type of issue? How long are the thorns, right? Those are the things people want to know. And then people want to know when we're going to get finished. And so in some cases, historically, we were able to provide a little bit of information. If it was one of those where something happened, maybe we missed something in the application, once we find that hidden thing, we can work with the appropriate discipline, identify it, get their timeline. In those cases, we would communicate the timeline to you. But if we're untangling something, there's very little we could say. You're going to get some very high-level statements. Many weeks, many months. These are FDA months, so I won't scare anybody with getting into what that means, but sort of glacier pace for many of these things. And so we're trying to provide more insight with that. In the commitment letter, gives us the authority to communicate even in advance. And so hopefully you're starting to see more and more of a pivot. We're going to be reaching out to the companies. We don't always know of a miss early on. That's why we have these different forums. Maybe there's something obvious to the application, something very unique. Maybe there's a facility that's hard for us to reach. We can talk to you. Hey, did you see it? There was a State Department warning that was issued. You have a site in the area that was identified as, right? Those are the kind of things we can communicate in advance. I've had status calls myself with company in advance of the miss. Hey, we want to let you know. Strongly feel that we're going to miss for this particular application. We can start that discussion. And of course, if there's any way to save it, we will do that. And two, we're trying to focus more on what we think your needs are. Increasing the frequency of communications. In the old days, we missed it, call us back in 6 weeks. We're going to be more proactive, set it up. We missed it, we're working on it, we'll report back in a couple weeks. Even if we say we think it's going to take several months, we will sit down with you in 2 weeks. Like, we will do whatever helps you understand that we have not given up on this application, did not fall through the cracks. We may not be able to give you an answer right away, but we will work this until it is done. And trying to find a little bit more precise language in terms of what does it mean? Where's the hang up? Right? We said it was a thorny issue being untangled. Let's try to explain a little bit more about what that issue is. Some of the benefits for this. starting to help industry, right? Hopefully keep the peace a little bit. The companies feel a little bit more informed, right? A little bit more in control of the understanding, at least, of what's happening with their application. And we're certainly seeing companies being more and more sort of focused on their applications in this. People are making big decisions on the timing of their applications. And so I think the level of requests for status updates and things like that is only increased over time. We recognize that every application is important. We're not allowed to leave the application behind, but we will work with you. We know it's important to you, whether it's the first generic where we both want to get it out the door, or maybe it's the 11th version of something, but it's important to your company. We will go 110%, anything in that spectrum. Right? We must work until it's done. And then, as we said, we'll try to get the communications. You won't leave the phone without the project manager setting up another conference. As the application gets later and later past the goal date, right, you'll have more and more senior management on the phone. I've been on the phone. Darby's been on the phone with companies. That's the commitment. Right? We will talk to you. We will let you know what we can. So it has been successful. Right? We're seeing a little bit more collaboration, probably a little bit more trust in what the agency's saying, because we're able to provide more information than it's pending or it's inadequate with major, but we're working on somebody else, right? There's another discipline that's still locked up. Right? Here's what's happening. This group's done. It looks like they will be done. The issue that we're untangling relates to X. X is unique to that discipline. So these other disciplines, their decision is going to stay. We're working together more as a team too to communicate and to share the language, especially if we have an issue that's holding up many applications from different companies, right? Work together. What do we think the appropriate communication is? Treat everybody fairly. Everybody gets the same sort of message. And then the other part is they will then take that and cater it to your specific need. These disciplines done are why we're working on this issue. We're going to try to communicate an issue from one of the other unimpacted disciplines, right? More and more IRs and DRLs coming, even of significant issues, why we are wrapping up that sort of tangled mess. And so lots of activity to keep the flow of communications. If we have a bioequivalence issue, that was a common one due to some of the recent issues. The quality folks have committed to working with us. Hey, normally we wouldn't communicate to the company until bio was done, but we think this is safe. We think it's not related. They're going to send it out, right? Keep that momentum going. At least we can get the quality piece squared away. And then when we get the answer for bioequivalence, maybe it is okay. We can move to approval, or it's not okay. At least the company now can focus on just one discipline, get that cleaned up, get that application back to us. So what can you do to help facilitate in all of this? Make sure the contact information is correct. And that's pretty high level, and I think most people understand updating to 356H. Do pay attention to it. Make sure you use sort of consistent company names and things like that. Oftentimes we'll see the 356 will change, LLC will change to Inc., those kind of things. Not the end of the world, but it will get flagged, and it's a little bit extra work for everybody. The other thing is make sure that the people acting on your behalf have secure email, especially if it's coming from the applicant themselves. We must communicate through sort of these secure channels. And if you look at the regs, it talks about confidential information. The status of an unapproved application is considered confidential information. And we don't want it going into the wrong hands. You don't want it going into the wrong hands. So take that extra effort. Companies have gotten much better about this, but still periodically you see some companies who struggle, or the turnover in the regulatory affairs staff, the new members don't have this secure email. It slows down the communication. We've got to wait until you get registered in the system. And then we're going to start these different communications. So here we have the transparency pilot. It's designed to further enhance collaborative information between the agency and the company. Certainly that's true, and that's our goal behind all of this. There may be instances where we cannot communicate the specific nature. That's true. There will be some. We're going to try to minimize those, but certainly with 1,400 applications. You can see there's going to be a few special cases. We're not allowed to communicate because another federal agency has an action that has to occur first. Obviously, we're not going to be able to say much. But when we can, when it's FDA, certainly when we've dropped the ball or need to do something differently, we'll give you as much information as possible. Representatives or attorneys may openly communicate. That's not true. There's a big step that needs to happen here. If it's your normal contact, they can talk to us, get the secure email, then you can communicate it. And certainly we want those communications. Don't call the project manager every day, but work with them, figure out the appropriate sort of cadence of those interactions. But we understand that periodically you want outside assistance, especially when we're looking at missed goal dates. Companies may reach out to consultants or law firms. The majority of the time I get a call from one of these consultants, I'm not allowed to respond because the applicant hasn't updated their application. Very simple step, one paragraph. Your regulatory affairs people saying we are now authorizing John Doe Esquire to act on their behalf for this application. That's all we need. So put that in the application. Then we can give them the whole story. But without that, we have to delay, or we'll circle back to the company themselves. Hey, somebody called on your specific application. Here's what the answer is. Right now you have two different conversations going. That doesn't help. And so that's the key. Make sure that your person is locked up. And then, of course, transparency isn't just happening with the miss. We're working in advance to share the information, right? Minimize the misses, but let you know if we think we're going to miss the application. Then the next question, how frequently we're going to set up these communications. So this is just sort of a general rule of thumb, 7 days, 14 days, 30 days, or when you knock on our door, right? We're going to be more proactive and set these up. We'll work with the companies. We can make it a little longer, shorter, things of that nature, depending on what's going on with the product. But that's a good rule of thumb to sort of start this way. We're on it. We'll be glad to communicate. And, we don't care if it's 13 days or 15 days, right? We'll work with you to try to fit your calendar. We owe you, right? It's past the goal date. Some final thoughts here. By its life, more and more of our misses are sort of fitting this, starting to use more and more of this language, reaching out, being proactive, making sure you know as much as we're allowed to tell you. And we've really changed that rule. There's much more space now for us to communicate than there has been historically. But the key is start with regulatory project manager. That's the key. They know the most. People call me all the time. What's the first thing I do? Reach out to the project manager. Hey, what's going on? I'll do a little homework, look at the application, but I have to talk to them. Even if the tool says one thing, I still want to talk. Because there may be something that's not captured in the system. They know the real story. They know more than I do. Talk to them. Now, as part of these discussions, if it languishes, they're going to elevate this, and more of the calls, you're going to start to see senior management come on. As we said, I've been on calls. Darby's been on calls. Right? The office director has been on calls with companies. So with that, we'll refer to the panel for some additional questions if there's time later on, and I will turn it over to our next speaker, Dr. Joe Chin.
Morning, everyone. As Ted mentioned, my name is Dr. Joe Shin, Lead Regulatory Health Project Manager within the Division of Project Management. I'm extremely excited to be here today. I see all these faces, some that I've never seen before as my time as an RPM, but again, I'm extremely excited. Several months ago, I was approached by my leadership to see if I'd be interested in speaking at this SBI event, and I jumped at the opportunity. I'd like to tell you that I agree to be a presenter because I enjoy speaking in front of everyone, but I'll be honest with you, I'd be lying if that was the case. I am always nervous when I sit in front of a group of people, so please bear with me today. But to be truthful, I agree because events such as this are a great way for FDA and industry to get together and share information. Ultimately, we want to help facilitate the development and approval of safe, affordable generic drugs to the American public. Now, certainly that's an event I'd like to be a part of. And so that is why I am so thankful to be here today to speak to you all. Now, with that being said, thank you so much for having me. I hope to provide you with some helpful information about my particular topic, request for reconsideration. I'll speak to you about the process, give a brief overview, and also some of the best practices to consider to ensure your RFR, or request for reconsideration, which I'll call it an RFR throughout this presentation, will be acceptable for FDA evaluation. So what is it that I hope to accomplish in this presentation? Well, first, I want to make sure that I explain the purpose of the request for reconsideration at the division level under GDF. I want to also go further into describing what is an appropriate matter for a request for reconsideration. That's extremely important because there's only specific things that one could request for reconsideration. And I'll go into more detail on that throughout the presentation. Next, I want to also provide an overview, a high-level overview of the RFR process, and outline how to submit an RFR for FDA evaluation. And lastly, I'll share common reasons why RFRs have recently been deemed not acceptable for FDA evaluation, and also identify the best practices to consider when you're ready to submit an RFR for FDA evaluation. Now, before I dive into the presentation, I want to sort of gauge the audience's level of experience with RFRs. So I'll pose my first poll question, or my only poll question. So how many of you, by a raise of hands, had submitted a request for reconsideration? Anyone? Yeah. It's a couple of you, yeah. How many of you, by a raise of hand, have never submitted an RFR but plan to do so maybe in like the next month or two? Okay. And lastly, how many of you have never submitted an RFR and have no intention of submitting right now at all? I guess that might be a good thing, right? Well, it looks like we have a mixed bag of responses, which is great. Now, for me, I can assure you that information that I share with you all today can be helpful regardless if you're familiar with the RFR process or not, all right? So I want to thank you all for your responses and your participation. Now that I have a feel for the audience's familiarity of the RFRs, let's go back to my slides. So what is the purpose of an RFR? Well, it's a request that was created to ensure open and prompt consideration of an applicant's concerns regarding certain actions that relate to your ANDA and have scientific significance. Now, during the assessment of an ANDA, FDA considers important issues that are central to product evaluation. Now, there are going to be times when an applicant might disagree with the FDA. And because these disagreements have involved intricate, complex matters, it's important to have a process such as this in place, right? Now, although we have this process, it doesn't mean that we are opening this process up to any and all matters. So I just want to make sure you guys are aware of that. Which brings me to my next slide. Before we can submit an RFR, we need to know what matters are appropriate for an RFR. As I mentioned in the previous slide, RFRs are requests submitted by applicants for agency to reconsider concerning certain actions with scientific significance. Now, FDA regulatory actions that relate to an ANDA and have scientific significance is certainly a matter that can be handled through the RFR process. Those regulatory actions include complete response letters. In my experience, I've seen RFRs submitted in reconsideration of a major classification of a complete response letter, just as an example. Next, we have classification of a major amendment to an ANDA or a prior approval supplement. This could be where an applicant seeks reconsideration or classification of a major CRL response that they've submitted. Next, we have the classification of the standard assessment status of an ANDA, an ANDA amendment, prior approval supplement, or prior approval supplement amendment. This may be an instance where an applicant seeks reconsideration of the standard assessment status of their ANDA amendment. where they believe the assessment status shouldn't be a standard, but more like a priority. Now, I bolded these points to the 3 actions here because they're most often seen in the RFR space. They're not the only ones, though. The remainder of the list that I'm showing here are other regulatory actions that are appropriate matters for an RFR, although we see them less frequently. A request for reconsideration of an acknowledgement letter. Well, when applicants seek reconsideration of the assessment classification of a major amendment, it is upon receiving that major acknowledgement letter when applicants can submit their RFR requests for those particular items. Information requests and discipline review letters are also considered not regulatory actions. So this brings me to our first challenge question. Now that I've gone through the purpose of the RFR and the appropriate matters which applicants can submit an RFR, let's take a moment to test your knowledge. All right. So which of the following are inappropriate matters for an RFR? Choice A major classification of a CRL, major to minor. B, a standard assessment status of a CRL response amendment, standard to priority. C, major acknowledgement letter of a discipline review letter, response amendment, major to minor. Or D, advice communicated in a general advice letter. I'm just gonna check with the audience. For those that think A is the correct answer, show of hands, please. Okay. Who thinks it's B? Show of hands. Okay. C? Okay. Lastly, D. Okay. Looks like I'm getting a resounding response of D. Well, the answer is, in fact, D. Now, answer choices A, B, and C are all appropriate matters in which one could submit an RFR, as I've outlined in the previous slides. With regards to choice D, D is considered to be an inappropriate matter, as a general advice letter is not considered a regulatory action. Now, before I go into how to submit an RFR, I want to make sure I spend some time to go over the RFR process at a high level. The diagram I have here starts at the left, where an applicant's going to submit their RFR. It is at the diamond to the right of it, where the agency would take a very preliminary look into the request, simply to see if the RFR meets all the criteria outlined within the request for reconsideration final guidance, which went final in October of 2024. Now, if the request does not meet the recommendations in the final guidance, we'll navigate down, and the applicant will receive a not accept letter. In that not accept letter, the agency will include information as to why the RFR was not acceptable for FDA evaluation. So extremely helpful for industry to know exactly what it is that they need to fix in the event they decide to submit a subsequent RFR request. Now, if the request does meet the recommendations outlined in the final guidance, then we'll navigate to the right, where an applicant will receive an accept letter or an RFR acknowledgement letter, which is also known as. That will be issued. And if your RFR is found acceptable for evaluation, we'll move downstream to the right in the diagram to the second diamond, where a review of the points made in the RFR will be evaluated. Now, it is here where the disciplines involved in the matter will review that information, as well as the original signatory authority that signed off on that regulatory action. It is then determined if the points are made in the RFR are valid or not. And at that point, a decisional letter will be issued with either a grant or deny decision. So for today's presentation, I really want to focus right here in the left side of the flowchart. And the reason why is we have the biggest opportunity for improvement right where does RFR meet the guidance. By making sure we follow the RFR guidance, we can see more RFRs be deemed acceptable for FDA evaluation and therefore minimize the administrative burden shouldered by both industry and the agency as a result of subsequent requests. So getting it right the first time brings applicants closer to a decisional letter on the matter they seek reconsideration for. So now we'll jump into how to submit an RFR. When submitting an RFR, you want to identify the matter you seek reconsideration and include adequate information to explain the nature of the eligible request. You want to also make sure that you submit your RFR within 7 calendar days from the date of the regulatory action taken by the FDA. Now, doing so may lead to an assigned RFR GDF goal date, especially when it is for a reconsideration request that involves a major classification or a standard assessment. You also want to submit the RFR as a separate standalone submission to the ANDA. As an example, if an RFR is submitted together with your CRL response, the RFR will be deemed not acceptable for FDA evaluation. So you want to make sure that you separate those two out. Now, with the RFR guidance going final in October of 2024, you want to make sure that you follow the content and format section of the final guidance, with an emphasis on identifying the submission clearly on the 356H form, as well as the cover letter. You want to make it extremely evident to the agency that that's exactly what you're submitting. You also want to provide a brief but comprehensive statement of each matter to be resolved in the cover letter. Also include a statement identifying the office that issued the decision on the matter you request reconsideration for, whether it be the Office of Generic Drugs or the Office of Pharmaceutical Quality. Next, provide a list of documents previously submitted to the ANDA that are deemed appropriate for the resolution of your request for reconsideration. You also want to include dates of those documents if you do include them in your RFR request, so that they can be readily located by the agency in the ANDA file. Sorry. And lastly, provide a statement with no new information or analysis has been submitted in support of your request. That's an important one as well, as information that's been given that wasn't available to the original signatory authority at the time of that regulatory action would not be acceptable, and you will receive a non-accept RFR. So I'm just going to give you a breakdown of some of the most recent reasons we've seen RFRs be not accepted for applicants. So 1, RFR did not include information specified within the bulleted list of the content and format section of the RFR guidance. This has been one that we've seen often recently with the guidance going final. 2, the RFR has not been submitted as a standalone separate submission. And lastly, a key one that we've always have seen is the RFR including new information and new analysis that have not been considered before the FDA took action related to your RFR. And again, like I said before, the original signatory is basing their decision-making on the information that was already in the ANDA file. By presenting new information during the RFR space wouldn't be appropriate. So here are some best practices I can share from my experience as a subject matter expert on the request for reconsideration process. First, you want to make sure to clearly state what it is that you're requesting. Make sure that the matter in question is appropriate. I've listed 2 examples here that are most commonly seen in the RFR space, which is a major to minor classification or a standard to priority classification. Next, ensure that the RFR process is the appropriate path. Now, as an example, there are instances where applicants may receive a major CRL, solely major, due to a facility deficiency, which may be best suited via the reclassification of facility-based major CRL amendment, as opposed to the RFR process. Make sure you determine which path is right for you and for your situation. Provide a brief but comprehensive statement of the matter that you request to be resolved. In major to minor classifications, it's not enough to simply state you want reconsideration of minor because it doesn't require a large expenditure of FDA resources and time. Make sure you're making robust points to the agency for consideration in your request. Next, make sure, again, and I can't harp on this more, make sure you look at the RFR guidance and address all the components outlined within the content and format section of the RFR guidance. And again, no new information in your RFR requests, just to make sure that that information isn't included because the original signatory did not consider that information at the time of regulatory action. Lastly, refer to the final guidance for industry request for reconsiderations at the division level under GDF. October 2024 was the time that it went final. And at that time, the current thinking is to follow that final guidance and submit your RFRs based on the information that you see there. Now that I'm approaching the conclusion of my presentation, I think it's a good time to test your knowledge one last time. So I'll start. Which one of the following will not result in an RFR not accepted letter? A, new information, new analysis. B, does contain the information specified in the bulleted list in the content and format section. C, not submitted as a separate amendment. Or D, advice given to applicants in meetings or teleconferences. Any takers for A? No. Takers for B? I heard a B. Yeah, all right. Got a lot of hands for that one. Takers for C? No. And my assumption is no takers for D? All right. You guys are all correct. B is the answer. When you do have an RFR that does contain the information specified in the bullet list in the content format section of RFR guidance, and also meet the remaining criteria within that guidance, you should receive an RFR accepted letter. Now here I've just given several links just to resources in the event that you're ready to submit a request for reconsideration. Final guidance link is listed here. And I've also included the GDF 3 commitment letter as it outlines the congressional metrics involved with the request for reconsideration. Now, in summary, RFRs can be found acceptable for FDA evaluation if we keep in mind the following. Follow that RFR guidance and especially the content and format section. Make sure that you guys are submitting RFRs for an appropriate matter. Refer to the RFR final guidance for assistance. And lastly, addressing these areas of improvement will reduce the administrative burden, not only for the agency, but also for industry. To submit an RFR and have it not accepted and then have to subsequently submit it again is something that we want to reduce and mitigate the risk of. And so my hope is that through this presentation, we'll see an increase in more RFR accepted letters the first time around. So thank you so much for your time. As I mentioned to Brenda, I am a first-time SBIer, and so I'm thankful to be here. I look forward to answering any questions that you may have during the Q&A panel. Now I'd like to introduce our next presenter, Yi Zhang from Office of Bioequivalence.
So thank you, Dr. Xin, for the great presentation, and good morning, everyone. So again, thank you very much for joining today's workshop. So my name is Yi Zhang. I'm from OJT Office of Bioequivalence, Division 3. So the topic I would like to share today is request for reconsideration and GDF 3 overview and experience from a bioequivalence perspective. I I think there might be some overlap from Dr. Xin's talk earlier. However, here I'm trying to give you an overview, regarding like how OB review the RFR request from a B perspective. So these are the learning objectives. Hopefully by the end of this presentation, you'll be able to define what is a RFR request for reconsideration, and also understand FDA's process for reviewing and responding to a RFR, including like our current perspective and experience when OB reviewing a RFR. So this is my disclaimer. So firstly, let's look at what is a RFR and why it is needed. So as outlined in FDA guidance, RFR at divisional level. So RFR refers to a procedure between FDA and ANDA applicants to resolve the scientific and regulatory issue or matters. So also as per GDF 3 commitment letter, so the applicant may pursue a request for reconsideration within assessment discipline at divisional level or original signatory authority as needed. So actually last year, so 2 FDA guidance were revised and published related to RFR. So the first guidance is ANDA submission amendment to abbreviate new drug application under GDUFA, which is finalized in September last year. The next one is request for is RFR at divisional level. So this one is finalized in October last year. So for the first guidance, RFR at divisional level, it was initially published back in 2017, GDUFA 2, and now the current version is to reflect the GDUFA 3 updates. So in this guidance, provide some recommendations to ANDA applicants when and how to pursue a RFR within the review discipline. So other information provided in this guidance, including what is appropriate matter for RFR, and also what is FDA's timeline and procedures for reviewing and responding to RFR. The other guidance revised last year was the ANDA amendment submission guidance, and in this guidance, there's a section regarding RFR of major amendment classification. So some other information discussed in this guidance, including like how to classify the ANDA amendment as major or minor, and also the corresponding assessment goal days and the GDUFA 3. So in this guidance, a potential major B deficiency also provided from across different review disciplines. So now, I will give you a brief introduction, like the process for reviewing and responding RFR. So as Dr. Xin explained earlier, so when a RFR is filed to FDA, so this RFR will be triaged or assigned to our RPM first, and RPM will conduct an initial assessment, like how whether it is acceptable or not acceptable for further review by FDA. So the review discipline will be consulted at this stage. Depends on the nature of the questions. So next, so if this RFR is considered acceptable or not acceptable, then a letter will be issued, and applicant will be informed for the reasons why it is not acceptable. However, if this RFR is considered acceptable for further review, then it will be triaged to the review discipline. For example, if the question is related to BE issue or B deficiencies, then these are then Office of Bioequivalence will review and determine whether this request can be granted or denied. So in general, under GDF 3, FDA will provide final grant deny decision letter in 30 days. So in these slides, I would show you the information of RFR complete by Office of Bioequivalence. The survey data was collected based on the fiscal years from 2017 to 2024 for GDF 2 and GDF 3 so far. So you can see the total number of RFR reviewed by OB per year, very high volume at the beginning of this program, and then gradually decreased. Now it's pretty stable around 20 to 30 applications per year reviewed by OB. So based on the breakdown data of subcategory, accept versus not acceptable, or grant versus deny. So most of the RFR request has been accepted by reviewed by OB. And also, if you look at the ratio of grant to deny, so it kind of change year by year. So here in this slides, I would like to show you the accumulated data for the RFR review by OB from the past 7 years. So the totally 235 requests have been triaged and reviewed by OB. So for 33% of the request, the applicant request has been granted, but 60% of them were denied by OB. So if you look at the appeal reasons, so most of the reasons for the RFR request are the reclassification request from major to minor, which account for 96% of the RFR. Yes, the subcategory. Subcategory for the reclassifications, including like reclassification of major CRL or reclassification of a major amendment. And OB also received some requests to reconsider BE deficiencies and other reasons, for example, downgrade the T code from A to B. So this slide is a little bit busier. As I mentioned, like major RFR review by OB are reclassification requests from major to minor for either major CRL or major amendment. So for this reason, I list here the potential major BE deficiencies, which were outlined in AND's amendment submission guidance. So I'm not going to read one by one for this list. But one thing I would like to highlight here, so this is just an examples and non-exhaustive list. So there could be some other deficiencies also considered as major, and even they are not in this list. So also the determination of the major or minor deficiency will be the judgment of the review assessment discipline. So in general, if a RFR classification will advise the applicant, the RFR classification will advise whether a CRL response is classified as major or minor. However, FDA may change the classification of CRL response based on the content of the amendment. So next, I will introduce you some case studies and to help you understand what is the expectation from when OB review this RFR request. So the first case is the RFR request reclassification of CRL deficiency from major to minor. So based on our original assessment, so the CRL deficiency was classified as major due to a failed in vitro B study. And a new B study was requested, and in the RFR response, the applicant, they actually reconducted the data analysis using a different approach, and also claimed the original study is still adequate. For this reason, so the original deficiency should be classified as minor, not major. However, based on OB's assessment, this RFR is not considered acceptable because the reanalysis of the previous submit data is considered as new information. So for this reason, we recommend the applicant to submit the new information as a CRL amendment. So the key consideration from this case is applicants should not submit new information as part of RFR because FDA's decision must be based on the same information that was used to make the original decision. Also, FDA consider new information, a new analysis of previous submitted information as the new information. So case 2 is a RFR request, reclassification of the CRL amendment from major to minor. So in this case, the B deficiency was classified as major due to the inadequate in vivo B study, and a new B study was requested in the CRL letter. So as a response, the applicant, they submit a CRL amendment with additional information to justify the original B study is still adequate. However, based on our B assessment, these justifications, including the modeling data, are considered as significant new data, new information, which needs substantial assessment, including a potential consultation to other offices. So for this reason, OB determined to uphold the initial decision. So the CRL amendment was still classified major. So the key takeaway from this case is the major classification of amendment should be based on the determination of FDA that the content of the information of data will require extensive assessment. So case 3 is also a RFR request for reclassify the CRL amendment from major to minor. So in this CRL, the applicant was asked to conduct a new B study due to the quality issue. Because the original biobatch was considered not acceptable, that was used the original B study. So the difference from this case from the last case is in the response, the applicants, they actually successfully addressed the quality concern. And also they submit additional supportive information and data, and those part of data will be reviewed by OPQ. However, from B perspective, it is now considered as minor because there's no new B study is needed. So for this reason, so OB agreed to reclassify this CRL amendment from major to minor, and the GDF code will be revised accordingly. So the key takeaway from this case is OB may grant RFR major to minor that no substantial information is submitted in the amendment to require extensive assessment by OB. But the acceptability of justification will be reviewed during the scientific assessment of this amendment. So now let's move on to the first challenge questions. So if the B deficiency are issued as major in a DRL letter, So can the applicant submit RFR to request reclassification of this DRL from major to minor? Yes or no? So the answer is no. So the main reason is because the DRL letter is only considered as a advice letter, not a regulatory action taken by FDA. So for this reason, so DRL is not eligible for a RFR request. So the second challenge question, which of the following statement is true? First one, FDA will schedule and conduct TCON and decide 90% of such classification requests within 30 days of the receipt date. One request for reconsideration submit within seven calendar days from the date of the regular action taken by FDA. B, an applicant may request a change in the assessment classification at any time during the assessment cycle. C, the major B deficiency must be listed in the amendment and the submission amendment. D, if eligible requests cannot be resolved through RFR at the divisional level, so if the applicant may pursue a formal dispute resolution above the divisional level. So which one is not true? The answer is C. I think, as I mentioned earlier, so the B deficiencies listed in this guidance is just some examples. That is a non-exhaustive list. So any deficiencies, other deficiencies could be also classified as major, even they are not in that list. So these are my summary and key takeaway. So RFR is a procedure between FDA and the AND applicant to resolve scientific and regulatory issues or matters. So based on our experiences, most of RFR received and reviewed by OP are all the reclassification requests from major to minor for either major CRL or major amendment. A non-exhaustive list, so the deficiency list in this AND submission guidance is just a non-exhaustive list. And all initial amendment classification and any changes to those classifications will be made at FDA's discretion. Typically, a CRL classification will advise whether a CRL amendment is major or minor. However, FDA may change its classification based on the content of the amendment reviewed on a case-by-case basis. The last one, FDA will inform the applicant for the detailed reasons if RFR is not acceptable to review or being denied. So last but not least, so I would thank our division and office management for their valuable feedback and support. So this is conclude my section. Now I will get it back to Dr. Brenda. Thank you.
Mike, yes. Okay, thank you. Let's welcome our session speakers for the panel, please. And as they do that, as you know, we're running a little late. We'll see how the panel runs. If it does, support it, we'll end at 10:55 and start a break at 10:55 and come back at 11:15. But let's see how it goes. So the plan is for people in-house to come up to the two mics here, please. Jeff, I think these mics are behind the columns, behind the posts. We can't see them. And online, please submit your questions. What we'll do in-house, we'll take questions from both microphones. You're allowed one backup question at that time. And then if you have repeat questions, you can do it. And after the in-house questions, we'll go to online questions, and Corey will navigate those questions for us. So let's start in-house. Any questions in-house, please? Come up to the mics. Don't be shy. This is an opportunity that may not be repeated. So let's see. All right, here's a person who has been with us since 2010, most times since 2010. Please, your question.
Yes, I appreciate the opportunities that SBIA puts out for us to have these meetings.
Thank you.
One of my questions is related to the missed goal date communications, and are those typically done for just on the first cycle review, or will those communications come like if you're in the second review cycle or additional review cycles?
Thank you. So high level, the question is, when do we engage with the missed goal date communications? It's not limited to the first cycle. Anytime we miss a goal date and even carries into PASs and those type of things, that we'll be reaching out and communicating with the applicants.
Thank you.
Someone is bravely advanced into a mic. Question, please.
Yeah, hi, Ted. This is a follow-up to this missed goal date. We understand the agency is communicating with us when they are missing the goal date, and they tell us because of some complex issue, we are still reviewing it and we'll get back to you. We may be missing the goal date. My request is if they tell us what is this complex issue is, because we are in suspense what happened to our application. So I know the complex issues could be still under review at agency level, but at least they can share us some information it's related to what. Because when management asks us what is the issue, we have nothing to say. We say, okay, this is complex issue. Thank you.
So the high level question is trying to communicate more. And that's exactly what the transparency program and the pilot is all about. I won't say that every situation we can disclose the nature of the issue, but the goal clearly is to try to get together, determine when it's at all possible and communicate that. And so certainly more and more information should be flowing from the project managers. If you haven't had a discussion recently on the application, then I suggest that you start with contacting the regulatory project manager, and then he or she can see what can be provided to you. If it is one of these unique cases where nothing else can be said, they may be able to sort of explain it in that context. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to online, please.
All right, this first question is for Ted. Is the transparency pilot only offered to specific companies, or is it offered to all?
This question has to do with the scope of the transparency pilot. It's offered to anybody who's in that missed goal date space. And again, there may be certain cases where we will start communicating in advance of the missed goal date.
Thank you for that. My next question for you, Ted. Can there be more than one point of contact listed in the 356H where the RPM could be a follow-up with a backup contact?
Not sure I heard all of it. It has to do with the backup contact. The regulatory project manager, if he or she is not there, then they do a very good job of sort of denoting who's covering for them. And then we also post sort of a listing of the regulatory project managers and their structure. So if you're not hearing from the project manager, the person's out on extended leave, you certainly can contact their designated sort of alternative, or there's a team leader denoted, and certainly you can go up the supervisory chain too. But start with that project manager and their coverage and work your way up. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the question in-house, please.
Yeah, hi, this is regarding the missing goal dates communication. So as per the GDF 3 plan, review plan, there was a commitment or a indication that mid-cycle review status will be updated. So on some of the ANDAs, we are not receiving the mid-cycle around 5 months. What is the status of the review? Maybe if it is communicated in time, maybe if anything, actions can be taken from our side to miss the goal dates, that can be taken.
Make sure I'm understanding. You're asking about the mid-cycle communication?
Yeah. mid-cycle review status?
Oftentimes, the mid-cycle communication, we're looking at a case where we're in the first cycle of the application. Brand new applications in that first cycle do have some extra communication points built in depending on the type of product. In those cases, there will be the opportunity for applicants to choose type of mid-cycle communication, standard, which is a little bit more of a status update, or there can be the selection of an enhanced mid-cycle communication meeting to get a little bit more input into what's happening with the assessment team. If you're bringing that up in the context of the missed goal dates, oftentimes that's too early in the cycle. There certainly may be some exceptions, but usually you're having that meeting because you've already received the last of the discipline review letters in the first cycle. There's sort of a commitment for both the quality and bioequivalence disciplines to communicate out to you by sort of the mid-cycle plus 1 month. It's the receipt of that that then sort of triggers the mid-cycle communication. So if there is something obvious that's going to cause the missed goal date, that can be flagged in those discussions, but I think that would be rare that early in the cycle.
Thank you.
Okay, something I forgot to mention at the top of the panel session, we will restrict our questions to the content that was presented, and I know sometimes the questions can get pretty specific. At that point, we won't be able to address it because we want to address questions that are beneficial to the entire audience. Okay, anyone else in-house? Please, 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 I'm begging you, this is the opportunity. You came here, you took the effort to come in. So questions, please. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question more on approvals. We've been getting approvals from the agency, but we've been noticing that some of the approval letters have been, they've been approved on a certain date, but we've been receiving them 3-4 weeks later. So could you shed some light on that?
I'm not sure I'm capturing the question.
So we've been receiving the approval letters, and
Okay.
they've been dated a certain date, but we've been receiving them actually email receiving it 4 or 5 weeks later. So not sure if there is a reason for the delay.
Okay. When the agency issues an approval on a generic drug application, the regulatory project manager will be issuing the approval that day. It's very rare that it would even sort of extend into the next morning, but if you're seeing a delay, you can certainly contact the regulatory project manager. I don't know, Joe, if you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, it would be, as Ted said, it would be unusual for one to receive that approval letter that far out. Typically, it's sent over via email to the applicant. If you've been provided clearance phase notifications of endorsements for that, and you already know what and you know that you're receiving some kind of approval type of action, I would just reach out to your RPM just to make sure what's going on with that. But yeah, same day, next morning is what I would expect.
Yeah, typically that was the case, but lately we just noticed. That's why we were a bit curious on that. That's why. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Online question, please.
So this next question is for Dr. Shin. Should an RFR be submitted as its own amendment or with the response to deficiencies?
As I mentioned in the presentation, you want to make sure that you submit your RFRs as separate standalone submissions. Some of the reasoning behind that is because it makes it easier for us to also identify whether new information is included or not. When you're submitting it with your CRL responses or your IR DRL responses, it makes it very difficult. And so as a point, separating it out makes it easier for the agency as well. So doing it separately would be my response to that.
Next online.
Thank you. My next question for Dr. Shin. If I receive a not accepted letter for my RFR submission, would I be able to resubmit another RFR?
Yes. And applicants are not restricted to just the one time of submitting an RFR request. If they've received the not accept letter, they have the ability to resubmit again. Again, the big thing here is to make sure that you're minimizing the administrative burden both on the agency as well as the industry. So to get it right the first time goes a long way so that they get to the reviewers as well as the original signatory authority to get you that closer to a decision on your matter that you're requesting reconsideration for.
Thank you. And the in-house.
Hi, good morning, Ted. Just one question for you. So if a missed goal date is because of a program error, is that communicated to the applicant, and what can an applicant do to kind of not, like, kind of miss the goal date by a large period of time? How can it be expedited?
The question has to do with the missed goal dates because of a program error. Those are errors that are sort of internal, where the agency had mistriaged the application. And again, put a little advertisement out there. The cover letter attachment can help minimize those. Certainly, if we have one of those, we will communicate to the applicant, here's what's happening. We didn't complete the assessment of this particular study. We've talked to the disciplines that are responsible for that study. They think they'll be done, and then we will give you the anticipated completion date for that particular project. So again, it starts with the regulatory project manager to sort of walk through that scenario with you.
Thank you, Ted. You're very popular. Next in-house question, please.
For instances where salts are no longer appropriate placebos, and you may have a generic that's being tested against the biologic, either the generic for the same initial purpose or a generic off-label against the biologic for bioequivalence studies, which subgroup from FDA would you all want those applications submitted to?
That's really not for this forum, and we have to see a little bit more about the product itself. If you think you have a potential generic application and you're trying to get confirmation, there's a lot of information on the web that helps separate out what's a generic, what's not a generic. If you really think that you have a potential generic drug, then you may be able to submit a controlled correspondence to lock that in a little bit more.
Thank you. Let's go to online, please. We reserve you for the next time. Online, please.
Yes, this question is for Dr. Zhang. What are considered as major amendments other than the CRL for RFR considerations?
Can you repeat, please?
Of course. What are considered as major amendments other than CRL for RFR consideration? And when else would you receive a major amendment?
So I think the question is regarding like DRL and major amendment and major CRL. So you know the first thing we can do is the classification of the major deficiency. I'm just going to move a little closer.
Is it on?
You can go ahead. Could you answer again, please?
Okay.
We didn't quite hear.
So I think the question is regarding like DRL, how to classify the DRL deficiency and the CRL deficiency or major amendment. So the first thing we do, is, after we received our original submission, so we conduct our review and have issued the deficiency. So in that part, so we will based on the deficiency, the nature of deficiency, we will classify it as major or minor. That is the DRL part. And then after, you submit the response to DRL response. And then in that case, if the issue has been resolved, then it's gone. But however, if the deficiency is still there, and based on the classification and the nature of the issues, and you can see from the AND amendment submission guidance. So if the deficiency classification is still there and considered as major, then we will issue the major CRL, and after, if the deficiency has been issued as a major, whatever is major DRL or major CRL, and after the amendment or response came back, so it will be classified as major or minor as issued in the DRL or CRL. And at that stage, when the response or amendment came back and the classification already been there is major or minor, and at that stage, you can also submit a request, RFR request, to reclassify this amendment. Thank you.
Could I also piggyback on that response to that question as well? Outside of just RFRing a major CRL, there are other ways that an RFR could come in for a major. If you submit an unsolicited amendment and you receive some kind of acknowledgement letter that states that that unsolicited amendment was deemed major, an applicant would have the ability to RFR that acknowledgement letter that states the major amendment. So that would be another avenue where an RFR could come in for a major. I want to also add, just as Dr. Zhang mentioned in his presentation, he's absolutely correct. IRs and DRLs are not regulatory actions. But as I mentioned in my presentation, you can't RFR an IR or a DRL, which is the reason why you need to wait to receive the acknowledgement letter. It's at the acknowledgement letter stage where an amendment is deemed major or minor. And at that point, you could request reconsideration for those particular items.
Yeah, I want to follow on that, because while we consider DRL, you cannot just request reclassification for DRL, as Dr. Shin mentioned, because it is not considered as a regulatory action taken by FDA. However, what you can do, because the nature of the DRL, it is only a temporary. It is the purpose of the DRL is just trying to communicate the deficiency, the possible deficiency, some preliminary thoughts on possible deficiencies. So for that reason, it is not like eligible for a RFR request. What you can do is, you can submit a DRL response first, and after you receive the acknowledgement letter, and then you can ask reclassification, reclassify the DRL response from major to minor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both. I so enjoy these questions where we have multiple participation from the panel. Quite interesting. I hope the person who had a question online got quite a lot of information. Okay, let's go in-house, please.
Good morning. Thank you for the meeting. As a U.S. agent for company, the most frequent question that I receive from my sponsor is that, will FDA extend the timeline to respond to our question after restructuring the FDA system? So my question is that, do you expect to be more missed goal date during the coming year because of the FDA restructuring? Or no?
Do you have a question that's not pertinent to restructuring? Did you want to answer? Did anyone want to answer that, Ted?
I can just say that the agency is fully committed to doing everything possible to continue to advance the program and continue to meet all of the goal dates it has. Obviously, with each application, different things can arise. Some of those arise on FDA's end. We had a question about things that were sort of missed kind of program errors. Other times there's goals that are missed because of things that happen on the applicant's end. So the best thing you can do is really just make sure that you prepare your application correctly. You're telling us the story of your application. So if you want to prevent a missed goal date, make sure that story is very clear. Use the attachment cover letter sheet. That will help us understand what your story is and get those pieces out to the right people. And then if you're in a position where you have reached the point where you're receiving what we just spoke about, the information requests or the discipline review letters, or even reach the point where you have a complete response letter, make sure that you thoroughly respond to those. It's not a race. Getting it back in with us, if it's not done right, is not going to help your overall cause. So do it right, make sure it's clear. And again, you want to show that you've done everything. If you have a sloppy response or you're missing some of the questions, not only can it delay our acceptance, but think about the story you're telling the reviewer. You're showing that you're not careful with your product. You're going to set the reviewer kind of on edge. Right? They're going to be more focused then on your application than maybe they were when it was originally coming up into their workload. So we will continue to work as hard as possible, and we want you to continue to give us the quality submissions. Thank you.
Excellent answer. And in-house? Okay.
And just a clarification on Dr. Shin, what you were saying. Once we get CRL, we respond to, that's a major, we respond, and then once we get the acknowledgement letter, then we submit request for reconsideration. That's what you're recommending, right?
Yes.
So, but in the guidelines, it's written, once you receive a CRL, within 7 calendar days, we submit the request for reconsideration. So,
To answer that question, I want to say there's 2 avenues of how you could address a CRL. The first that you mentioned, CRL is issued, a major CRL, say as an example. An applicant would have 7 days in order to submit an RFR from the CRL date. Another avenue that an applicant may be able to take is to respond to that CRL. And upon sending that response in and receiving an acknowledgement letter, then the applicant is able to also have another time point of submitting an RFR for that acknowledgement letter of that CRL response. So you essentially have 2 points in being able to do that. And the RFR guidance does outline that by giving you those 2 scenarios.
mm-hmm. So when we submit the response to CRL, in that response, can we make the request for reconsideration?
No, as I mentioned before, standalone submissions for RFRs. So if you're going to respond, go ahead and respond, then submit your RFR. If you want to wait for your acknowledgement letter to come in and then respond, and then RFR, that's fine too.
Fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're up on our time, so no more questions from online. Let's meet back here at 11:15, please. If you have questions for the panel, please try to catch them before they leave the premises. Thank you to our panel. Okay, let's get out to our seats. It's nice to see so many people engage in social activity, but let's get to our seats so we can stay on schedule, please. Okay, I hate to be the party pooper, but let's go. Don't forget we have 5 o'clock this afternoon. You can do all this networking 5 o'clock this afternoon. Okay, so to start our next session, I'll just introduce all our speakers again. This time we have 3 speakers. And I'll go ahead and introduce our additional panelist, who is not represented on this slide just yet. So to start off with, we'll have Stella Chan, Dr. Stella Chan, who will be speaking about best practices for generic drug labeling. Dr. Chan will be followed, Dr. Chan is a pharmacist from the Division of Labeling Review within the Office of Generic Drugs. Then she will be followed by Dr. Nuri Tawab. And Dr. Tawab is with the stakeholder engagement team in the Division of Prevention, Communication, and Public Engagement at the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. He is speaking here today in his capacity of his previous role at the Office of Pharmaceutical Quality as a regulatory business process manager. So nothing about SAMHSA, right, Nuri? Okay, and then that's going to be followed by Dr. Susan Fan, who is a pharmacist with the Division of Legal and Regulatory Support within the Office of Generic Drug Policy. And joining us for the panel would be Dr. Heather Strandberg, who is a pharmacist also of the Division of Legal and Regulatory Support. So let's welcome our first speaker, Dr. Chan. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda, and good morning, everyone. So as Brenda mentioned, my name is Stella Chan, and I am in the Division of Labeling Review. Today, I have the pleasure of going over some of the best practices for generic drug labeling. So my presentation will be divided into 3 parts to cover my learning objectives. First, I will go over best practices to update ANDA labeling following revision of the approved labeling of a reference listed drug, or the RLD. Then I will review best practices for addressing patents and exclusivities as it relates to generic drug labeling. And last, I will provide updates on current best practices on distributing electronic labeling. So let's jump right into an overview on updating ANDA labeling following revision of the RLD labeling. First, some background. Generic drugs are required to have the same labeling as the RLD, except for differences allowed per the regulations, such as those differences approved under a suitability petition, differences due to different manufacturers, omission of information protected by patent or exclusivity, or revisions made to comply with FDA labeling guidelines or other guidance. Applicants are expected to update labeling at the earliest time possible after the FDA has approved labeling for the corresponding RLD. Labeling for discontinued and non-marketed ANDAs that are not withdrawn must also update their labeling to be the same as the most recently approved RLD labeling. If the RLD has been withdrawn for reasons other than safety or effectiveness, the labeling for the pending and marketed ANDA products may still need to be updated to reflect changes that would have been necessary had the NDA not been withdrawn. The guidance titled Updating ANDA Labeling After the Marketing Application for the Reference Listed Drug Has Been Withdrawn describes this process. In January 2006, the FDA published a final rule known as the Physician Labeling Rule, or PLR, which amended the requirements for the content and formatting of drug labeling. This final rule is being implemented in stages, and therefore, it is important to note that generic drugs must update their labeling to be in PLR format when the RLD labeling is updated to be in the approved PLR format. PLR format labeling communicates accurate and up-to-date information on the safe and effective use of drugs, reduces the number of adverse reactions resulting from medication errors due to misunderstood or incorrectly applied drug information, and it makes the prescribing information more accessible for use with electronic prescribing tools and other electronic information resources. Now, since it is the applicant's responsibility to monitor for RLD labeling changes, you all might be wondering where to find this information. Applicants should routinely monitor drugs at FDA, which lists recently approved RLD labeling. Applicants may also choose to subscribe to CDER's listserv, which provides email updates on new approvals and announcements related to labeling. This slide will go over how to submit ANDA labeling changes made to be in accordance with the RLD labeling. For unapproved ANDAs, applicants should submit labeling changes in an amendment following the recommendations outlined in the guidance titled ANDA Submissions Amendments to Abbreviated New Drug Applications under GDUFA. For tentatively approved ANDAs, applicants should submit labeling changes in an amendment to the tentatively approved application. For recommendations on the timing of the amendment to enable final approval, refers to the guidance titled ANDA Submissions, Amendments, and Requests for Final Approval to Tentatively Approved ANDAs. For approved ANDAs, applicants should submit labeling changes to conform to RLD labeling as a CBE supplement. Additional recommendations can be found in the FDA guidance titled Changes to an Approved NDA or ANDA. And that brings us to my first challenge question. Which of the following resources should be used to find the last approved labeling for the RLD? Is it A, DailyMed, B, the Orange Book, C, drugs at FDA, or D, the USP National Formulary? I'll give some time for everyone to think about this one. And for those here in the room with me, please raise your hand if you think that the answer is A, DailyMed, B, the Orange Book, C, drugs at FDA, or D, USP National Formulary. So for those who answered C, that is the correct answer. Drugs at FDA lists approved labeling, approval letters, and other information for drug products, which should be used to find the most recently approved RLD labeling. Next, I will go over best practices for addressing patents and exclusivities. But before I do so, I'd like to add a disclaimer that this section will only go over addressing patents and exclusivities as it relates to generic drug labeling. First, a quick overview of patent certifications. If there are no patents listed in the Orange Book, or if the patents have expired, the applicant must submit one of the following: a paragraph 1 certification that the patent information has not been filed, a paragraph 2 certification that the patent has expired, or a statement that there are no relevant patents. For each unexpired patent listed in the Orange Book, the applicant must provide the patent number and submit one of the following: a paragraph 3 certification that the applicant will not enter the market until the listed patent expires, a paragraph 4 certification that the patent is invalid, unenforceable, or will not be infringed by the manufacturer, use, or sale of the drug product for which the application is submitted for, or a Section 8 statement that the method of use patent does not claim a proposed indication or other condition of use. Applicants must address any new timely filed patent use codes when added to an existing patent with either a new paragraph 3 or a paragraph 4 certification or a new Section 8 statement. And this bullet point is important. Reference to a previously submitted certification is not sufficient. When it comes to addressing exclusivities for approved ANDAs, new labeling carve-outs due to exclusivities should be submitted as a prior approval supplement. Labeling carve-outs to align with an agency-issued BPCA template should be submitted as a CBE supplement. And applicants should remember that in addition to submitting revised labeling for any carve-outs, the submission should also include a statement addressing the new exclusivity or exclusivities to clearly state their intent. Listed on this slide are some of the recommendations when addressing patents and exclusivities to potentially reduce review cycles. Include a screenshot of the Orange Book listing patents and exclusivities for the RLD. Submit a patent and exclusivity table under Module 1.3.5 listing how each patent and exclusivity is addressed. Certifications or statements should include references to patent use codes if applicable. And ensure that all patent certifications and exclusivity statements are congruent amongst themselves and with the proposed labeling. For example, if a Section 8 statement is submitted for a patent use code or an exclusivity claims that the protected information will be carved out, then the labeling submitted should not include the protected information. And that brings us to my second challenge question. Is the following patent certification acceptable? Firm previously submitted a paragraph 4 certification with respect to patent 1234567. The firm hereby states that we intend to extend its paragraph 4 certification to the newly listed patent use code U1234. Give some time for you all to think this one through. And for those here in the room with me, if you think that yes, the patent certification is acceptable, please raise your hand. Seeing none, those in favor of no. Yep, for those who answered no, you are correct. Reference to a previously listed patent certification is not sufficient. A new patent certification needs to be submitted for any new timely filed patent use codes when added to an existing patent. So moving on to my discussion on electronic labeling. Medication guides may be distributed to authorized dispensers through a website. The website should be non-promotional, and it should display a PDF of the medication guide. Please note that applicants providing the means to produce medication guides through a website, as described above, remains responsible for fulfilling the obligations per the regulation to produce the medication guide in sufficient numbers. Labeling revisions to allow for electronic medication guides may be submitted as a CBE supplement, provided that that is the only change being made to the labeling components. If other changes are needed to the labeling, then those changes will need to be submitted under the appropriate reporting category. A statement should be added to the immediate container label and carton labeling for the dispenser to identify the website for the electronic medication guide, such as a statement, dispense with medication guide available at, and then the URL, or dispense the medication guide provided separately to each patient on the principal display panel with the URL found on the side panel. Remember to ensure that the link or QR code is correctly listed and operational. And this last bullet point is an update to our previous thinking. A statement to print the medication guide should not be included in the prescribing information or in the medication guide itself, since such a statement is intended for the dispenser and not intended for the prescriber or the patient. For prescribing information, it is acceptable to provide the PI in an electronic format in addition to providing a printed copy. It is not acceptable to discontinue printing the PI and substitute a website URL in its place. As per the regulation listed, prescription drug labeling should contain the prescribing information required and in the format specified. Similar to the previous slide, it is acceptable to provide patient labeling such as the patient information leaflet in an electronic format in addition to providing a printed copy. It is not acceptable to discontinue printing the patient labeling with substituting a URL in its place. As per the regulation listed here, patient labeling must be printed immediately following the PI or otherwise accompany the drug product. And that brings us to my final challenge question. The proposal to distribute an electronic medication guide via the addition of a URL to the container and carton labeling with no other changes may be submitted as A, an annual report, B, a CBE supplement, or C, a prior approval supplement. For those who think that the answer is A, an annual report, please raise your hand. How about B, a CBE supplement? C, prior approval supplement? So for those who answered B, a CBE supplement, you are correct. Labeling revisions to allow for electronic medication guides may be submitted as a CBE supplement if that is the only change being made to the labeling components. Listed here are some of the guidances and other resources that I used or mentioned throughout this presentation. And in summary, generic drug labeling should be updated at the earliest time possible after the FDA has approved labeling for the corresponding RLD. All newly listed, timely filed patent use codes must be addressed when added to an existing patent. And it is acceptable to distribute electronic medication guides to a dispenser via a URL or QR code in lieu of printing physical copies. In closing, adherence to ANDA labeling best practices facilitates the labeling review process and enables the fulfillment of GDF 3 labeling commitments, resulting in the approval of safe and effective generic drugs for the American public. Thank you everyone so much for your attention. I'll be happy to take any questions during the Q&A panel. Thank you. And next I'd like to introduce Dr. Nuri Tawwab.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Lieutenant Commander Nuri Tawwab. I'm happy to speak to you today about my experience as a process manager for OPQ. Just a little background information about me. I'm originally from Cincinnati, Ohio. I went to pharmacy school in Virginia at Hampton University. Then after I got my master's in public health from Emory University, and my concentration was prevention science. So just information about my career in government. Upon graduation, I worked at the Indian Health Service in Arizona as a senior co-step. After my 2-year commitment at the Indian Health Service, I went on to work at the Food and Drug Administration in the Office of Pharmaceutical Quality. As one of the many offices in CEDAR, the mission is to assure the quality of medicines for the country. So in regulatory terms, we say quality. We are talking about the foundations that allow patients and consumers to have confidence in the safety and effectiveness of their medication. This includes supporting a program across all sites of manufacturing, domestic or foreign, across all human drug product areas, including new drugs, biologics, generics, and over-the-counter. In OPQ, we follow a team-based integral assessment quality model with the RBPMs managing the approval process from the quality aspect, and that's what I'll be speaking about. So as a process manager in OPQ, our main job is to be the point of contact for sending and receiving communication between the FDA and drug firms. I will explain this in detail later, but the communication. Oh, thank you. I will explain later in detail, but the communication would be what is called information request letters. These are letters I send out to the firm and that a specific drug discipline assessor contributes to, which includes questions they may come across that need to be answered before they continue their review. For clarification today, when I say assessors, I'm speaking about drug reviewers. So in addition to information request process, managers also send DRL letters, which you're aware of. These are letters that all disciplines must contribute to halfway through their review cycle. It gives the firms an update on where we are in the review application. In addition to communicating with external stakeholders like drug firms, I'm also managing the life cycle of applications in our integrated quality assessment model, or IQA. IQA teams consist of an ATL, an RBPM, our discipline assessors, and additional technical advisors as needed. And the review disciplines may include drug substance, drug product, facility, microbiology, biopharmaceutics, any RA investigators. As stated before, GDUFA, or the Generic Drug User Fee Amendment, is a law signed to speed up the delivery of safe and effective drugs to the public, improving the predictability of the review process. It was built on the assumption that FDA would receive about 750 abbreviated new drug applications, or ANDAs, per year. ANDAs are the primary workload driver of the program. Over the first 4 years of GDUFA 1, we started at which we started in 2012, and the receipts averaged about 1,000 per year. To address the increased workload, FDA hired additional staff, including process managers, and spent about $430 million in the final year of GDUFA 1 in order to maintain FDA's current productivity and implement negotiated improvements. Industry and FDA agreed that user fees would be about $493 million annually, adjusted each year for inflation. So on September 30th, 2022, the president signed a bill authorizing GDUFA 3 through September 30th, 2027. For the current GDUFA 3 cycle, the goal is to bring about new enhancements to the program that are designed to maximize the efficiency and utility of each assessment cycle, with the intent to reduce the number of assessment cycles for these ANDAs. Now, GDUFA 2 is where we saw the details of the assessment timeline come into effect. In this time, the goal was to review the application in 10 months, with the first 60 days giving the agency time to confirm that the drug companies have submitted a complete application. Now, with GDUFA 3 implementation, there were negotiations made through the review process. Some examples included assessing and acting on 90% of standard original ANDAs within 10 months of the date of the submission. Another important change was how we handle correspondence from the firm. See, under GDUFA 2 framework, correspondence seeking regulatory or scientific advice after issuing a CR letter was considered a general correspondence. Now with GDUFA 3, these type of correspondence can be submitted as a control correspondence. A control correspondence, a control correspondence is a communication submitted to FDA or on behalf of a generic drug manufacturer or related industry requesting information about a specific element of a generic drug development or a certain post-approval submission requirement. With GDUFA 3, the submission of life cycle information request letters could lead to an extension of a go date. Now, some firms may have pushed back on that because they felt that this extension would not allow them to arrive at the expected date of their review. But actually, it helps the agency continue to review the application and without having the firm resubmit the application and starting the clock over. Now let's look at the scope of my work as a process manager. When an application has been sent to OPQ, the review is triaged to one of the 30 teams. Every team has 2 to 3 RBPMs who manage an average of 20 to 25 assessors at a time. Each team has an assessor for drug product, manufacturing, microbiology, and biopharmaceutics, and DMF, or drug substance file. Depending on the application, some of all of the disciplines are needed. A process manager, we must look at the type of drug submitted and assign a specific assessor that will review the application. If you look at the chart, you will see alignment team 1 and 2 at the top. Below, there are RBPMs that manage the assessors. Senior pharmaceutical quality assessors, or we call SPQAs, and ATLs under each alignment team. As you go further down, you'll see the assessors for drug product and other disciplines below it. These are the assessors who process managers have to choose from when assigning into our tracking system called Panorama, which I'll discuss later. So after we have assigned a reviewer into Panorama, we must also manage the workload of the assessor as process managers. We do this via a couple of tools. One is the Excel sheet we have here. For example, here is a breakdown of the alignment team 19 and 20. In the chart, the assessors are also listed, but the title is by the office. So the drug product assessors who are part of the Office of Life Cycle Products are listed by the ATL. So before I officially assign an assessor into Panorama, I look at the current workload of the assessor. My goal is to make sure there aren't assessors who have too much work compared to others. Make sure that one assessor doesn't mostly have intense sterile applications or only original applications or amendments. By having this Excel sheet, I can adequately assess the application to assign a specific assessor, preventing potential burnout. The great part of the Excel is that once I add an additional assignment, the Excel updates the total applications of assessors, total application that assessor has. As I stated before, we have a few tools that we use to track the workload and manage the life cycle of the generic drug process. One application for managing the life cycle is Panorama. Another tool that we use is called Mercado. So FDA had a serious issue at hand to manage the enormous workload of its employees. Just the Center Evaluation Research, or CEDR, alone receives about 150 new NDAs and BLA applications, about 1,600 ANDAs and 400 new INDs. Each center at the FDA receives a few thousand documents to review and has to follow a strict timeline to review and comment. To manage the workflow and streamline review outcomes, FDA launched several updates to its informatics system. One of the most important of these is called Panorama. Panorama is used for the management of core functions, such as reviewer assignments, tracking of review status and outcome, and internal team communications. This system allows tracking of a given document from the moment it arrives in CEDR until the review is completed and outcome is filed. Now I'll give you a firsthand view of Panorama. So here's a screenshot of the drug summary page of a drug application in Panorama. So once a project manager locates their application of interest, we will automatically be directed to this page in Panorama. As part of the GDF process, there are certain internal dates that we have to meet so that we can give the drug firms a response in time. The first is the quality mid-review date, or also known as QDD1. This is the date I must remind my assessors of so that they can meet the updates on where we are halfway through the 10-month review process. A second date is the QDD2, or quality due date. This is the last date the assessors have before they should complete their review so that the ATL can review. The ATL has until the owner due date, or ODD, to put the final stamp of approval on the application before it's handed off over to the Office of Generic Drugs, or OGD. From there, OGD will send a response to the drug firm by the official go date. The ODD date is very important, actually used as a measure of performance for process managers and assessors. So by not meeting this internal date, it's like not meeting the go date for us in OPQ. This project summary page that I'm showing also allows me to peek into the application at any time I want to see where my reviewers are currently in their process. I get to see if the application is at least reviewed by the primary assessor or the secondary assessor at any time. So another important part of Panorama is the application lifecycle tab. From this screen, I can see all the submissions from the firm that came in and any responses that have been sent from the agency as well. This is really important for process managers because when sending out multiple letters, we require drug firms to respond back via our electronic portal. If we do not see the application here, it's a good chance it was not submitted. We can also see if amendments came in where the drug companies may have changed their U.S. agent representative, possible changes to their 356H application, or any other important data about their application that they did not inform us via email. To track the applications, I use what Panorama calls a dashboard. With a dashboard, I can see all the applications assigned to me, the QDD date, the ODD date, the goal dates, and all together into the application. This allows me to see the most important dates about them all without having to go into each application individually. With the work request tab, I can get an alert in Panorama from someone as an alternative to them emailing me within the agency. If an assessor has finished their review and it is time for me to complete a quality check, I can be notified via work request. If I'm completing a supplement and an application, someone can assign me a simple task there as well, letting me know input is needed. And this allows the process or review to continue on an efficient way. Regulatory Business Process Manager notes section allows for me to have a small post-it note area in the project summary where I can write down important tasks about the application. Say, for instance, if I send an information request letter to the firm and it's due back in 20 days, I can leave a note here for anyone RBPM that is covering for me while I'm on leave and make sure that the process continues and the response is given efficiently to the applicant. Another tool we use for managing a workload we assign reviewers is called Mercado. This is a real-time automated reporting that enables project managers and leaders to allocate resources and understand performance relative to public and congressional commitments. It's sort of like a Google research application that allows to easily access data across multiple business domains to facilitate drug application reviews. Any application that is assigned to an assessor, it is tracked in Mercado. Earlier in the presentation, I mentioned that I use an Excel sheet to keep track of the workload I assign to assessors each time I am assigned an application. I added so that it's calculated into my assessor's workload as well. What if I'm assigning an application in Panorama, but I forget to assign it on my Excel sheet that I use to capture the information? That would not be a problem because Mercado is like a backup and will still capture this data. When keeping track of workload for assessors I manage, I also have the ability to know when goal dates are approaching for applications before assigning them to the assessor. So as a process manager, I don't just look at the intensity of the application when making a decision of which reviewer I assign the application to, but how soon the response is due back via the goal date. So I just want to end the presentation with the lessons I've learned as a process manager in OPQ that may be helpful for other process managers at your at your firm or drug firm. When hosting meetings, I try to collect names and positions of those from the drug firms and from the FDA. The best meetings are the ones with tangible solutions are received. This can be a disaster if you do not have the correct people in the meeting in attendance during the time of the meeting. Having an agenda and sticking to it is very important when leading, having an agenda and sticking to it is very important as well. When leading meetings, do not be afraid to mention that you will table a topic for later if no solution is coming quick enough. In the end, I always ask the drug firm to send their minutes to the agency so you can compare and make sure that we're all on the same thought process as the agency and between the agency and the drug firm. If you are communicating with the U.S. agent for a company, make sure it is one listed in the 356H. One of the worst things to happen is sending an important email to a firm that never received it if the U.S. agent is incorrect. Also, for tracking purposes, make sure you require that all scientific information is submitted through the CEDAR ECD portal. If a process manager and the firm were making a decision via email, there is no permanent documentation of this once the process manager leaves the office or center, unless it was submitted through the portal. When sending emails that contain letters, always ask to confirm upon receipt. As a great reminder, put a calendar invite in our email Outlook that helps you remind when applications or emails or information letters or any communications are due back. Thanks again, everyone, for listening to my presentation today. We have a Q&A session after this if you have any further questions about the role of the RBPM or process manager in the review process under GDF. Thank you. Next, I will call up Dr. Fan for a presentation.
Hi, everyone. My name is Suzanne Fan, and I am a pharmacist with the Patent and Exclusivity Team, which resides in the Division of Legal and Regulatory Support. I'm excited to be here today to discuss an important topic, minor regulatory errors with major consequences. We will cover common mistakes our team sees, especially around P4 certifications and how missing or late information can impact your application. In this presentation, we will review the requirements for proper documentation of notice of P4 certification, review patent certification requirements for ANDA submissions, and lastly, we will also go over 2 other important reminders. Today, I will highlight 3 common issues we often see that can delay FDA action on your ANDA. This isn't a complete list, but these problems come up often, and many of them relate to P4 certifications. One of the common issues we see is missing documentation of notice. In some instances, the required notice was never sent, or it was sent, but proof of receipt, such as return receipt or delivery confirmation, was not submitted. Without this documentation to demonstrate that proper notice was provided, your ANDA is considered incomplete. We also often see notices that are incomplete or contain errors. For example, the notice might omit key information such as address of the NDA or patent owner, or it may be sent to the wrong recipient. This makes it unclear whether the notice was properly given. And lastly, we see a failure to notify the FDA regarding the status of patent litigation. Each of these errors, though they might seem minor, can have major consequences and delay our ability to take timely action on your ANDA. So today, we will go over how to avoid these common pitfalls. Okay. Under 314.95E, if your original ANDA submission contains a P4 certification, you're required to send notice to each owner of the patent that is subject of the P4 certification or their designated representative, and the NDA holder. If the NDA holder does not reside or maintain a place of business within the United States, the notice must instead be sent to their attorney, agent, or authorized official. You can find this information by contacting the Orange Book. This notice must be sent within 20 days of receiving an acknowledgement letter from the FDA. Once you've sent your P4 notice, you need to make sure you submit the following documentation. First, proof that the notice was sent and received. This means providing documentation like delivery confirmation or signed receipts that shows the date the notice was received. You have 30 days from the last date the notice was received to submit this to us. Second, if the NDA or patent holder filed a lawsuit against you in response to your P4 notice, you must also let us know. So again, please make sure you submit proof of receipt within 30 days and notify us of any legal action. Failure to provide these documentations may prevent us from taking action on your ANDA. In such cases, we may issue a policy-only complete response letter until the deficiency is resolved. So what constitutes adequate documentation of notice? Again, when sending a P4 notice, you need to provide proof of both sending and delivery. To show that notice was sent, you need a receipt from registered mail, certified mail, or designated delivery service. To show that notice was delivered, you need a return receipt, signature proof of delivery, or a letter confirming receipt by the person provided the notice. If you plan to use a different type of documentation, it must be pre-approved by the FDA. Now, regarding the recipient, the return receipt needs to clearly identify the recipient. This ensures that there is no confusion about whether a recipient received the notice and when it was delivered. Again, just to be clear, the return receipt should always include a recipient. This is key to proving the notice was properly delivered. The notice itself does not need to be submitted, just documentation to show to whom it was sent and the date the notice was received. Here are examples of return receipts issued by various designated delivery services, which serve as proof of delivery. Some commonly used options include UPS, FedEx, and DHL. As a disclaimer, I am not highlighting or promoting any specific carrier over another. The key takeaway here is that whatever service is used, the return receipt must contain the necessary details to verify delivery. Here's what we look for when we're reviewing the delivery information. First, the delivery date is really important because if you get sued, we need this date to calculate the 30-month stay and to check if the lawsuit was filed within the 45-day period. And remember, this is all based on the latest return receipt, not just any receipt, but the most recent one. This only applies to the 30-month stay and not the 7.5 or 8-year exclusivity periods. Next, we need proof of signature to confirm the package was delivered. And lastly, the name of the person who received the package has to be clearly documented. This confirms that an actual recipient received it. I will now go over later listed patents and how the notice requirements for these patents are similar to or different from those that apply to the original ANDA submission. So what is a later listed patent? A later listed patent is one that is submitted for listing in the Orange Book after an ANDA has been received, but before it has been approved. For a later listed patent to be considered timely listed, it must be submitted for listing within 30 days of patent issuance. If that timing requirement is met, that patent is considered timely and you are required to address it. If you choose to submit a P4 certification to a timely later listed patent, you're required to follow the same notice requirements as an original ANDA submission. This means sending notice to the NDA and patent owner and submitting proof of receipt. However, if the patent is not timely listed, meaning it was not submitted within the 30-day window, it is considered late listed. In that case, you are not required to address the patent and the notice requirements do not apply. If you believe that the newly listed patent information is untimely within the meaning of 314.94 A12.6, please submit a justification setting forth the basis for why the patent information should be considered untimely. So similar to how new patents can be listed, an NDA holder can also submit new use codes for previously submitted patents. And if these new use codes are timely filed, it is your responsibility to address them just as you would with any newly listed patents. Another important reminder I have is, even if you've already submitted a P4 certification earlier in the process, that does not sufficiently address newly listed patent information. If new information is updated, you're required to submit new patent certification or a Section 8 statement as appropriate. If you fail to address these newly listed patents and use codes, we will consider your application incomplete. And this can, again, lead to delays in review and approval until you've properly addressed them all. So it's important to routinely check the Orange Book for updates and make sure you provide the appropriate patent certification or statement for all listed patents and use codes. Now, let's look at the key differences in the timing of sending a P4 notice for an original ANDA submission versus amendment related to later listed patent information. Again, a later listed patent is one that is submitted for listing in the Orange Book after an ANDA has been received, but before it has been approved. For an original ANDA containing a P4, you only send notice after we've issued an acknowledgement letter indicating that your application has been received and is considered substantially complete. For later listed patents, the process is different. You must send this notice at the same time you submit your amendment. Also, it's important to note that for later listed patents, a 30-month stay of approval is not available, even if the patent holder initiates a patent infringement lawsuit. So here's the key takeaway. For original ANDAs containing a P4, wait for FDA's acknowledgement letter before sending the notice. For later listed patents, send notice at the same time you submit your amendment, which contains the P4. Why does this matter? Because if you miss the required certification or fail to send notice, we may issue a policy-only complete response letter, and no further action will be taken until the issue is resolved. Now, this brings us to our first challenge question. Which of these is not an acceptable form of documentation of notice? I'll give you a few moments to think about the answer. Okay, for those of you who think the answer is A, please raise your hand. And what about B? Okay, so for those who answered B, that is the correct answer. Option B is not an acceptable form of documentation of notice because in this example, there is no confirmation that notice was signed for by a recipient. Acceptable form of documentation of notice must include proof of receipt, such as a signed return receipt or a signature record from a designated delivery service. Option A is an acceptable form of documentation of notice because it states that the notice was signed for and includes a recipient's name. Challenge question number 2. If a patent or use code is listed in the FDA's Orange Book after an ANDA has been already submitted, when must an applicant send the required notice after submitting an amendment or supplement to its ANDA that includes a P4 certification? Okay, I'll give you a few moments to think about the answer again. Okay, for those of you who thinks the answer is A, please raise your hand. Okay. B? C? How about D? Okay, the correct answer is B. For an original ANDA submission containing a P4, you only send notice after the FDA acknowledges your application for filing and determines that it is substantially complete. For later listed patents or use codes containing a P4, you must notify both the patent and NDA holder at the same time you submit your amendment. We will now go over just a few other reminders regarding docket numbers and Form 356H. Under 314.107E21, if a legal action for patent infringement is filed within 45 days of the patent holder receiving a P4 notice, you must notify us within 14 days. A common issue we see is the submission of dummy case numbers instead of the actual civil action number from the complaint. Using a placeholder case numbers causes confusion, slows down our review, and often leads to unnecessary back and forth, something we all want to avoid. So please, always provide the correct civil action number from the original complaint. And even if you later provide a dismissal order that includes the civil action number, we still need the original complaint civil action number to match and properly track the case. On the other hand, if you did not get sued within 45 days, to submit an amendment after the 45-day period has passed to let us know that no legal action was taken. Why does this matter? Because failure to properly notify us can impact our ability to issue tentative or final approval for your application. So in short, always provide the civil action number and not just a placeholder or dummy number. If you get sued, notify us within 14 days. If you don't get sued, submit an amendment after the 45-day period to confirm that no legal action was taken. Who must sign Form 356H? So 314.94A1 requires that all ANDA submissions include a completed and signed Form 356H. The key point we want to emphasize here is that the person signing the form should match with the person designated as the point of contact on the form. Also, anyone signing on behalf of the designated U.S. agent must be identified in the ANDA as authorized to do so. To close out, let's quickly review the key points from today's presentation. First, if you're submitting a P4 certification, make sure your ANDA includes all the required documentation under 314.95. This includes sending notice to both the NDA and patent holders and making sure the notice is sent at the correct time. For original ANDA submissions, the notice must be sent within 20 days after receiving an acknowledgement letter. For amendments related to later listed patents, the notice must be sent at the same time as submission. Many of you are doing a great job with sending notice for patents, but don't forget the same process applies when addressing use codes as well. Additionally, once you've sent notice, be sure to inform us and submit documentation showing when the notice was received. And finally, you are required to submit a patent certification or Section 8 statement for every patent listed in the Orange Book for your reference listed drug. This means that your patent certification must be complete, accurate, and kept up to date, especially if new patents are listed or updated while your ANDA is under review. So in short, the key takeaway is this. Make sure your P4 notices are complete, timely, and properly documented, and always keep your patent certifications accurate and up to date. Missing any of these steps can delay FDA action on your ANDA application. And with that, this concludes my presentation. Thank you all for your attention. Okay. And I will now turn this over to the panelists.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, she's taking your place. Okay. So let's invite our speakers back up and welcome Dr. Strandberg to the panel. So the same process as last time, please. In-house speakers, in-house questions, not speakers. Any questions in-house, please? We'll do in-house first, and then we'll rotate through online. Okay.
Hi, this is a question for Dr. Chan. What is the process for updating labeling for a new exclusivity when carve-outs are unclear and the FDA has not provided a BPCA template or any other clarifying information?
Thank you for that question. So just to summarize, the question is with regards to exclusivity carve-outs.
Yes.
when the agency does not have a template to provide, correct? Okay. So the recommended, well, generally, if you are proposing your own carve-outs, then the supplement needs to be submitted as a prior approval supplement for the agency to review.
Follow-up, is there a different process for a pre-approved, not yet approved ANDA?
So then you would just submit your carve-out labeling in your original submission or as an amendment.
So it would be our proposed carve-outs that may or may not align with the FDA.
When you mean may or may not align with the FDA, you mean it does not align with the RLD labeling?
If we do not know what the BPCA template would say.
Oh, so there's no BPCA template created yet?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So yes, you would submit your labeling beforehand, and then after the agency finalizes the BPCA template, we do issue that out to all applicants.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, we have one in-house.
Hi, a question for Dr. Stella regarding the electronic medication guide, so which is now acceptable by the agency. So just a small clarification, the QR code should be given on the carton label or it should be given in the prescribing information?
So the QR code should be found on the immediate container label or carton labeling, and it should not be present in the prescribing information or the medication guide itself.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also have a question for Dr. Twab. So you said that whatever the ANDAs you're coming and the way allocating, you review who's having the less workload in the reviewer team. So that's a wonderful process, but we see sometimes if the same application having the different strength, like let's say the ABC 20 milligram, ABC 40 milligram, there are two applications. They go to two different reviewers. And although we are submitting the application same time or responses same times, the review timing changes, the questions become very different. So won't it be prudent to give the same product to the same reviewer?
Greetings, that was a great question. What we try, it's all about balance. Some reviewers are more experienced than others, depending on the application. As I said earlier, maybe depending on if it's a sterile product we have, or it's an application that we have a certain type of, if it's immediate release tablet, or if it's a liquid, it's different strength of the different reviewers. So we try to make sure that it goes to the person who's most comfortable with the application type, and also at the same time balancing out the applications that we give to them. So sometimes that's why are you saying that you're receiving application going to the same reviewer or not similar time of response?
Means what I'm saying, it usually when go to different reviewers, so we see that even the timings are different of getting the IRL or CRL, and sometimes we see totally different set of questions also. So something is acceptable to one reviewer and something is not acceptable to the other reviewers. So we see very different kind of questions.
Understand. Yeah, we have a standard process that the assessors use to reviewing, and the goal is to be similar throughout our review processes, and depend on that reviewers and their experience and knowledge. The goal is to avoid any variances, but the goal is to keep everything in a similar response time and type of questions that we ask in the DRL IR.
Yeah.
That's the intention.
No, I totally understand.
Thank you.
Okay.
We have to take this, we have to go to an online question.
Okay.
This is a conversation.
Okay, fine. So other thing you said you have to. Okay, fine. I'm sorry. No, this was a separate question. Not
You can come back in next rounds for the in-house. Let's go to online now. We want to make sure everybody gets an opportunity. Let's go to an online question, please.
All right, so this question is for Dr. Chan. How should ANDA applicants submit updated labeling for a tentatively approved, which may not be eligible for final approval, but does include a carve-out or other more complicated labeling review?
Thank you for that question. So the labeling should be submitted as an amendment to the tentatively approved ANDA.
Thank you. In-house question, please.
Thank you to all the speakers. My question is for Ms. Chan. Will there be a newer revised guidance documents regarding electronic labeling, including medication guides?
I am unaware of a new guidance in draft.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Second in-house question, please.
Hi. As a continuation of the previous question, which is a very serious problem that the industry faces, you know, you are sending the same drug, different strengths in 2 different ANDAs, and it's being given to 2 different reviewers who are giving a completely different set of questions. And as a former FDA, even pre-GDUFA FDA, we used to make sure that the same kind of applications go to the same reviewer. So, you know, it would be nice, this is more a comment, it's, you know, it would be nice if that is taken care of, because it is a serious problem when you have the same drug. Somebody gave you 10 questions, the other person gave you 52 questions. It's my experience, I have seen that. You know, so it may be something that you may want to think. And I know that it was a practice for a very long time, so it should not be impossible.
Thank you. We'll take that and take it back home. Yeah, thank you. Online question, please.
Yes, this question is for Dr. Strandberg. Are manufacturing facility changes one of the changes that requires PIV recertification? Or P4, excuse me.
So the question is, are manufacturing changes, do manufacturing changes require a new certification?
Site changes, manufacturing facility to site changes.
Site.
That would require a new P4 certification. I think under 31496D outlines the changes that would require updated P4 certification. I can't speak to specifics, I suppose. I think one of those is other than minor changes.
Thank you. Did we do 2 in-house? Anybody in-house? Any questions? Yes, please.
Another question for Dr. Chen. Say an RLD has an exclusivity that has now lapsed. Would updating the generic labeling to match introducing the carve-outs that were previously carved out, would that be a CBE 30 or PAS?
So you would be basically updating your labeling to reflect, to be the same as the RLD labeling, and that would be considered a CBE supplement.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any in-house? Okay, online, please.
All right, this question is for Dr. Chan. Is it acceptable to take RLD labels from Labeling Archive from DailyMed when the RLD is discontinued and the labels are no longer available in drugs at FDA?
Thank you for that question. So if the RLD labeling is not available at drugs at FDA or it has been withdrawn, then you are able to, for your convenience, use the RS labeling, and after submitting it to our agency, the Division of Labeling Review will provide comments.
Thank you. Next online question, please.
Yes, this question is for Dr. Chan as well. Can I provide prescribing information in electronic format only as a link on the bottle label to patients?
No, the prescribing information must be available as a physical copy in addition to providing it as a URL if you so wish.
Thank you. Any questions in-house? Nobody's interested in labeling? Okay. Bless you. Online question, please.
All right, this question is for Dr. Strandberg. For later listed patents, do we need to submit an amendment to provide litigation update on whether the ANDA holder was sued or not by the NDA holder within 45 days of receiving notice?
For later listed patents, no, you do not need to submit information regarding litigation. And that's because later listed patents and patent information don't give rise to a 30-month stay. The exception to that would be if the court found that that patent or patent information was infringed, and then you would have to comply with the requirements to submit that judgment and also the complaint.
Thank you. Online question, please. Do we still have some?
Yes, we do. This other question is for Dr. Strandberg as well. For 45 days, is it counted from the submission date of the P4 amendment or counted from the submission date of the documentation of timely sending and receipt of notice?
So the 45-day period in which the NDA holder or patent owner has to file suit is calculated from the receipt of the last receipt of notice date. And I'd like to cite the specific regulation, but I think it says something about it's the day after, and then 45 days. And if the 45 days falls on a weekend or holiday, then the final day would be the following business day.
Thank you. In-house question, please.
I have a question regarding RLD updates within 90 days of a goal date. So what is the process for invoking 505J10 for this? The map 5230.3 is a little vague. It's left up to either the applicant or agency.
Unfortunately, I don't have an answer to that question, but I could look into it and get back to you.
All right. Would it be appropriate to submit as a general correspondence or reach out to the project manager via email?
You can reach out to your project manager if it's specific to an application.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Second in-house question, please.
How is CEDAR handling fair use gray zones wherein there are generic drugs that go through pre-INDs and INDs with the basic whole 100% chemical compounds, wherein then thereafter there are companies that make derivatives with 1 to 2% of inactive ingredients? Are they still processing them as a fair use, or are they now kind of being more strict and allowing for true patent infringement violations to be heralded in those cases?
I don't believe that was really a topic of these presentations, so I can't provide an answer to that.
It was part of the labeling, wherein like on some labels, they'll only list inactive ingredients. So they'll add in like a talc, or they'll add in some sort of a powder. And those things were not part of pre-IND and IND for a lot of the approved drugs, but then they'll have competing companies that will submit things and they're listed under the inactive ingredients. But technically that's a patent infringement, because 1 to 2% isn't going to offset the fact that the whole compound is still part of a generic.
It's still not I don't believe, a question that we can answer.
We'll get you an email account that you can send your question to. Thank you. Any online questions, please?
This question is for Dr. Chan. If an ANDA is not currently being marketed, does its labeling still need to be updated?
Thank you for that question. Yes, labeling for non-marketed or discontinued ANDAs that are not withdrawn must still be updated to reflect, to be the same as the RLD labeling. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's 12:25. Let's adjourn for lunch. And we have 1 hour. We will be back here at 1:25. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone, online and in the room. I hope everyone had an opportunity to get fed. Not too much, hopefully, because we're starting now. Because we have so much more to learn for this afternoon session, right? Okay, so for this next session, I'll introduce all the speakers at once, as we have done so. And our first presentation will be considerations when submitting proposed excipient levels and inactive ingredient control correspondences. And that will be delivered by Dr. Zakia Williams-Green, followed by Dr. Pamela Dorsey. Oh, I keep forgetting. Dr. Zakia Williams-Green is a senior pharmacologist with the Division of Bioequivalence 1 within the Office of Bioequivalence at the Office of Generic Drugs. Following that would be Dr. Pamela Dorsey, also a senior pharmacologist, this time a Division of Bioequivalence 3 within the Office of Bioequivalence at OGD. Then we'll have Dr. Quinn Liu, Deputy Director of the Division of Bioequivalence 1, and also Dr. Julia Yang, pharmacologist with the Division of Pharmacology, Toxicology Review in the Office of Safety and Clinical Evaluation at OGD. So these are our speakers for the next session. Let's introduce and welcome our first speaker, Dr. Zakia Williams-Green.
Thank you, Brenda. Good afternoon, everyone. So the title of my presentation is Considerations when Submitting Proposed Excipient Levels and Inactive Ingredient Controlled Correspondence. I am your presenter, Dr. Zakia Williams-Green. So this is my disclaimer slide. I'll slip right past it to get going. What is our learning objective today? It's to encourage focused correspondence per the dosing guidelines provided in the reference listed drug labeling. In particular, is to explain how maximum daily exposure, MDE, levels are evaluated according to the respective maximum daily dose, MDD, when based on the requested patient's age and/or weight. So evaluating proposed MDE excipient levels often presents a nuanced challenge, and that is because comprehensive assessments of MDDs are based on various factors: patient age, body surface area, weight, one of them, two of them, sometimes all three of them. So I have some case studies I'll show. Inactive ingredient control correspondences and inquiries for proposed MDE levels should align with fundamentally these two things. There are other things, but fundamentally these two things: the reference listed drug labeling dosing instructions across all patient populations, and the recommended 3 evaluation limit, and the controlled correspondence related to generic drug development guidance for industry. I will refer to that as the CC guidance. So here's a snapshot of that area in the CC guidance, and this is referring to requests related to inactive ingredients. Take note that I have highlighted and circled one of the most important parts of this section and then the guidance, and I'll read it in verbatim. FDA recommends that a requester submit for evaluation no more than 3 inactive ingredients and no more than 3 proposed levels for a drug product in any given controlled correspondence. So anything beyond that still has to go abide by that 3 limit evaluation criteria. The following case studies are just simply examples, but they are real scenarios. All the numbers are hypotheticals. Nothing here are actually real numbers, but they're based off of real case studies that I've evaluated. So example case study number 1. Prospective applicant Z inquired about 3 proposed MDE levels in the pediatric population with a body weight of 1 kilogram to less than 7 kilograms. The applicant's proposed MDE levels were based on an MDD of 6 units. Hereforth, I will refer to the prospective applicant as simply as applicant. What does the label say? It's the first thing we do every time. So per the reference listed drug labeling, the MDD for this drug product varies according to 4 different weight ranges. 1 kilogram to less than 3 kilogram, body weight is 2 units per day. 3 to less than 5 is 4 units. 5 to less than 7 is 6 units. and 7 kilograms and heavier is 8 units per day. So there are 4 different MDDs per the RLD labeling. What did we do when we evaluated this IIGCC inquiry? Evaluations of MDE levels were conducted according to the MDD used by the applicant, which corresponds in this case to pediatrics weighing 5 kilograms to less than 7 kilograms. We found, for the sake of efficiency, instead of sending a clarification back to the applicant saying, hey, listen, the labeling for this wide range from 1 to 7 has 4 MDDs, can you specify which one? Instead, we simply will evaluate the evaluation based on the MDD submitted by the applicant if it's in corresponding with the RLD product, which in this case it was for 6 units, but we will specify which evaluation we do. And in this case, it's 5 kilograms to less than 7 kilograms. And we will communicate that to the applicant. So in the response to the requests, there's pretty much the same approach in which we inform the applicant what the labeling says for the corresponding RLD. We let them know what we did with respect to their inquiry for the MDE levels evaluation. We'll tell them what we actually did versus what they've asked. And then we'll always welcome additional CC inquiries if they have. So in this case, we will say to the applicant, as stated in the RLD labeling, there are 4 distinct MDDs based on various weights across the patient population. Acceptability of your MDE levels were evaluated using the MDD you considered, which is 6 units, which corresponds to a pediatric population of 5 kilograms to less than 7 kilograms. Evaluation of MDE levels as requested, 1 kilogram to less than 7 kilograms, would require evaluations for each distinct weight range and exceed the evaluation limit of 3 as recommended in the control correspondence. So we pretty much explained it to the applicant why we did not evaluate the entire weight range as they presented it. And lastly, for evaluations in other weight ranges, please submit a CC inquiry for the respective patient population based on the corresponding MDD per the RLD labeling. We'll always note a caveat, basically, the acceptability of excipient levels for all patient populations will be evaluated during scientific assessment of the ANDA. Case study number 2. Applicant A proposed an MDE level for each of 3 different excipients, so that's their 3 evaluation, and pediatric patients, infants and children up to 3 years of age or 13 kilograms of body weight. They also proposed an MDE level based specifically on patients weighing 13 kilograms. What does the label say? Dosing is based on weight in this case. Therefore, the MDD varies. Mind you, they specify a weight of 13 kilograms. What did we do? We evaluated the MDE levels based specifically on pediatric population for this weight because that's what the applicant specified. In our response, we would state the labeling, reference listed drug labeling for MDD, which varies according to weight. We also informed the applicant that acceptabilities of their proposed MDE levels were evaluated considering the weight that they chose, which is 13 kilograms. And we informed them that evaluations were not conducted considering the weight for the youngest patients, which in this case were infants. We also informed the applicant that evaluations of MDE levels as requested, infants and children up to 3 years of age or 13 kilograms body weight would include patients as young as infants, and patients up to 3 years old, and it would exceed the evaluation limit as 3 as recommended in the CC guidance. And lastly, for evaluations of MDE levels in any other patient group, that would be patients weighing less than 13 kilograms, they're welcome to submit an additional inquiry. Number 3, case study number 3. Applicant Y inquired about 3 proposed MDE levels, specifically for pediatrics age 6 months to less than 7 years. The applicant proposed MDE levels considering an MDD of 222 milligrams. Consistency, what did the label say? The label says there are 2 recommended MDDs for children 6 months to less than 7 years. So in this case, it's not based on weight. The previous example was based on weight. This is based on age. There are 2 MDDs, and the MDD is actually specified in the label. For children 6 months to 12 months old, the MDD is 111 milligrams. For children 13 months to less than 7 years old, the MDD is 222 milligrams. So our evaluations were conducted considering the MDD used by the applicant, which was 222 milligrams, and that corresponded to the children in the older age group, 13 months to less than 7 years. In our response, we informed the applicant that there are 2 recommended MDDs for children from 6 months to less than 7 years. Acceptability of their proposed MDE levels were evaluated using the MDD that they considered, 222 milligrams, which correspond to that older age group, 13 months to less than 7 years. We also informed them that evaluations were not conducted for 6 months, for patients 6 months to 12 months old, which corresponds to a different MDD. It corresponds to a different MDD, would calculate a different MDE. Therefore, evaluation of MDE levels as requested from 6 months to 7 years would exceed the evaluation limit of 3 as recommended in the CC guidance. For evaluations of MDE levels for that lower patient population, 6 months to 12 months, they would we invite them to submit an additional inquiry. So case study 4 and 5, I tried to capture all of the previous examples. So this one's a little convoluted, but they got it right. This one's a little complicated. Applicant D stated its intent to develop a drug product for a specific indication and inquired about MDE levels in pediatric patients 5 months old. So that's what their inquiry is. However, their proposed MDE levels were based on an MDD corresponding to a different indication and using a weight for patients that are 10 years old. Per the label, this product has 2 strengths, each with a distinct indication tied to a specific patient population. Dosing for both strengths is weight-based and have different MDDs. For the lower strength has multiple weight-based daily doses for patients 5 months to less than 5 years. And the higher strength has multiple weight-based daily doses, but for patients 5 months to 10 years old. And in this case, since the applicant specified its indication and that they were inquiring about patients that were 5 months, it required us to recalculate their MDD based on their proposed per unit level. So MDE levels were recalculated using the proposed per unit levels and the MDD for the lower strength in patients that were 5 months old, which has a different weight of 10 years old, based on the indication and age range that the applicant specified in their inquiry. When we communicated to the applicant, we stated that the reference listed drug, per the reference listed drug, RLD labeling, there are 2 strengths, each with a distinct indication for specific patient population. The reference also lists different MDDs based on various weights for the respective strengths. Thus, although you stated your intent to develop the lower strength in patients 5 months old, your proposed MDE levels were based on the MDD for the higher strength and a weight for patients at 10 years old. Given that the MDE levels were evaluated using the proposed per unit amounts, considering the patients of 5 months old and corresponding to the MDD for the lower strength. This is what we communicated to the applicant. And lastly, this tries to capture all previous 4 examples, and these are just a snippet of all the various examples, case studies that we actually have. Applicant A inquired about proposed MDE levels for an excipient in 3 different strengths, the 5 milligram strength, 20 milligram strength, and 40 milligram strength, specifically for the following pediatric population: 3 months to less than 6 months, 6 months to less than 8 months, and 8 months to less than 10 months. Per the reference listed drug labeling, the MDD is strength dependent and is based on both age and various body weights. So for the patients that are 3 months to less than 6 months, the MDD is 1 unit of the 5 milligram strength, and these patients are weighing less than 5 kilograms. For patients 6 months to 8 months, the MDD is 1 unit of the 20 milligram strength, patients weighing greater than 10 kilograms. And for patients 8 months to 10 months, the MDD is 2 units of the 40 milligram strength. for patients weighing 15 kilograms. So it's pretty convoluted, and it captures all the other four examples. And the sponsor got it right. This was a relief. Evaluations was conducted on the proposed MDE levels as submitted. Levels were accurately calculated by the prospective applicant according to the age, body weight, and the respective dosage strength. Given that, we communicated to them that per the RLD labeling, you calculated your proposed MDE levels in accordance with the dosing instruction for the RLD product labeling, and according to their respective strengths. Based on OGD evaluation, your proposed MDE level, in this case, their proposed MDE level, the MDE levels do not exceed the limit for the same inactive ingredient in previous FDA-approved drug products for the same route of administration and context of use. So key takeaway, if a specified patient population is queried and the drug product MDD varies on age and weight, please calculate the MDD according to the weight or age that correspond to the queried patient population. Additionally, the proposed MDE levels will be evaluated for the specified patient population according to the corresponding weight or age. Know that evaluation of the proposed MDE levels will be based on the MDD by the applicant, and that MDE levels will be recalculated if calculations are not aligned with the recommended MDD per the RLD labeling. And equally important, if not most important, the number of MDE level evaluations will not exceed 3. So here's my challenge question. The MDD calculated by the applicant based on patients with varying weights should A, cover the entire patient population, B, be calculated for any weight, or C, be specific to a weight or weight range that corresponds to an MDE evaluation limit of 3. Ding, ding, ding. Show of hands. A. Okay, B. C. Every hand in the, this is wonderful. Thank you. So C, you all are all correct. So my closing thoughts, and I have a few minutes. When you calculate proposed MDE levels according to the reference listed drug labeling, please know that this will help us answer your query most efficiently. You'll likely not receive an additional response asking us to send you another inquiry. And we support your generic drug development and market drug development for the market. So thank you very much. This ends my presentation. I will, one thing, I did not have a thank you slide because I was concerned about running out of time. So I'd like to thank my deputy director who helped me much with this, Ching Liu, Paul Munchie, and everyone who helped me with this presentation. I am now welcoming Dr. Pamela Dorsey. Thank you.
Okay, can everyone hear me? Thank you, Zakia, very much. And good afternoon. My name is Pamela Dorsey, and today I will be speaking on building a global framework for assessing inactive ingredients in generic drug applications. And of course, this is my disclaimer slide. So today, my talk is broken up into 4 parts. I'll be providing a background of how this topic got started, followed by polling that we did to our fellow cluster participants, followed by case studies and considerations involving this topic, and ending with a discussion or summary at the end. So the background, let's dive into how this got started. So an active ingredient evaluation assures the safety of inactive ingredients within drug products. And usually within the FDA, this occurs during inactive ingredient control correspondences or within the application itself. And for inactive ingredients, we evaluate in all populations the drug is indicated for, whether it's adults or pediatric population, and we calculate the maximum daily exposure for inactive ingredients by using the maximum daily dose from the reference listed drug label. So once we calculate the MDD, we are able to take that amount and compare it to amounts for the same inactive ingredient within approved NDAs and ANDAs. And I just want to note that applicants may also submit clinical or toxicological data to use as justification for a proposed inactive ingredient MDE in an ANDA submission. So for our cluster members, you know, as FDA, we already know our practices for evaluating inactive ingredients, but we were curious as to what their practices for other regulatory jurisdictions. And do we have any commonalities, or are there any areas of possible alignment? So now I want to go into actually reaching out to our fellow cluster members regarding this. So the generic drug cluster is comprised of membership from ourselves, the FDA, Health Canada, EMA, the Ministry of Health, Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, Swissmedic, and the Therapeutic Goods Administration. And this cluster provides a forum to foster scientific alignment between generic drug regulatory agencies. So as I said before, we wanted to find out what were the common practices within these jurisdictions. So we polled our cluster members with 7 questions for them to respond to. So the first question, and please excuse the small print. Of course, when the responses came in, they were quite verbose. We just tried to capture, you know, the main parts, but I'm going to do my best to summarize the key takeaways from each question. So the first question, does your agency assess the safety of inactive ingredients in a generic formulation? And if you do, how is that performed? Of course, for the FDA, we assess all inactive ingredients within a generic formulation. And if those amounts exceed, or if the inactive ingredient is found to be novel in any way, we will actually consult out to the Office of Safety and Clinical Evaluation in order to determine if that amount for that inactive ingredient is okay or not. For our generic cluster members, pretty much each regulatory jurisdiction, of course, evaluates the safety of inactive ingredients for a test product, but the approach varies. For our second question, we asked all of the cluster members, what type of data does your agency rely on during your assessment of safety? And do you maintain a database of sorts? And also, do you have a list of inactive ingredients which are unacceptable in your jurisdiction? For the FDA, of course, we have the inactive ingredient database, the IID, and later you will hear a presentation about that. And we also have within our Code of Federal Regulations a list that contains inactive ingredients that have general safety concerns. So for our cluster members, a few regulatory jurisdictions maintain databases for acceptable levels of inactive ingredients, or they have a list of some kind that has the inactive ingredients which are banned in their jurisdiction. And I think the closest to the FDA at this time would probably be the EMA and Health Canada as far as those databases are concerned. So the next question, do you evaluate the MDE of each inactive ingredient based on the MDD of the drug product? If not, what's your approach? And how do you assess MDDs? And if not specified in the RLD label, do you rely on a standard weight or BSA? So for the FDA we evaluate the MDE For each inactive ingredient within the test formulation, we use the MDD in order to calculate that MDE. And when weight is not listed in the reference listed drug label as to what to use for that dosing, we use 60 kg for the adult population. For our cluster members, for most regulatory jurisdictions, the MDD is determined from the RLD label. And if a weight is not specified in the RLD label for dosing dependent on weight, some jurisdictions kind of fluctuate between utilizing 50 or 70 kg for adults. The next question, do you differentiate between different grades for an inactive ingredient for a solid oral dosage form? Or do you leverage data from various grades of the same inactive ingredient? For the FDA, we do differentiate between different grades for an inactive ingredient. However, we can make justifications when needed by leveraging data for various grades within that same inactive ingredient group or family. And for our cluster members, most regulatory jurisdictions, they evaluate the difference of grades for inactive ingredients on a case-by-case basis. So if this is a novel inactive ingredient or something that is given to the pediatric population, it's case-by-case as to whether or not they evaluate the different grades. For our next question, do you consider the context of use for the drug product in which the inactive ingredient is present? This meaning the population, the duration of use, or the route of administration. For the FDA, we do consider context of use. And this relates to whether the drug product is indicated in the pediatric population, the renally impaired. We also take duration of use into consideration. Is it acute, chronic? That is part of our standard practice. For our other regulatory agencies, most regulatory jurisdictions consider context of use, again, on a case-by-case basis. However, we did see a lot of responses honing in on giving special attention to drug products that are indicated in the pediatric population. The next question, how do you assess the safety of flavoring agents and colorants? So the established use for color additives can be found in our Code of Federal Regulations. And we do assess the safety of flavoring agents. Usually we look at the flavoring as a whole within other approved products. If that flavor is determined to be novel, then we go into the subcomponents of that flavor to do a further evaluation. For our cluster members, some regulatory jurisdictions state that flavorings and coloring agents must comply with criteria in their jurisdiction for food, and others have separate regulations for coloring agents. And again, kind of comparable to us, subcomponents for things like flavorings may be given special consideration if there are known safety concerns like benzyl alcohol. And the last question we pose, do you maintain a list of inactive ingredients that may need a warning statement in the label? So for the FDA, we do have a list of inactive ingredients within our CFRs, listing inactive ingredients that may need a warning label. For our cluster members, some jurisdictions do not maintain a list of inactive ingredients that may need a warning statement, and others consult internal guidelines or regulations regarding those inactive ingredients. So now I want to jump into some case studies and considerations based on the questions that we posed to our sister regulatory agencies within the cluster. So case study 1, and this goes back to the evaluation of all inactive ingredients within a drug product. So we had a case where an ANDA was submitted for drug A for a delayed release capsule. A consult was actually sent to OSCE for the evaluation of a proposed level of talc, which we found that was much higher than the maximum approved level. So talc, as you know, is generally recognized as safe as a food additive. However, talc is not absorbed in the GI tract, which may worsen GI adverse events associated with therapy for this particular drug product. At that time, adequate information could not be identified to justify chronic use of talc for this particular drug product at the proposed levels in adults and children. So we deemed the amount of talc to be unacceptable for this drug product. Case study 2. This goes to differentiating between different grades for that group or family of the same inactive ingredient. So an ANDA was submitted for nystatin and triamcinolone acetonide cream. A consult was sent to OSCE for the evaluation of a proposed level for an active ingredient X. The proposed level was much higher than the maximum approved levels for that inactive ingredient. And this related to the topical products for this inactive ingredient. So X, in this case, this inactive ingredient, is a penetration enhancer for topical products. And whereas lower weight X's for this inactive ingredient are actually minimally absorbed through the skin. So there was a concern for the increased absorption of APIs due to this inactive ingredient X, namely for triamcinolone in children. So at this time for this particular drug product, we found that the amount of X was unacceptable and could not be justified at the time. So considerations, especially based on prior cases that we have seen and some that I've just mentioned in the case studies, evaluation of all inactive ingredients in a drug product could prove useful, especially for vulnerable subpopulations. So the pediatric population, maybe a certain patient population. So looking into each and every inactive ingredient may be worthwhile. Additionally, evaluation based on grades may adequately define the safety profile of inactive ingredients within a specific drug product. So in summary, definitely based off of the responses that we have received from our fellow cluster members, commonalities exist between regulatory agencies in the cluster regarding evaluation of inactive ingredients for drug products. And based off of this topic, further exploration of these areas is needed to determine if we can possibly alleviate the burden on industry for justifying proposed inactive ingredient amounts while ensuring safety. And with that, I would like to acknowledge the following people for this talk. And thank you for your time and attention. And with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Liu and Dr. Yang.
Good afternoon. My name is Qing Liu. I'm from the Office of Bioequivalence. Dr. Julia Yang and I will co-present the topic of how to leverage the inactive ingredient database, that is IID, and justify excipient safety in ANDAs. This is our disclaimer slide. I will present part 1, which covers IID introduction and use, limitation of the database. At the end, I will share with you some contact information if you have any questions. So what is IID? IID provides information on excipient present in FDA-approved drug products. These products include ANDAs and NDAs. However, excipients in approved BLAs or OTCs are not in the database. So why is IID important? Because if an excipient is used in approved drug product for a particular route of an administration, the excipient is generally not considered as new and may need less extensive review the next time it is included in a drug product. So the database may be helpful to your drug development, how to find it. So if you Google the term inactive ingredient search for approved drug products, it will lead you to the landing page of IID. You may search the database by entering the name of the excipient that you are interested in. You may also download the whole database to get an Excel. But let me use the web version as an example. So I searched the ingredient of acacia and got 3 records. Each row is a record. A record includes information of route of administration. They are all oral here. Dosage form. There are extended release capsules, lozenge, and powder here. CAS, chemical abstract service number, and the Unicode. Unicode is unique ingredient identifier assigned by FDA's Global Substance Registration System, GSRS. Some records have maximum potency per unit, as the last one you see here. Some records have maximum daily exposure, MDE values, as its first 2 rows. We generally use MDE values for safety evaluation of oral drug products. In the last few years, FDA has been trying to populate the database with more MDE values. So hopefully in the near future, we will be able to find the MDE for the last record here. So if a record is updated recently, it has a Y in the last column. So IID is very helpful. What are the limitations? The database currently does not provide information regarding the different exposure models. For example, it does not have information regarding safety in pediatric populations, acute versus chronic. This information may be needed during a technical review. Therefore, the inclusion of an excipient at a level described in the IID does not necessarily satisfy all the FDA requirements. You may be asked to provide additional information at the filing or review stage. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to us. For questions regarding IID entries, please email IID update. For questions regarding corrections, excipient names, Unicode, please email FDA SRS. So for application or drug-specific questions regarding the use of excipients in generic drug products, you may submit controlled correspondence. So for the IID mailbox, please be mindful that there are questions we can answer and there are questions we cannot answer. We are happy to help you with IID listing or errors, clarification of names or units, but we cannot answer application-specific questions. We cannot disclose proprietary information, such as which NDA or ANDA a specific record is based on, or the IID formulation. We cannot answer questions regarding acceptability of the proposed excipient levels either. So I would like to acknowledge my colleagues in FDA. Now let me pass this over to Julia.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ru. Good afternoon. I'm Julia Yang. I'm a pharmacologist in the Division of Pharmacology Toxicology Review. This is my overview of my talk because I'm from the division, I'm from the non-clinical toxicity review division. So today I'm going to describe our approach for the safety justification, when, why, what we review for the excipient safety from the non-clinical perspective. In our case study, I'm going to describe how we are using IRD and address the safety gap and excipient breaching argument, and I will end with the summary. So excipient are inactive ingredient intentionally added to the drug product, but we do not want to those excipient exert therapeutic effect. So ANDA applicant can use same different excipient for the generic drug formulation as compared to the reference listed product. But there is an exception for parenteral, ophthalmic, and optic use, which should have the same excipient. So as you know, a generic drug, we don't undergo clinical safety. So how applicant address this? So applicant must identify, characterize the difference in the excipient compared to the RLD formulation, and then provide the information to demonstrate whether these differences does not affect safety and efficacy. So how OGD evaluate the excipient safety? So I want you to remember here our key approach of the excipient safety as a take-home message: the similar context of use, dose, route, and duration of use, patient population. So during our technical review of the context of use analysis, we are going to compare the context of use in the generic drug product and then product listed in the IRD. Then if you find some difference in the context of use, we will request the toxicological information. These are the list of some toxicology, non-clinical toxicology information I'm going to go over later. So those are to support the safety of the excipient. So we often encounter the common misconception in the justification from the applicant, stating that the proposed maximum daily exposure MDE level is justified because it does not exceed IRD listing for the proposed route. So you may experience that sometimes agency accept, sometimes they did not accept. So it is because the context of use does not match. So especially the duration of use and patient population may not match. So for example, if your generic product is used for the chronically in the pediatric patient, but the product in the IID is only used in the adult and in acute use, then it will raise the safety concern. So in this case, for the safety gap of the context of use can be addressed by leveraging some non-clinical toxicity data. So for like chronic use, you can leverage the safety of the chronic use using the chronic and subchronic toxicity or carcinogenicity data. For the pediatric use, we can leverage it using developmental reproductive toxicity. And also, we often noticed that most applicants use IID tool to find what is the approved, the highest MDE of the experience for the proposed route. But you can still use the even higher MDE, but it doesn't mean that it's twofold, threefold higher, but you can propose the higher MDE than listed IID. But you need to provide the justification, such as the repeat dose toxicity information. So for us to ensure the margin of exposure at the proposed MDE. And also you can submit the clinical information, which shows some safe prior use of the excipient in human at the proposed level. In this slide, I'm going to dive into the safety justification of the polymer excipient. Polymer is macromolecule and sometimes it's complex molecule. So many polymer has a different grade with small differences. So the applicant may not find the exactly same grade in the IID. So in this case, applicant also leverage the information for the polymer using the related grade. So what is mean by the related grade? If there is difference only in the molecular weight, chain length, viscosity, then we consider those are the related grade. So your new different polymer, the grade of the polymer may breach the safety with related grade. So there is a two-step for the FDA review. The first step, we first compare the physical chemical property of the new grade of polymer. Then we will evaluate whether this new polymer grade and the related grade polymer share some similar structure and then toxicological profile so that we can extrapolate the safety of new grade with the non-related grade polymer. Then here I'm going to, this is some safety justification of flavor agent when it's not found in the IID. So we recommend the applicant to provide the safety of individual ingredient of the flavor to address the genotoxicity and general toxicity. And in the application, include the quantitative breakdown of the ingredient with the CAS number and CFR citation, or the statement of right to reference the DMF of flavor so that we can access the composition of the flavor for our safety assessment. So if OGD identify the data gap during our safety review of the excipient, the non-clinical information may be requested. And if this does not still remain some additional concern, so it requires some clinical study or extensive majority of the safety toxicity study, then applicant will be advised to either reformulate or pursue a 505(b)(2) application. So here I'm going to introduce some case study about why the context of use is so important. So the product was the oral product for the chronic use to pediatric and adult population. MD for the excipient is 200 milligram per day for both pediatric and in adult. So this is the screenshot of the IID of the proposed excipient for the oral route. And during our safety technical review of the context of use, we look at the 3 drug product, approved product, and the applicant referenced the highest MD 640 milligram per day as a justification. But this context of use of this product does not match because this is only used acutely to adult patients. So in our first review cycle, since the applicant did not address the safety in the pediatric for the chronic use, so we recommend to the applicant to reduce the level of excipient or provide a safety justification considering duration of use and patient population. And then applicants submitted a controlled correspondence to asking our input which MDE is acceptable for both adult and then pediatric. So during our context of use analysis, we found that number 3 product can cover the patient population, but this does not still cover the MDE for the pediatric, because indeed the pediatric dose, MDE dose is half of the adult MDE. And what we are seeing in the MDE level in IID is adult dose. So the product number 3 cannot support the use of this 80 milligram per day. And we recommend the applicant to provide justification to support pediatric safety. So in second round of review, applicant proposed MD 80 milligram with the justification using the publicly available developmental toxicity study. And we found this, the proposed MDE is acceptable for use of pediatric population. And the case study number 2 will be is about the different polymer grade. And it was oral product and chronic use in adult only. And proposed polymer grade is 2000. And RLD use polymer grade 1000. So in IID searching, we searching, there are same polymer family with multiple different grade was used in the oral product, but there is no exactly same polymer grade was listed in the IID. So applicant provide the justification with this their polymer, new polymer grade information of physical chemical property and then impurity specification. So during our context of user analysis, we identify that the similar grade has been used to the patient for the chronically, but there was no exactly same grade was used to the patient. So how did FDA evaluate this excipient safety? So we first confirm the similarity of the proposed grade and then the relayed grade with known safety. And then we look at the literature of the relayed grade. Especially we looking at the general toxicity of information used oral route. And then we look at absorption information from the different multiple grade so that we can correlate the absorption impact the systemic exposure level. And then we also looking at the toxicity profile of the small impurity, because the degradant of this, the large polymer is often more toxic than the large polymer. So at the end, the proposed new grade polymer was accepted based on the weight of evidence approach from the prior use of clinical safe use, and then non-clinical toxicity safe data of the related grade of the polymer. Okay, in summary, so IID can be leveraged as justification if an excipient was previously used in a similar context of use. Please remember the dose, route, duration of use, and patient population. So if there is a difference of this, the context of use in your generic drug product compared to the IID listing product, the PharmTox reviewer will assess the safety of excipient using the non-clinical information. So action to course. Applicants should provide information that characterize their excipient and support their safety for the proposed context of use. So seeking advice, controlled correspondence is the way to facilitate the review and reduce the review cycle. These are the list of the people I would like to acknowledge, and this is the list of the resource I used as a reference. With that, I would like to invite the Brenda and then previous speaker to the stage so we can start the Q&A section. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming back up on the podium to our panel. Okay. We know the routine. So any in-house questions? Yes, please.
Hi, my question is with regarding the inactive ingredients. Now that, you know, the Office of Generic Drug does have a non-clinical group, is there any effort to look at use of new excipients in generic drugs? You know, because I think we are missing a humongous opportunity. I mean, you know, they help us go through, you know, subvert patents. There are excellent new excipients that have come out, and this IID, which is phenomenal, I love it, but otherwise is kind of holding back generics in many ways. I know it's not easy, but is there even a thought about it?
Too specific?
Okay, let me try to answer the question. Let me first summarize the question. It's about new excipient to be submitted in ANDAs instead of the NDA pathway, right? So currently, the regulation is that for generic drug products, we don't evaluate the safety data. So if you have safety data, for example, if you are using new excipient and then you need to submit safety data, right, that goes to NDA. So that's the current regulation. I don't think we have a lot of discussion regarding this at this point, but thank you for the suggestion.
Thank you. Any question in-house, please? Are you coming up for a question, sir?
Now, may I have the permission to throw you a curveball?
Permission granted.
You're talking about the acceptability of incipients. How about interactions of incipients with the API? I'm going to share something with you that for you is prehistory. That is the interaction of tetracycline with a citrate buffer, which in the presence of ultraviolet light creates a charge transfer complex that causes a Fanconi-like syndrome. When the incipient was removed and exchanged, that no longer happened. This is a very important part of pharmacology history. Goes back to the 60s.
Thank you for the example. There are cases that we are aware of regarding the interaction between the excipient and the API. So for cases that we are aware of, we do evaluate from the safety perspective.
Okay, but you're not actively looking into testing that.
So only for cases that we are aware of. If we are not aware of such kind of interaction, we are not evaluating.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. And just as a reminder, you know, let's have general questions, less specific questions, perhaps.
Brenda, I'm sorry. I can follow up with that.
Oh, okay.
quickly. So, I mean, we do have cases in-house, say for sugar alcohols that affect absorption of the API. So for those that are published that we are fully aware of, we do take some of those into consideration, but you know, as we gain more information, definitely that's something that is part of our general practices. But the one that comes to mind right off is the sugar alcohols.
Thank you. Let's do one online first.
Sure.
Online question, please.
All right, this question is for Dr. Green. Is the uni specific to each excipient required in a controlled correspondence, or CC?
I'll repeat the question. Is the uni specific to the inactive ingredient in a controlled correspondence?
They had written each excipient required in a controlled correspondence.
Is the uni specific to each excipient in a controlled correspondence?
Yes.
Is it needed? It is very helpful. Yes, it is very helpful. It's particularly because of what Dr. Dorsey presented on earlier. Many times there are different grades of an excipient. So having a Unicode to specifically identify the excipient that is queried would be very helpful. Many times, if that is not the case, as I presented earlier, we will evaluate based on what is submitted to us. If there are inconsistencies, that is, if they mention, and I'm speaking very, very hypothetically here, let's say they mention hypermellos and they have a Unicode that does not correspond to that grade of hypermellos, that will be an inconsistency, and that will cause a slowdown in our evaluation, because we would need to submit a correspondence to the applicant asking them to clarify which grade of the excipient that they're referring to. And as Dr. Yang presented earlier, different excipients have different molecular weights, have different viscosities, have different chemical characteristics. So they are largely considered when doing evaluations for acceptability. I hope I answered the question for the person that asked the question. Thank you.
Thank you. In-house, please.
Hi, my question is that as we know, the MDE should be evaluated by different content of use, but however, this kind of detail is not disclosed in the IID database. So how should we be aware of this kind of question in the early stage of the development stage?
Thank you for your question. So we understand that there is a limitation of IID, only provide those and then route of administration. When there is a proprietary information for the context of the patient population and the duration of use. Unfortunately, this is not disclosed. So this question will be easier for the applicant to submit the controlled correspondence before you choose your correct the MDE or the dose of the excipient.
But how should we be efficiently communicating with FDA? Because in the drug product, there are a lot of excipient in the product, right?
So usually when I receive some question about this regard of this question, you can search the dose, you can search your excipient and then same loud, then there's a list of the MDE provided. And then usually in some case, the highest MDE sometimes is approved for the acute use. So just keep in mind that there is a list of the dose. So you can choose at one time the 3 MDE can ask currently. So maybe you choose the wider range of the MDE listed in the IID, then ask which one is acceptable for your generic, your developing product. Then we will provide certain range, or if you need some or additional safety justification. So we will provide multiple possible options for applicant to address this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions in-house? Okay, online, please.
All right, this question is for Dr. Dorsey. What body surface area, or BSA, should be used to calculate when the MDD is not specified in the RLD label?
Thank you for that question. So for the adult population, we do have a standard body surface area that we use. I believe it's 1.62. Of course, that the water gets a little murky as that relates to the pediatric population. But for adults, currently it's 1.60. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next question online, please.
Of course, this one is for Dr. Yang. I am developing a topical drug product. Can I propose different excipients in generic topical product than that in the reference drug product? What is the recommended safety justification?
Thank you for your question. Yes, today I didn't cover the topical product. A topical product also, there's no requirement of the excipient, so you can use different excipient than the used in the RLD, but you still need to provide some safety justification whether this does not alter the safety profile. So safety can be leveraged by some general toxicity, non-clinical information, and if your product is used chronically, multiple application, and then we also consider some local toxicity, the limitation and the sensitization potential of the excipient should be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. In-house question, please.
Thank you for the presentations. So one question also to novel excipient. So if excipient is in the pilot program for the review of innovation and modernization of excipients and is considered safe there, is it then possible to submit or to use this excipient in an ANDA, or still only possible through the NDA way?
So if an excipient has not been used in any of the approved drug products, it will go to the NDA pathway.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Any in-house questions? Okay, online, please.
Question is to Dr. Williams-Green. Inactive ingredients meeting the NDE, however, not meeting the maximum potency unit dose in milligrams. In this case, is the controlled correspondence required to submit to FDA by the applicant?
Allow me to repeat the question. If the proposed per unit amount exceeds what the MDE amount is?
I can repeat the question. So the inactive ingredient meets the MDE, however, does not meet the maximum potency unit dose in milligrams. In this case, is the controlled correspondence required to be submitted to FDA by the applicant?
So if the inactive ingredient meets the MDE level, when we say meet, I'm going to make a soft assumption, meaning it is acceptable, it is an acceptable level, MDE level, but it is exceeding the proposed per unit level. Is that the question?
Yes.
Okay. Then that will be, and then the follow-up question is that a question that comes through a CC inquiry?
Yes.
Yes, that is a question that comes through CC inquiry. And I'm going to say that's a yes to that, because we are evaluating acceptability of proposed levels. So even if an excipient is not an RLD product, and an applicant is developing this generic product, and that excipient, we compare it to the RLD. If it's not in the RLD, we look at other approved products. So if that level is acceptable in other approved products with the same route of administration and et cetera, context of use, then that level will still be deemed acceptable.
I think that's clear. Yes, thank you. Next online question, please.
All right, and this question for you as well, Dr. Williams-Green. Are excipients with multiple subcomponents evaluated for acceptability?
No, excipients such as flavors are not, we do not evaluate subcomponents of an excipient at the control correspondence level. It can send the wrong message that the entire excipient or the excipient as a whole is acceptable. So we are averse to that. But you're welcome to submit an individual excipient, which should be in the IID.
And I'll follow up to that one as well. Within the guidance to industry for the control correspondences, We tried to detail that we have no problem at all looking at those subcomponents. However, that will not give you the acceptability of, say, a flavor as a whole, because we're only seeing a snapshot of your formulation, right, at that stage. So until it comes in the door and we have a chance to really look and make a safety profile for that drug product, you know, and probably since it's a new flavor, the DNF review hasn't even been conducted yet. So we have no problem at all looking at reviewing subcomponents, but just because we say, hey, A, B, and C within that flavor is fine, that doesn't give you a carte blanche for the, you know, the new flavor as a whole.
Thank you. Any in-house? Let's wake up. We got one more session to go. Any in-house questions? Okay, let's go back to online, please.
This question is for Dr. Yang. How is the duration of use determined for chronic versus acute? Is there a specific number of days of use that determines this?
Thank you for your question. We usually the duration of use, we considering the chronic and then acute, or sometimes it's intermediate. So when you consider the chronic is so the short-term use will be acute use will be considered 2 weeks. The acute 2 weeks of the administration, and intermediate term will be below the 10 year, 1 year to 10 years, something like that. But there is no any clear cut of the timeline. But for our perspective, non-clinical perspective, we are considering the chronic use. It's more than 10 years. It's a chronic use, and then non-clinical study we accepted at least 3 weeks, 3 months, and or the 1 year, 2 year toxicity study, we consider to leverage the chronic use.
Thank you. We have 5 minutes left. If there are no in-house questions, let's just go for it on the online questions, please.
Of course. This next question is for Dr. Liu. Is there a plan to add context of use to the IID?
Thank you for the question. I understand that this is a concern for many people. So there has been discussion about adding some sort of pediatric information in the database, but it's at the very beginning stage. Like we are not sure whether it's going to happen or not. But we heard you. We are discussing some kind of a possible update of the database. Thank you.
Thank you. And my next question for you, Dr. Liu, are all the inactive ingredients in approved drug products included in the IID?
That's also a very good question. So the excipients in the IID, it's not an exhaustive list. So which means there are excipients we don't publish in the database. We try to avoid disclosing some kind of a proprietary information there. And also, if you notice, right, we just removed FDNC 3, right, the one that you saw it on the news, like it's unsafe. So we don't have those kind of, we don't disclose confidential information. We don't publish unsafe ingredient. And also there are some very, very old applications that we cannot really verify the information, the formulation. So we don't publish that either. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that response. My next question is for Dr. Dorsey. In what ways would the harmonization of some aspects of IIG evaluation possibly benefit industry long-term?
Thank you for that question. You know, these are common excipients that are used around the globe for many different drug products. And if we're all, I guess I should say, calculating the MDD from the maximum daily dose within the drug labels, we have slight nuances as to how we go about those calculations. And this project is kind of in its infancy, but we would like to see if there's some way that we could pool together with our cluster members to try to harmonize that in some way. Alleviating the burden, making it a little bit easier. I know that I calculated MDE this way, and I can now submit an application to several different jurisdictions and be assured that it's the same throughout. So that's the goal, the goal. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are at 2:40. We will break now until 3 p.m. Thank you to our illustrious panel and all those questions. Please get up, stretch your legs, and give me some more, yeah. And walk around and come back ready for our last session, please. Almost there.
Bring it down. Okay, how's the lighting? Okay.
All right, we're on the home stretch. Thank you for all our faithful attendees who have been with us here from 8:30 our time today, and all the speakers and everyone who have stuck with us throughout the day so they can better be prepared and be available for your questions. And I seriously hope you have taken advantage of that situation, because once they're gone, that's it, you know. Don't ask me, where is this one and where is that one? This is the opportunity for it. Okay, so let's start our last session of the day. We have quite a panel here for you. We have 5 speakers and 1 guest panelist. So let's start, and I'll go down the list of speakers in order of presentation. First, we have Dr. Joseph Cottesbar, Regulatory Health Project Manager from the Office of Research and Standards within the Office of Generic Drugs. That presentation will be followed by Calliope Sarago, a team lead and Regulatory Health Project Manager, also within ORS from OGD. Followed would be Dr. Arun Agrawal, pharmacologist from the Division of Bioequivalence 1 within the Office of Generic Drugs. Forgive me, my allergies are kicking up here. Then we will be followed by Dr. Onyeka E. Hezier, Regulatory Business Process Manager from the Division of Regulatory and Business Process Management 1 from OPQ, followed by Dr. Tao Lee Nguyen, Regulatory Business Process Manager from Division of Regulatory and Business Process Management 3. And then joining us for the panel is Dr. Hao-To Lee, Supervisor from the Division of Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Assessment 5 within the Office of Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Assessment within OPQ. And there's going to be a test on all these acronyms later on. Whoever wins gets a mug. So our first speaker, Dr. Cottesbar, please. Welcome.
All right. Thank you, Brenda, for that introduction. Is everyone still with us? Hopefully, it's been a long day of some really good talks. So as Brenda said, my name is Joseph Cottesbar, and I'm from CEDAR Office of Generic Drugs, Office of Research and Standards. And I will be covering my talk today on the overview of the FDA Product Specific Guidance Program, otherwise commonly known as PSGs. So in this talk today, we're going to cover a few different things. We're going to start by trying to get a good understanding of just the general high level of what the PSG program is. And then we'll talk about its role in supporting abbreviated new drug application approvals. Secondly, we'll talk about the PSG process, the GDUFA 3 commitments, and the adoption of ICH M13A, which we'll talk about on some subsequent slides here shortly. We will identify available online PSG resources and forecasting to help aid in drug development planning. And then lastly, we'll understand how to utilize the PSG public requests, public comments, and GDUFA 3 PSG teleconferences or TCONs in PSG meetings to engage with the FDA. Okay, so we'll start with the basics first. What is a product-specific guidance? So these PSGs, while not legally enforceable, however, they do reflect the FDA's current thinking and expectations on how to develop a generic drug product that is therapeutically equivalent to its specific RLD. These contain product-specific recommendations, obviously that's how it's got its name, as product-specific guidance, to help identify both the methodology for developing generic drugs and generating the evidence recommended to support your ANDA approval. This is a very, these will include both key science and research outputs, including GDUFA 3 research outcomes. And this is a very unique aspect to the generic drug development program. But when you think about PSGs and trying to reach a current bioequivalence approach for a product, it's a one piece of the puzzle. You'll still need to refer always to the regulations 21 CFR 320, which is the section on bioavailability and bioequivalence, as well as the general guidances, which are often referenced in the PSGs themselves. But what was really special about 2024 is there was a very large M13A guidance that required a lot of PSG updates for immediate release solid oral dosage forms. So I'll have a few slides on that coming up shortly to kind of talk about how that work was detailed. So just as like the PSGs are one piece of the puzzle when you think of trying to develop your current bioequivalence approach, the PSGs is just one piece of the puzzle for the ANDA program. So as well with PSGs, there's also pre-ANDA and ANDA meetings that Calliope will be discussing on the presentation right after this. And then there's also controlled correspondences, which we've talked about today through many different talks. But what's really unique about the PSGs is it's really the crossroads of the GDUFA funded research, as well as the ongoing NDA and ANDA review done at the FDA. So these are basically a development of both those outcomes unilaterally. So some background on PSGs. So the PSG program really began in 2007. The FDA has been publishing PSGs to provide both clear and direct recommendations to ANDA applicants. So as of March 1st, last month, we actually have 2,252 PSGs published. 30% of these are for complex products. So when we say complex here, just a reminder, we're not talking just high-level complex product, but these by definition are complex products based on MAP 5240.10, classifying approved new drug products and drug device combination products. So when you look at the past 10 years of PSG development, it's going to look a little weird. And hopefully if you weren't paying attention to this slide or to my talk yet, this slide probably caught your eye. You're probably thinking, what happened with these numbers? So you can see dating back even before GDUFA 2, the PSG development for both new and revised PSGs have been pretty steady. But here in 2024, you saw about 800 additional PSGs were revised. So again, this is going to be due to the ICH M13A batch that was published in October of 2024. And I will cover more slides kind of on the details of that publication coming up. So when you talk about PSGs, I think the first thing that will need to be understood is the GDUFA commitment to when these product-specific guidances are developed and when applicants should be ready to or should be expecting to see these PSGs published on the website. So for non-complex new chemical entity, new drug applications approved after the start of GDUFA 3, the PSG will be issued for 90% of these NDAs. In practice, that number is very, if not, I think 100% dating back to the start of GDUFA 2. So the FDA has been very well ready to meet that goal. But what was new with GDUFA 3 is for complex products. So for complex products approved in NDAs, and I'm going to pause there and specify here the difference, these are any NDA approval where non-complex new drug applications have to be an NCE or new chemical entity. That would be a type 1 NDA approval. For complex products in any NDA that was approved after the start of GDUFA 3, FDA will try to get 50% of those products published within 2 years, an additional 25 published within 3 years to hit that 75% criteria. And of course, there's going to be some complex products that were approved prior to the start of GDUFA 3. FDA is still working to get those PSGs published accordingly. So this is a great slide with a lot of information that commonly gets asked how PSGs kind of are developed and how are they prioritized into these batches that get posted. So when we think about the initiating events that kind of lead to a PSG publication, the first and foremost is going to be those recently approved NDAs and supplement NDAs, especially those ones that were approved after the start of GDUFA 3. Those are going to be subjects to the GDUFA goal commitment. However, there's other ways PSGs can be initiated to be developed, such as FDA analysis on products without PSGs, pre-ANDA meetings, public requests, which we'll cover on a subsequent slide, comments submitted under the PSG docket on regulations.gov, controlled correspondence, and citizens petitions. When developing the PSGs, another common question is kind of asked to the FDA, how are these guidances really developed and what data is used? So the data also comes from several different ways. It comes from pharmacokinetic and pharmacodynamic modeling systems, previous BE studies that have been done and submitted in past ANDAs, the NDA review and labeling, pharmacovigilance, and last but not least, the GDUFA-funded research outcomes. When we think about how PSGs are prioritized for publication, the very first, most important one will be those GDUFA commitments I just covered on the past slide. After that, though, the FDA does have and will prioritize PSGs by a variety of ways, one of these being the stakeholder interest in ANDA submission, drug availability and access, public requests from generic drug industry, and public health priorities. So when we think about how the PSGs are actually worked on and then published, the PSG process is extremely cyclical. It typically happens 3 to 4 times a year, and the same process is really carried out those multiple times a year. PSGs are first prioritized for development or revisions. As we just talked about on the last slide, they're grouped together and worked on in parallel, both new and revised PSGs, and then the PSG batch is published. These typically will be quarterly batches or can post as a standalone batch. And we will talk about the standalone batch, most notably with the ICH M13A batch I'll be talking about here in a couple slides. And then after the PSGs are published, they go under a public comment period via the regulations.gov website. Once the comment period's over, these PSGs may be finalized at the FDA's discretion. So if you just noticed on the last slide, I talked about new and revised PSGs. So while most of the slides leading up to this have been really focused on how new PSGs are thought about, initiated, developed, and prioritized into batches, there's also revised PSGs that get posted in parallel. So you may have a question, how do we find or what kind of revisions may happen to a PSG? So there's several ways and several reasonings why a PSG will need to be updated. This could be changes to the RLD labeling, newly identified safety concerns, responses received to BE comments, citizens petitions, new bioequivalence approaches, or new knowledge from ANDA assessments and or pre-ANDA meetings and controlled correspondences. When we think about the category of how we group these revisions, you can think about it in kind of 4 big buckets. There's the critical revisions, in vivo and in vitro major revisions, minor revisions, and editorial. Essentially, the difference here is the critical revisions are going to be the kind of most important revision need that's going to affect all incoming ANDAs on a product, all in-house ANDAs, and even past approved ANDAs. That is a very, very rare revision. Most of the time, you'll see either in vivo major, in vitro major, or minor revisions. In vivo and in vitro major revisions are going to require that additional studies or evidence is needed to help support bioequivalence, where minor and editorial revisions are going to be more clarification in nature and more related to just formatting and updating the guidance page itself. Okay, so I know I referenced ICH M13 a few times in this presentation thus far. So now we get to talk about what this ICH M13A batch was. So before that, though, you have to kind of understand what ICH is itself. So ICH stands for the International Council for Harmonization of Technical Requirements for Pharmaceuticals for Human Use. No, that's a mouthful. This council brings together the regulatory authorities all over the world and the pharmaceutical industry to discuss scientific and technical aspects for pharmaceutical development. So since 1990, the ICH has gradually evolved and now is developing guidelines for the pharmaceutical sector. Overall, ICH's mission is to achieve greater harmonization worldwide to ensure that safe, effective, and high-quality medicines are developed and registered and maintained in the most efficient manner possible. So for us, now the M13A part is the first ICH generic drug guideline to harmonize BE standards for oral solid dosage forms. So this is a quick snapshot of the front page of the M13A bioequivalence guidance for industry, and I think that's right outside. This guideline ultimately at a high level groups products in two ways, in non-high risk products and high risk products. Non-high risk products are typically going to recommend one single bioequivalent study will be sufficient to ensure there is no clinically significant difference in BE under meal conditions. Typically here, you'll see the bioequivalence recommendation being only one study, oftentimes the fasting study, due to that being the most sensitive condition to detect formulation impact. In contrast, high-risk products have differences in formulations and or manufacturing processes that may not be detected with a single bioequivalent study, so these will retain both a fasting and fed study recommendation. So, why is this important to PSGs? Well, before M13A, there's different regulatory agencies actually had different recommendations for the bioequivalent study design. For example, the FDA required most IR oral products recommended both a fasting and fed study. However, several other regulatory agencies, including the EMA, generally recommended a BE study only fasting conditions. So what the FDA did is after the final guidance was published in July of 2024, we worked incredibly hard to develop this standalone M13A batch that published just about 3 months after that final guidance in October. To do this, we sought to review all of the necessary PSGs first. So about 1,150 of these PSGs fit within scope of the M13A guidance. Of that initial pull, about 160 of those PSGs did not meet the inclusion criteria. For instance, they may have been a narrow therapeutic index drug, a locally acting drug product, products that already recommended one BE study, or PSGs done or PSGs recommended to be done in patients rather than healthy population. We then took about those 1,000 PSGs and reviewed them for risk. So about 150 of those 1,000 were then excluded due to being high-risk drug products. These included solid dispersions, nanotechnology, retentive formulation, and critical excipients. And there's a great kind of SBIA webinar that was actually done last year in November that gives a lot more background on some of the scientific justification for these updates. So after M13A, so this is the fun slide. So all of those efforts were not for not a good cause. We ended up publishing 814 PSGs in October of 2024. This is a giant standalone batch. So just to reference how many PSGs this is, it's 72% of all of FDA's existing PSGs for oral IR products. Or another way to put it, it's over 1/3 of our total PSGs published in general. That's a very large batch. So the good for industry is that this is going to have significant impact right away. So a quick evaluation was done on the potential cost savings on this. So looking at those ANDAs that were submitted in 2024 with these new recommendations and now the decreased in vivo studies that are recommended, going from 2 studies, fasting and fed, typically down to a fasting study, it's estimated to save almost $50 million per year based on just those ANDAs. And of course, PSGs are continually to be updated and revised. So just because that one M13A batch posted in October does not mean the FDA is done working with some of these PSGs that will need to be posted to update to that M13A guideline. Okay, so now we're going to shift gears a little bit and switch to the online resources and website information. So honestly, the best part or the best place to start looking for FDA PSG information is if you just Google FDA PSG, you're generally going to find the actual homepage for these PSGs that looks like this. At the top of this screen, you'll have a quick link to go to the searchable database to where you can search by RLD, RS number, or API. But if you scroll down, there's a bunch of other really helpful information that will link you to things such as the forecast list, which I'll be talking about in a future slide, the dissolution database, our withdrawn PSGs, and other websites that have resources for the PSG development process. So one question we commonly get is when PSGs get published. So typically new and revised PSGs are generally published quarterly in 4 batches a year. But the FDA can also sometimes post these as standalone guidances or standalone batches, as we saw with the M13A batch that posted last October. Some of the reasons for posting standalone batches include coordinating with the citizens petition response, meeting the GDF goal date, efficiency in developing PSGs in the same products class or even the same API, and these level 2 revisions. The FDA also posts in the Federal Registrar for every batch and standalone posting except the level 2 revisions. So you may be asking, okay, so what is this level 2 revision? So when you think about a PSG revision, most of the time in that slide that I talked about earlier, all of those are considered level 1 revisions. These are when the guidance documents set forth in the agency's initial interpretations or statutory or regulatory requirements and describe changes in the FDA's earlier interpretation or policy. Really, the difference here is a level 2 guidance. It makes no change to the bioequivalence recommendations. These are going to be typographical errors only, format updates, maybe a change in hyperlink, but these will not update the current bioequivalence recommendation for a specific drug product. So this is also a very helpful resource that I had mentioned on a previous slide, the upcoming PSG for generic drug product development, otherwise known as the forecast list. This may be the best place to go and visit to kind of understand what PSGs are about to be developed. So there are a couple things I want to point out on the forecast list. So sometimes the FDA is unable to directly predict when a batch of PSGs will be posted. So we have to use, to the best of our ability, within the next 12 months or beyond the next 12 months. We will be looking at the timeline of when we expect these PSGs to be published and update that accordingly. There's also complete transparency in this forecast list, which is a recent addition to the forecast list. So now, every time these forecast list is posted, and we do post this quarterly when those batches typically post, the new PSGs that are posted will come off the forecast list, new workload is added to the forecast list, and any changes that happened from the previous forecast list are highlighted to directly kind of show an updated and change of thinking or timeline. After a PSG is published, they can go under a public comment process. So the FDA issues a Federal Registrar notice, as I said, for every batch or standalone batch of PSGs. The notice will identify a comment period for the draft recommendations. Comments can be submitted electronically to the docket or by mail. And of course, users can always seek additional assistance with the help desk ticket. FDA does consider these comments on draft PSGs when thinking about if a possible revision is needed. So in contrast, when we think about BE comments being commented on the PSG after it posts, the public requests are kind of essentially the opposite. The public requests are when the PSG does not exist and applicants are looking for that guidance. If you fall into this scenario, you can send a public request for a PSG by submitting to the CDER Direct Next Gen collaboration portal. The FDA reviews these and takes appropriate action. Looking at the past, about 8 years of public request data, I think it's very telling because you see a pretty straightforward decline in these public requests, really since the beginning of GDF 2. I think this is for two reasons. Really just one, just the sheer number of PSGs that have been developed now. There's a lot less need for applicants to submit a public request. But also, I hope, applicants have gotten much better at using this forecast list. So instead of sending a public request, if you go check the forecast list, sometimes that may answer your question about when to expect that upcoming PSG to be developed. Unfortunately, PSGs can and will be withdrawn under certain instances. So these will be withdrawn in recommendations when PSGs are no longer reflect the FDA's current thinking. Withdrawn PSGs could also, and most commonly, be due to when the RLD has also been withdrawn due to safety or efficacy reasons. The FDA does keep this table of all of the past withdrawn PSGs at that initial resource link I shared earlier in the past couple slides. So last but not least, I want to talk about PSG TCONs and PSG meetings, because this is also a very common question we get and something that's new with GDUFA 3. So when ANDA applicants can request a PSG TCON or teleconference at any time during their product development when the FDA publishes a new or revised PSG, if it meets two following criteria. One, the bioequivalence recommendation must be for an in vivo bioequivalence study. And second, the ANDA applicant has already commenced the study. If you fall into that category, you can definitely request a PSG teleconference. Prospective ANDA applicants should submit a request for a pre-submission PSD TCON or a pre-submission meeting electronically through the CDER Direct Next Gen collaboration portal. And applicants can submit a request for a post-submission PSG TCON or post-submission PSG meeting electronically through the electronic submissions gateway. In calendar 2024, PSG TCONs, we received 3 requests for PSG TCONs, 2 pre-submissions and 1 post-submission, and one of those PSG TCONs was granted. PSG meetings is basically an add-on meeting after the TCON happens. So this allows a forum to discuss the scientific rationale for an approach or an alternate approach recommended in the PSG. Potential applicants may submit additional questions following the PSG TCON via controlled correspondences, or applicants can also request a pre-ANDA meeting or ANDA scientific meeting as an alternate to the PSG meeting. We will ask, though, that applicants not submit a CC, controlled correspondence, as well as a meeting package or similar for the similar questions. That just creates a little duplicate work for OGD. In calendar 2024, unfortunately, though, we did not receive any PSG meeting requests. So in summary, PSGs reflect the FDA's current thinking and expectations on how to develop a generic drug product that is therapeutically equivalent to the RLD. PSGs are generally published quarterly or as a standalone patch, but you can always find the future forecasting at the link from the FDA website. M13A reduced the need for an additional in vivo BE study for IR oral products compared to what FDA recommended prior to streamline generic drug development globally. And potential applicants are encouraged to submit public requests, request PSG TCONs and PSG meetings, and or leave public comments after the guidances have posted as applicable. Here are some resources, and I'll be sitting at the Q&A panel post all of these talks to address any questions. Yep, thank you. I'll be turning it over now to Calliope.
Good afternoon. My name is Calliope Sorego, and today I'm going to be talking about the pre-ANDA meeting process and sharing best practices for submission of your product development and pre-submission meetings. Our objectives today will be to describe the purpose and scope of pre-ANDA product development and pre-submission meetings, to identify the best meeting pathway for your generic drug development program, and to discuss helpful tips for creating a successful meeting package. Pre-ANDA scientific meetings help facilitate communication between FDA and prospective applicants related to complex products and/or complicated drug development questions. These meetings are product development meetings, PDEV, and pre-submission meetings, PSUB. Additional pre-ANDA scientific meetings available but not covered under GDUFA 3 that may be more suitable for your program needs are also FDA EMA Parallel Scientific Advice Program, PSA, and the Model Integrated Evidence Industry Meeting Pilot, MIE. Keep in mind the PSA and the MIE meetings are not GDUFA meetings and are not subject to performance goals for scheduling and conducted GDUFA meetings. However, FDA does strive to ensure that we go by the timelines that we've established so that these meetings are handled appropriately. Control correspondence or product development meetings. So a control correspondence is another pathway that an applicant has to submit questions. But when should you submit a control correspondence versus a product development meeting? Control correspondences are for single or small groups of closely related questions. Generally, a single discipline will review your questions. These are generally out of the scope of what you would submit for a product development meeting. And responses are issued within 60 days for a level 1 or 120 days for a level 2. For a product development meeting, this falls under a will or may grant situation, and I will explain that in a subsequent slide. Multiple or multidisciplinary questions are involved, and this also involves new information, data, or questions that are not suitable for a controlled correspondence. Your responses are issued within 120 days of holding the BDEV meeting being granted. Pre-ANDA program goals are to help clarify regulatory expectations for prospective applicants early in your product development. They assist applicants in developing more complete and focused submissions. They promote a more efficient and effective ANDA assessment process. And they help reduce the number of review cycles required to obtain ANDA approval, particularly for complex products. Product development meeting eligibility, will grant situation. A PDEV meeting will be granted if, in FDA's judgment, the requested PDEV concerns development of a complex generic product for which FDA has not issued a product-specific guidance or an alternative equivalence evaluation. The prospective applicant submits a complete meeting package, including a data package and specific proposals. A controlled correspondence would not adequately address the prospective applicant's response, and the PDEV meeting would significantly improve ANDA assessment efficiencies. For example, facilitate a generic development program via constructive feedback. A PDEV meeting eligibility may grant situation is when FDA may grant a product development meeting for non-complex products or complex products that do not meet the will grant situation and are dependent on available resource. If in FDA's judgment, it concerns complex technical and/or regulatory issues. For example, FDA has developed a product-specific guidance and the prospective ANDA applicant is not proposing an alternative equivalence evaluation. The prospective applicant, again, must submit a complete meeting package, including data package and specific proposals. And again, a control correspondence would not adequately address these questions. The PDEV meeting would also significantly improve ANDA assessment efficiency. PDEV and PSUB meeting formats. PDEV and PSUB meeting formats can be requested in person, face-to-face, where core staff participate in person at FDA's White Oak campus. Additional attendees may participate virtually, making it a hybrid meeting format. An applicant may also request a video conference where FDA and applicant attendees may participate from various remote locations via video connection with audio and visual communication. Presentation materials are projected throughout the meeting, and requests submitted as teleconferences will generally be changed to a video conference. For a PDEV meeting only, you may request a written response only as well. Let's review the PDEV meeting timeline. FDA will grant or deny your meeting request within 14 days of FDA receipt. Preliminary written comments will be issued no later than 5 days prior to your meeting date. Days to conduct the meeting or issue written responses only are within 120 days of FDA granting your meeting. The meeting length is 60 minutes, and meeting minutes are issued within 30 calendar days of the meeting date. Keep in mind, FDA can, at its discretion, grant you a longer meeting when we determine it may be necessary. And these meetings are may generally be for one of the meetings where you're discussing more something like the novel model integrated approach that requires a lot of data that you're going to be submitting and that needs to be evaluated. So again, at FDA's discretion, we may decide to grant you a longer meeting. Product development meeting request package. So do include specific and focused questions to allow timely discussion within 60 minutes. Do list questions clearly and concisely and group them by discipline for discussion. Do not request a comprehensive assessment of study protocols without specific questions. How can you avoid denial? Some helpful tips. Be specific and concise when requesting your questions by framing in a way that allows FDA to provide feedback, such as do not ask, is the protocol acceptable? Avoid questions pertaining to assessment issues, such as do not ask, is the proposed specification acceptable? Do not resubmit the same or similar questions already addressed in a control correspondence. These should be new questions or new data. Ensure your meeting package is complete and adequate information is provided to respond to questions, such as sufficient information on rationale, strategy for developing a specification, and ask for feedback on that rationale strategy. So let's move on to our pre-submission meetings. So the purpose of our pre-submission meetings are to provide prospective applicants the opportunity to present unique or novel data or information that will be included in the ANDA submission, such as formulation, key studies, justifications, methods used in product development, interrelationship of the data and information in the ANDA. This is your chance to orient identified FDA assessors in preparation for review of your upcoming ANDA submission and receive feedback on items or information that should be clarified. This is not meant for substantive assessment of summary data or full study reports and or not an opportunity to determine whether the ANDA is acceptable for receipt. This is probably the most important thing if you're going to take something away from the P-subs is this. So your P-sub meeting eligibility. FDA will grant a P-sub meeting if the prospective applicant was granted a prior product development meeting for the same complex generic product. If FDA believes in its sole discretion that a PSUB meeting would improve ANDA assessment efficiency. And keep in mind that the prospective applicant may request a PSUB meeting even if they did not have a PDEV meeting. In this slide, I'd like to summarize the PSUB meeting timeline. Once your PSUB meeting request is submitted, FDA will grant or deny your meeting within 30 calendar days of FDA receipt. FDA will hold your meeting within 60 days of FDA receipt date. FDA will issue preliminary comments no later than 5 days prior to your meeting. And the applicant has the option to submit a summary of that meeting within 7 calendar days of having the meeting. FDA will issue official meeting minutes within 30 calendar days of the meeting date. And we recommend that you submit your PSUB meeting request 6 to 8 months prior to your ANDA submission. PSUB meeting request package. Do include information on regulatory history, for example, prior PDEV meetings or CCs. Clearly identify main areas of focus for your PSUB meeting. What do you want to give FDA assessors a heads up on? Consider submitting your meeting package in a draft presentation format. Do not include technical questions. Technical questions should be submitted via a control correspondence or a product development meeting prior to submission of your PSUB meeting. Do not request written response only or teleconference meeting formats. So how do you avoid denial? Some helpful tips for a PSUB meeting. Do not include specific technical questions about your product development plan. Send those again in a control correspondence or in a PDEV meeting request. Clearly articulate the unique issues of your development program, which will benefit by giving the FDA a preview into your preparing your ANDA assessment. Moving on, once you've had your meeting, we've issued your meeting minutes. I'd like to talk about dispute of those meeting minutes. Prospective applicants requesting additional clarification of the meeting discussion should contact the assigned FDA point of contact. And this is generally your project manager in writing within 10 calendar days of receipt of your official meeting minutes. If the meeting minutes are determined to accurately and sufficiently reflect the meeting discussion, your point of contact will convey this information to you. If, after discussion, FDA deems it necessary to change the official meeting minutes, the changes will be documented in an addendum to the official meeting minutes. I'd like to share some resources. There's quite a few here, and these will be very useful for you for submission of your pre-ANDA and pre-submission meetings. So in summary, review appropriate resources and guidances before submitting your meeting request. PDEV meetings provide specific and concise questions and sufficient information on rationale strategy for developing a specification. Your PDEV meetings should be requested in person face-to-face, video conference, or written response only. PSUB meetings do not submit specific questions, but highlight the unique or novel aspects you want to present. Your PSUB meeting should be requested in person face-to-face or video conference only. And the PSA and the MIE are additional scientific meetings that may be more suitable for your product development needs. So that concludes, thank you, and I'll turn this over to Dr. Aran.
Thanks, Calliope. Good afternoon, everyone. As you mentioned that my name is Arun Agrawal. I'm from the Office of Bioequivalence within OGD. I'll be talking about our experiences from post-complete response letter scientific meeting in GDF 3. And in my presentation, I will be using the acronym either CRL or CR for post-complete response letter. You probably can read my disclaimer at the bottom of the slide. Oops. Okay, thanks. So I got two learning objectives. The very first one is the overview of post-CR scientific meetings for the GDF 3 commitment letter. And the second one is learn when and how to utilize post-CR SMRs to support generic drug development. This is the brief outline of my presentation. I will briefly go over the GDF 3 commitment letter, grant scenarios for when FDA deems it can grant the meeting request, what are complex generic products. Then I will switch gears and analyze the whatsoever post-CR SMRs we have received so far in GDF 3. Some case studies, common reasons for meeting request denial, what are the expectations of the agency from the applicant for this meeting package, and going over the summary or take-home message. So within the commitment letter, these are the three options, common options given over there for engaging FDA after the issuance of a complete response letter. The very first one is post-CRL clarification meeting requests to seek clarification concerning deficiencies identified in the CRL. The second one is control correspondence, which you have also heard a lot of times. This is to seek regulatory and or scientific advice after issuance of a CRL. The third one, which is the topic of my talk, is post-CRL scientific meeting requests to request scientific advice on possible approaches to address deficiencies identified in a CRL related to establishing bioequivalence or equivalence. These are the grant scenarios when FDA will grant the meeting request. FDA will grant the post-CR SMRs if the following criteria are met. It is for complex generic product, or in FDA's judgment, the requests relates issues that are best addressed via post-CR SMR and cannot be adequately addressed by a control correspondence. And these are and relates to one or more of the following. A new equivalence study needed to address the deficiencies in the design identified in the CRL. Next is an approach that is different from that submitted in the ANDA, like a change in the study type, such as from in vivo study to in vitro study. A new comparative use human factor study, or a new approach to demonstrate sameness for a complex active ingredient or API. I have already mentioned this one. For post-CR scientific meeting requests, provides an applicant scientific and possible approaches to address deficiencies identified in a CRL to establish equivalence. So what are complex generic products? Complex generic products generally include complex API, complex formulation, complex route of delivery, complex dosage forms, complex drug device combination products, and in some cases other products where complexity or uncertainty concerning the approval pathway or possible alternative approach would benefit from early scientific engagement with the agency. Now I'm switching gears and just give you a little bit of the analysis of how many post-CRSMRs we have received so far in GDUFA 3. As you remember, October 1st of 2022, GDUFA 3 started. So in October, we had only 3 months, October, November, December. We received 5 meeting requests. In 23 and 24, 19 and 17 respectively. So in all, we received 41 meeting requests. Based on the criteria of commitment letter, as was mentioned previously, out of 41 submitted post-meeting requests, 29 were submitted within the criteria of the commitment letter, and 12 were submitted beyond the criteria of the commitment letter. Again, out of 41, 36 were for complex drug products, whereas 5 were for non-complex products. So it's not that post-CR scientific meetings can only be submitted for complex product. Depending on the scenario, it can be for a non-complex product also. Regarding the complex product category, 15 were received for complex active ingredient, or 15 contained questions related to complex API. 14 were related to drug device combination, 11 for complex route of delivery, and 7 each for complex formulation and complex dosage form. As far as route of administration, 13 were for IV route, 8 for oral route, 7 each for topical and inhalation routes, 3 for transdermal delivery system or TDS, and 3 were for others, just like nasal inhalation products and others. So out of 41 meeting requests submitted, for complex products, 7 were denied, 29 were accepted or granted. For non-complex product, out of 5, 3 were denied and 2 were granted. So in all, 10 meeting requests out of 41 were denied. And out of those 10 meeting requests which were denied, 6 were recommended to submit control correspondence depending on the scenario of the questions therein. Regarding the meeting format, 16 of them requests were for written response, 8 for video conference, 5 for face-to-face meeting or in-person meeting, and 2 were for TCON meetings. Out of granted meeting requests, 12 were for new bioequivalence or BE studies, 10 were for alternative BE approach, 7 for new approach to demonstrate sameness of the complex API, and 9 were for other complex issues such as modeling, simulation, others. As far as discipline is concerned, 29 of those meeting requests had questions related to bioequivalence, and 13 were related to product quality. So now I'm going over some of the examples or case examples that we have seen. Of course, because of disclosure research, these are very abbreviated ones, so we cannot go into the details. The very first example is for oral immediate release tablets, which is a non-complex product. As I mentioned before, that it does not need to be a complex product, but if you have a complex issue, where in this scenario it was, so it was granted. And the questions were questions related to in vitro study design. Next one was for oral immediate release powder, which was a complex drug product with complex API, and questions related to establishment of maximum binding or showing attainment of plateau in the in vitro equilibrium binding studies. Next one is oral extended release tablets, which is a non-complex product, but the applicant suggested an alternative BE approach. So applicant was requested to reformulate the test product and conduct new in vivo BE studies due to pharmacokinetic or PK issues. The applicant instead proposed a population PK modeling or PK modeling approach to address the issues identified by the FDA. Next one is an intravenous injectable product, which is a complex drug product, and an alternative approach was suggested. The applicant proposed an alternative approach for statistical evaluation of the PK/BE data. This slide contains 3 examples for topical drug products, which are complex products, complex dosage forms, and route of delivery. The first one is that PSG recommends conducting an in vivo BE study with clinical endpoints. However, the applicant suggested or proposed a characterization-based in vitro approach for establishing bioequivalence. In next case, the applicant proposed physiologically based pharmacokinetic or PBPK modeling in lieu of in vitro permeation testing or IVPT. In third case, applicant provided justification that IVPT is not suitable for establishing bioequivalence for this one particular drug product. This slide represents 3 case scenarios for inhalation drug products, which are complex drug products and complex drug device combinations. The first one is applicant proposed new pivotal in vitro BE studies from batches manufactured at an alternate manufacturing site to bridge with batches manufactured at the original site. In next example, the applicant proposed in silico models to support realistic aerodynamic particle size distribution or RAPSD testing. In third example, the applicant proposed a statistical approach other than the population BE or PBE to evaluate RAPSD data. This slide is very important. What are the common reasons for meeting denial? The very first example, we have seen is incomplete meeting package. Next is product does not meet the criteria for a complex product. The meeting request does not meet one or more of the criteria per the commitment letter, as previously mentioned. In FDA's judgment, the request raises issues that can be adequately addressed through a control correspondence. Submitted questions are considered as a review issue or response to CRL deficiency. So just wanted to highlight, this is not the meeting request to address the CRL questions or the deficiencies. This is for scientific advice. So submit an information needs pre-review of new data or in vivo BE study protocol. Again, these are not the part of this meeting request. What are the expectations for the meeting package? The cover letter should clearly identify that it is a post-complete response letter scientific meeting request. Clearly state if it is a complex, non-complex drug product, and include any rationale or justification for why the product meets the criteria for a complex product if applicable. Clearly state which of the criteria, as mentioned previously, relating to establishing equivalence, the meeting request is focusing on. Clearly state the requested meeting format, whether you would like to have a face-to-face meeting, video conference, or a written response. Specify approaches to address CRL deficiencies grouped by discipline, with data to support the discussion. And discipline means here, I mean, whether your questions or your concerns are related to bioequivalence or the product quality. Those are the two major reasons we have seen that. So this is the summary slide or the take-home message, I will say. Post-CR scientific meeting requests are for requesting scientific advice on possible approaches to address deficiencies identified in CRL related to establishing equivalence. Applicants should clearly specify the commitment letter criteria that justify their meeting request, along with the requested meeting format, whether face-to-face, in person, or it's a video conference, or it is a TCON. To effectively leverage post-CR scientific meeting requests, the applicant should be mindful to avoid common reasons for meeting request denials discussed in this presentation. And I would like to thank all the people mentioned in this slide, along with all the assessors and project managers within the Office of Bioequivalence. Thanks for your attention. And I will hand over now to Onika, if I am not. Thank you. I didn't say it wrong.
All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are the last to go for today, so thank you all for staying till 4 o'clock for our very important discussion we're getting ready to have. So my name is Dr. Onyeka Ihezie, and I'm here with my colleague Tao-Lee Nguyen, Dr. Tao-Lee Nguyen, and we are regulatory business process managers within the Division of Regulatory and Business Process Management in the Office of Pharmaceutical Quality in Cedar. And today we're going to discuss common discrepancies observed on the Form 356H within the ANDA submission. So just to go over our learning objectives for today, we're going to describe the purpose of the Form 356H. We're going to talk a little bit about why it's important, and we're going to be sure to include why it is the formal cover document for submissions, and also why the form ensures that the required information is being provided. We're also going to go over the FDA's guidance for industry on the Form 356H. And then we're going to take a minute to go over the common discrepancies that we have observed, the impact of those discrepancies on the ANDA submission, and the agency's recommendations on how to limit those discrepancies. So the purpose of FDA Form 356H in the ANDA submission is that the Form 356H is the front-facing form for ANDA submissions, and that includes original ANDAs, applications, as well as supplemental post-market applications. So FDA plays many roles in reviewing the form, and it's necessary that it's completed accurately from the time of receipt. It goes through an initial triage, and that form is viewed by the staff that does the initial triage, which then is assigned to our team, to which our team reviews the form again, and then we make these assignments to the necessary assessors. At that point, the assessors will also review the form as well. So it goes through many tiers of review, so it's definitely important, and we're going to hone in on why the form needs to be filled out accurately. And also, we're going to touch on the importance of the accuracy for the complete submission. So I'm going to briefly discuss some key sections on the Form 356H. So the first section that's important is the applicant information section. So that's the section of the form that has the name of the applicant, the address, the U.S. agent information, the email address, contact information. All of that will appear in this section. And anytime we make contact from the agency with the firm, we go to this section to contact you. I've received questions asking us to update your contact information when really it needs to be updated in this section. Another key section of the form is the product information section. This section includes the drug product information, and it includes whether it's notated as a generic OTC, or a prescription item, and other relevant information that is needed to assess the submission. Also, establishment details is another section on this form that is really important. This contains all of the facility information as well as the involvement in the supplement or the original application. There's also clinical and non-clinical data sections of the Form 356H, also very relevant and important key section to fill out completely in its entirety. So we're going to move to discussing the FDA's guidance for industry on Form 356H. We were sure to include a snip of what it looks like, and I believe you can also find it outside as well. But this is what it looked like, and you should be very familiar with this guidance document. This will assist in allowing you to just fill out that form accurately. The guidance for industry helps with consistency in application data. It also helps to establish common pitfalls and errors identified by the FDA. It provides additional information on how to properly complete each section. And so it's a very important guidance document that should be referenced and should be readily available to you when filling out this form. So now we're going to move into the top 10 most common discrepancies observed. And before I do that, I do want to take a moment to give a quick shout out to Dr. Hai Tao Lee. She's sitting over here. She assisted Tao Lee and I in developing this presentation, as well as coming up with the top 10 most common discrepancies that we tend to observe in the Office of Pharmaceutical Quality. She is our subject matter expert, and she will be available for questions at the end of this presentation if there are some at the end. So I just want to give a quick shout out so y'all know who she is. She will be on this panel at the end. So number 10. So the full version of Form 356H with all establishments are included in quality-related submissions, but a shortened or abbreviated version is used for non-quality related submissions. So I want to be clear with what that means. If there's a non-quality, let's say a supplemental labeling application, and instead of submitting the full 356H application with all of the relevant sections, a shortened version is submitted because maybe they don't believe that it's important for us to have that information. So the impact would be that a facility information request could potentially be sent, and there could be a delay in the review of your submission. So the agency's recommendation is to just consistently get in the habit of just submitting the full Form 356H. There's no need to abbreviate it. There's no need to remove sections. We would love to see all the sections of the form. Number 9. Form 356H is missing in a grouped supplement for non-lead applications. So what this means is, this is more on the post-marketing or supplemental side. When a group supplement is submitted, however, we only receive a 356H form for the lead supplement in that group. That is not what we like to see. So the impact of that is we will send out an information request, and there will be a delay to the start of the review of the evaluation, meaning we won't even begin the assessment until we have all of the information. So our recommendation is just to confirm before submission that a separate Form 356H is included for each and every ANDA listed within the group submission. Okay, number 8. Email address listed for the new responsible official or U.S. agent is not secure. So what we mean by this is perhaps the firm has had a change in the designated agent, or there has been some kind of change to the ownership of the application, and the new email address has not received secure or security from the agency. So the impact on this will be a delay in receiving correspondence from the agency. We won't be able to contact you at all if your email address is not secure. So our recommendation is just to advise every new administrative contact to secure their email as soon as possible, and they can do so by sending an email to secureemail@fda.hhs.gov. Okay, number 7. So in pre-market application, so this is in original ANDAs, introducing a new facility to the application, but omitting the response to the question, is the establishment new to the application? So the impact of this issue is a prolonged evaluation and potential goal date extension. I know that's not a word that any of you all want to hear. So our recommendation, when introducing a new facility that involves commercial manufacturing or testing, please include the proposed change on the 356H and the cover letter. On the 356H, please check yes to the question that states, is the establishment new to the application? And check no if the facility was already introduced in a prior review cycle. Facilities should be ready for inspection and marked pending until the application is fully approved. So I'm just going to get into an example of just what I just went over. I know I can be visual. I like to see it, so it kind of helps to understand. So we're going to provide a visual here. So a new facility is introduced within the current submission, and we're talking about pre-market applications here. So this is a snip of what the form looks like. So this question here, is the establishment new to the application? We would like to see that checked yes. And then what is the status of the establishment? So the facility, and we would like to see that checked as pending here. Okay, and for a facility that is previously introduced in a prior assessment cycle, meaning you have received a complete response letter, maybe in review 1 of the original submission, and now you have responded to that CRL with a new amendment. So again, another snip of the form. Is the establishment new to the application? No, at this point, it would not be new because it was introduced in the prior review cycle. So we'd like to see that checked as no. And then for the status of the establishment, again, it should remain pending until the full approval of the pre-market application. Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to my counterpart, Tao Lee, who's going to discuss the remaining discrepancies and conclude the presentation.
Thank you, Onyeka, for the first half of the presentation. My name is Tao Lee, and I'll continue from here with discrepancy number 6. In post-marketing applications, multiple facilities are proposed among different supplements and submitted concurrently, but the response to question, is this establishment involved in the change described in the supplement, is omitted. The impact of this omission is that it will require us to take additional time to complete our review. Our recommendation is to check yes to the question, is the establishment new to the application? Check yes if to the question, is this establishment involved in the change described in the supplement? Meanwhile, you'll want to check no to this question for all other proposed facilities that are submitted concurrently in a different supplement. Facilities should be ready for inspection and marked pending until the application is fully approved. So let's go over an example again of this. If you're proposing for a new facility in a supplemental ANDA, you'll want to check yes, the establishment is new to the application. Yes, it is involved in the change described in the supplement, and its status should be marked pending. Now, for all the other facilities that you're proposing for that are submitted concurrently in a different supplement, you'll also want to check yes, the establishment is new to the application. Keep the status as pending, but what you'll do differently now is that you'll check no, the establishment is not involved in the change described in this supplement. Number 5, facilities on Form 356H are not reflected in relevant sections of Module 3 or vice versa. So when we see this discrepancy, we will issue a facility information request and ask that you update relevant sections of the Form 356H and all corresponding sections in Module 3. A rule of thumb that I like to go by is that all facilities in Module 3, not all facilities in Module 3 need to be on the Form 356H, but the reverse is true. Facilities on the Form 356H should be included in Module 3. Number 4, facility is marked withdrawn on the 356H, but there's no reference to the facility withdrawal request on the cover page. As a result, we may have overlooked that the withdrawal request on the 356H form, and then the facility doesn't get withdrawn from your application. When the facility doesn't get withdrawn on your application, and that same facility happens to not pay its user fees, you'll end up receiving an information request from our CEDAR collections team notifying you that this facility has unpaid user fees, and will ask you to verify the status of this facility as it relates to your ANDA. So to prevent this trickle-down effect, we recommend that when you're requesting for a facility withdrawal, to both include it on the 356H and alert us by making reference to it on the cover page. For post-marketing applications, facility withdrawal requests may be submitted as a standalone CBE 0, or if you want to submit it with another post-approval change, we recommend that the post-approval change be CMC or quality related. Number 3. Previously approved facilities are still checked as pending, withdrawn facilities still checked as withdrawn. In some cases, we have seen facilities that have been, that are marked pending, and they've been approved years ago. So as a result of the facilities not accurately being reflected on the 356H, it does take us a little bit longer to go through all the facilities, and this may prolong our evaluation. So we recommend that every time you receive an approval letter, make sure to update the facility status from pending to active, or remove the withdrawn facility from the form entirely once it's been withdrawn. Number 2. The FEI number lists the DUNS and vice versa, or the FEI number doesn't reflect what the agency has. While this is a minor administrative error, we are required to send an information request, and we'll ask you to clarify and update the information. To prevent all of this additional administrative work, we ask that you confirm the accuracy of the numbers on the FDA data dashboard. And number 1, not all API facilities are listed in the application, either on the 356H or in Module 3.2. When an API facility is missing, we will send out an information request and ask that you contact your DMF holder to identify and include all API facilities. In some rare instances, a goal date extension may even apply. So we recommend that whenever you're proposing for a new DMF source or a new DMF site, we recommend that you always contact your DMF holder to identify and include all API facilities which are used to support the commercial manufacturing of the API. What is the impact of these errors on the ANDA approval? Well, it is possible for the agency to refuse to receive your application. We may delay or extend the review timeline, and more likely than not, we'll send additional FDA queries in the form of information requests. What are some of the best practices in which you can apply to avoid these discrepancies? We recommend using FDA's 356H guidance, using our ECTD validation tools and the FDA data dashboard for firm resources. We recommend that you internally audit by cross-checking details across all submission documents, and to always update the 356H to reflect each facility status prior to every submission. Of course, if you have a question, feel free to contact your application RBPM or submit a controlled correspondence. The key takeaway is, while the Form 356H appears to be a trivial form, it's actually not. It's very critical, and it can have a huge consequential impact on your application. By ensuring that it is accurate and up to date, it will pave the way for a smoother ANDA approval process, because discrepancies, on the other hand, will lead for more work for everyone and may even delay the approvability of your ANDA. I'm going to defer questions to our panel discussion and leave you with a closing thought here. Ensure accuracy on your Form 356H. Review, validate, and follow FDA guidance. A thorough submission today leads to a faster approval tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's invite our previous speakers and our guest panelist, Dr. Haitao Lee, to join us on the podium, on the stage. Meanwhile, no peeking, no scrolling on your laptops. First hand that goes up, and I apologize to our online audience, this is an in-house perk. First hand that goes up and gives me the right answer for this gets an SBIA mug. What is the definition for the acronym OSCE? Give me an educated guess. This is an educated crowd. No peeking, no peeking.
Office of Surveillance and Epidemic.
Office of what?
Surveillance.
Surveillance? No. But the concept is there. All right. You didn't give it, but you answered, so you get a mug. The answer is Office of Safety and Clinical Evaluation. All right. Let's start our panel. Any in-house questions, please? Oh, to get the mug, please go outside. When you go to the registration desk for speakers. Thank you. Any in-house questions, please? This is the last chance. Okay.
Hi. I have a question about 356H form. If a new facility that needs to be introduced in the NDA is all used for storage only, is it still expected to be listed in the NDA as a new facility?
So the facilities that do not require evaluation, we consider them NEN facilities. They do not have to be listed on the 356H form. And Haitao, please chime in.
So for storage of your API or drug product for commercial purposes, that has to be listed.
Thank you. So Jeff, Corey, do me a favor, please. This is the most compliment panel we've had for the day. Can someone take a photograph for me, please? All right, in-house question, please.
Okay, thanks for the presentation. Now we know there are lots of communication pathway before submission with FDA, but the one question we have first that we are looking for the scientific advice for an alternative approach of BE. So when we submitted a CC, that we didn't receive the response from FDA because our question is related to multiple discipline, and so that we have requested a pre-ENDA meeting, but however, we again rejected by FDA because our product is non-complex. So how should we do for this kind of question to connect with FDA?
So if I understood you correctly, you did not get any response for the controlled correspondence as well as pre-ENDA meeting?
Yes, that's right. Our product is non-complex and we have PSG available, but we are looking for a alternative approach, such like a BCS-based biowaiver.
So in denial of the meeting request, they must have given some reason.
Pre-ENDA meeting. Yes, it says that our product is non-complex, so they reject it.
So control correspondence should work. You should try again.
We should try again?
Yes, there is no harm. You can submit as many control correspondence.
So I should attach the response from pre-ENDA meeting and resubmit the CC again.
That should be fine.
Okay, I don't understand.
Thank you. Next question in-house, please.
Yes. So I have a question for Dr. Joseph Curtis-Back. So regarding PSGs, we have two avenues to give our feedback. One within 60 days once the PSG is published, and other is the PSG T-cons. But the thing is, PSG T-con is applicable if the applicant has already initiated the biostudy or completed the biostudy. But the thing is, most of the time, when the PSG is published and when we carry out this study, we find out, okay, whether we have any comment or not. But by the time we finish the study, it's already late because we started the study after the PSG was published. So we are not now applicable for the PSG TCon, and the 60 days are already over. So we are not applicable for giving the feedback. But we want to have communication and give our feedback. What is additional avenue available to us?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So to rephrase the question, from what I understood, is you're looking for just a second or an alternate avenue rather than
Yes.
TCons if you've studied or you just finished your study and then the PhD is posted.
Yeah.
So it's really going to be a case-by-case approach. I would say here, the best resource I could give would be that forecast list. And if you see the newer revised PSG changing or upcoming to be published, that would be kind of a dead giveaway that maybe a CC then is needed to address any concerns if you see a PSG is about to change. But other than that, I do think that's going to be pretty case-by-case depending on what the product is and what the studies were done.
Okay, I'll maybe we'll discuss offline because otherwise she'll say not to.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Online question, please.
Yes, this question is for Dr. Kotzebue. Where can the industry find the classification of change if the PSG is going to be revised?
So there's no straightforward just updates to the PSG page itself. But on the forecast list, it will always indicate what the revision is doing. So they'll give a little bit more clarity on the forecast list too, saying, not only if it's minor or major, but then go into detail whether it's a clarification of a in vivo study or clarification of a in vitro study. So that again would be kind of the best place to learn before the PSG is updated, because once it's updated, only that current recommendation is going to be able to display it on the page, because that's just the current FDA recommendation for that PSG.
Thank you. In-house, please.
So the FDA's general guidance on drug device combination human factor studies for ANDS, FDA recommends that if there is a change in the device, for example, from wild to PFS, FDA is open to considering it as a 505J rather than 505B2. So the question is, but they recommend the companies to contact FDA prior to doing the BE study. The company didn't contact the FDA prior to conducting the BE study. So what would be the route now to contact FDA and confirm whether, they can still submit by 505J? There is no change in the route of administration. The only changes in the device.
That's an interesting one. I would say any specific questions could be followed up with a CC, a controlled correspondence to the agency. That question I think is a little too specific though to address in this forum. But I would recommend a CC would be the next steps to.
Not pre-submission meeting, because the study is already completed.
Yeah, you can submit a product development meeting if a control correspondence would not suit.
Thank you.
Thank you. In-house, please.
Okay, I have one question related to without development alternative sort of the drug substance. So should we also follow the PSG guidance, or what would the recommendation from FDA?
Yeah, so to rephrase the question is if you wanted to conduct an alternative approach that's not in the PSG?
No, the alternative salt of the drug substance.
Alternative salt form. That's a good question. Typically, the specific salt forms will be indicated in the API, in the specific PSGs. If you're looking for a different salt form for that API, I would think you'd want to send that in as a CC or a pre-development meeting to get that addressed, because typically the PSGs are going to be specific to that API salt form.
Okay.
Thank you. So I'm getting a really good concept here, really good undertone, being best friends with that control correspondence guidance. Okay, online, please.
Hi, yes, this question is for Calliope Sirago. Will FDA accept a product development meeting for non-complex products?
Yes, if under FDA's discretion, we may grant for a non-complex product, and this would be a may grant situation. And it would depend on the complexity of the questions and if your meeting package is complete, but we would, if it met the basic criteria, then we would accept for a non-complex product.
Thank you. In-house, please.
Okay. Hi. This is related to the 356H facility status. Is the facility listed as new only on the original ANDA, or does it stay new until that ANDA is approved?
So in the, let's say it's review one or the first cycle of the original application. So at that point, it'll be marked as new. If there's a CR letter issued and now we're in review cycle 2, if you're not introducing another new site at that point, it would not be new because it was already introduced in cycle 1.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you. In-house?
Thank you for your presentations. Regarding update of PSGs, is an estimation possible by when all existing PhDs will be adapted to ICH M13A?
Yeah, that's another great question. So referring back to the presentation, a good chunk of them have already been taken care of with that initial standalone batch. I do think there's a few more kind of internally scheduled to be posted, but for the most part, most of these PhDs have been updated to reflect the current M13A guidance. But again, it's never going to be, it's always going to be, maybe additional ones. So for every single batch, pre-scheduled batch, you can look for the forecast list, because that forecast list will clearly identify if the revision is undergoing the ICH M13A update.
Thank you.
Online question, please.
This question is for Dr. Ihizie and Dr. Lee. Should the 356H include the establishment used for manufacturing of starting materials of API and/or any other establishment that is not an intermediate material and is not related to the manufacturing or testing of the API?
So for the starting material, for every facility involved in API, it's starting material or in-process material. For commercial purposes, it should be on 356H. And can you repeat the second part of the question? Sorry.
Sure, of course. So it was for and/or any other establishment that is not an intermediate material and is not related to manufacturing and/or testing of the API, included on the 356H form.
Okay, so I think if you have those sites to support the ANDA and it's now for commercial purposes, those sites should be listed in your submission, 3.2S or 3.2P.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. In-house question, please, or comment.
Yeah. This is for Haitava. Based on your previous answer, GMP starts after you add the starting material and start. So usually we don't put the starting material manufacturing facility in the 356H unless the FDA goes and tells us this is not an acceptable starting material. You need to go higher, more upstream. So it would be nice if you could confirm that, because normally based on, the GMP guidances, the starting material is where the GMP starts.
Right.
So, yeah.
Just because of that particular statement, GMP starts when starting material enters, when we enter the whole process. I think it's good for you to put in that rather than not having that information. Also, because sometimes there's discussion between, is this a true starting material or is it intermediate? Have it there, I think helps everybody. But if you don't have it there and we find out that that's not appropriate starting material, it's in the review cycle.
Right, you have to go, yeah.
We
yeah.
might change.
That's very valuable because people normally were not doing that. They were waiting till,
That's why I think this presentation might help because we follow a very strict timeline. If you tell us more, it will help us decide. Do we need to go for inspection or
not? Okay.
based on our risk analysis? And then that will help because we do have, as you can see, sometimes we miss some site and we find it
Of
later.
course, yeah.
When we do the review, it will delay the approval.
That's interesting. I mean, I'm just talking of one option that in the completeness assessment of a DMF, which is usually done before the submission, you will know if the starting material has been acceptable or not. So based on that, can they make an exception to that?
So you actually bring, so I used to work in DMF 9 in this different session. We actually do not, I think you're right. During the complete risk assessment, they already determined what is starting material. So I think if, so I'm kind of confused between this and NDA because we review both of those facilities. For NDA, we don't have such process, but for ENDA, we do have complete assessment where you know what is your starting material. See, in those cases, I think you want to talk about your intermediate, like that could be in your process for API, and list those on 356H. And if you don't have to list all the facility on that. If you have any facility you're not sure, you probably put it in your application 3.S, then it's probably better. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more in-house questions? Okay, if you have an in-house questions, please make your way to the microphone.
Brenda, excuse me. I'd like to just add on to a question I didn't get a chance to respond to the gentleman who asked, who had submitted a control correspondence, was rejected, and then you had submitted a pre-enda meeting, is that correct? So what I would say is, for control correspondence, you're correct if you were told that it involved multidisciplinary. So if a multidisciplinary team is required, generally for control correspondence, one discipline will address that question. What I would suggest is that if you're going to submit either a control correspondence or another product development meeting, that you take a look at your questions, because I think if your product development meeting was also rejected, then it did not meet the criteria for what a product development meeting would be. So again, in your denial letter, you would have been, as Arun recommended, you would have been given some additional information to help you find the path forward. Again, if you were going to submit a control correspondence, again, you would have to tailor those questions for a control correspondence. So it's not, I wouldn't just resubmit a control correspondence with the same questions, because it'll probably be rejected. So I would look at your questions, see if you could revise the questions, they would be more suitable for a control correspondence. Or if you're going to submit a product development meeting, take a look at the guidance and see if it meets the criteria for a product development meeting, and then tailor your questions for that.
Thank you very much. In-house question, please.
Thank you. This is Yonika on 356H. So question, if we submitted or we added a site as a supplement, and the supplement review is still pending, and we have to file an annual report in between, should we capture that site in the 356H, and how should be the status? How should be captured?
Thank you for your question. We would recommend that you capture the status of the site as pending.
Pending.
It should remain pending. Each time, even with the annual report, just capture the latest status of that facility at that point.
New and pending.
It would be It would not be new because it's not submitted. It would be considered new if you are proposing for that facility with that submission, which you are not. It's an annual report. So it would not be new, but it would be pending.
Pending. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question regarding the 356H. So when we do a CBE 0 to withdraw, let's say, a defunct facility that no longer exists with the FDA and there's no DUNS or FEI left, how should we handle it on the form?
So I have a question to your question. Was that site previously associated with your application?
Yes.
Okay, so we would have that information on file. So just submit it, fill it out as best you can in as much entirety as possible, and make sure you mark that question, is this facility involved in the change in the supplement? You say yes, and mark it as withdrawn on that form, and we should be able to handle the rest.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any in-house questions, please make your way to the mic, and we will go to an online question now. We'll get to the in-house after. Online, please.
Yes, this question is for Dr. Nguyen. Can you provide examples of which establishments may be listed in Module 3, but do not need to be listed on the Form 356H?
Module 3 facilities may include stability testing sites. I'll defer the technicality of that to.
Stability testing site, that has always to be on 356H, okay, for both for API, intermediate, or drug product. What is permitted in the submission of your body of data is those, for example, you have a site, did your manufacturing for exhibit batches. Those you don't need to put on 356H. Meaning that site is not going to be used for commercial manufacturing. You just use that site, generated your exhibit batch data. Those sites, please put them in your submission 3.2S or P. Thank you.
Exhibit batch means registration batch, you mean?
If it's only for, so whatever is on 356H are related to your commercial activity.
So you can manufacture a batch in one site and need not list on the 356H and still continue commercially in other site.
Yeah, but we would better know.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's like this. If you're making an exhibit batch in block A and you're proposing the block
different
B,
FA number.
Yeah, which you will be having FA number that you will put in module 3.
I don't think so, because without inspecting, how will, because that facility is not going to be inspected.
Inspection is going for your commercial site.
No, not the registration batches are. If the registration batches are not done with GMP, how you are going to assure?
But inspection will happen the readiness of the commercial batches.
Networking question.
Okay. I have a follow-up question to the 356H on the DMF. So you are recommending to include starting material sites also. It is a recommendation, I understand. But since it is a closed part of the DMF, the ANDA holders, most of the times we don't know the starting material manufacturer name also. So in that case, again, it becomes a problem. So I would recommend, if possible, if you have any information, when the DMF form 3938 is going to be enforced.
I do understand that dilemma. However, I think your communication and the holder, you really need to communicate with your DMF holder to understand, is there any intermediate manufacturing site? Is there any cold storage site? You need to understand that in order to ensure that your application get approved, because if you don't know any of them, we are looking at DMF and we are looking at things and you cannot reconcile. You probably get a lot of questions from us. And if it's in the late cycle, it will delay approval.
Yeah, but unfortunately, as of now, most of the DMF manufacturers are not disclosing starting material manufacturer site address and name.
If starting material is hard to ask those information, I would say that if they have any very advanced intermediate or cold storage or anything like that, or their storage facility for their API, and specifically if it's cold storage, or they have somewhere, I think you need to find that information to ensure you get quality material as a,
Thank
the
you.
holder.
I have one question on the excipient testing sites need to be listed on 356H.
Excipient, not if it's functional, probably you should, but if it's non-functional standard, it's probably smart to put it in the submission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go to an online question now, please.
All right, so this question is for Dr. Kotsabar. Can the PSG database be keyword searchable? It would be great to find all of the PSGs with certain keywords such as baseline or in vitro or clinical endpoint, etc. Currently, it must be manually mined for that.
Yep, this is a great question and great suggestion. I tend to agree that that would be a very resourceful tool for the PSG database. Unfortunately, the framework with how that database is set up, we do not have that function built in, with no plans to have that function built in. But this is a good suggestion. So when we can ever update that database, this will be something we can take into account.
Thank you. Next online question, please.
Of course, this question is for Dr. Agrawal. Instead of a post-CRL scientific meeting request, can an applicant submit a controlled correspondence after issuance of a CRL?
Okay.
They can submit control correspondence.
And with that very succinct answer, anything else you want to add? No?
No.
We have time for one more question online, please.
All right, this question is for Dr. Calliope-Sarago. So if I did not have a product development meeting and want to present novel data to FDA, can I still submit a pre-submission request?
Yes, you may submit a PSEB meeting request without having a PDEV meeting. I shared that in my slides. However, it would be beneficial if you did have a PDEV meeting, just because it would give FDA a more in-depth knowledge about your product development, which would help with your PSEB meeting.
Okay. Thank you all to our panel and all those in-depth questions and answers. And let's give our panel a round of applause. Before we wrap up today, I just want to say I hope that everyone in this audience and online, that you learned something today, something that you can take back with you to your facility or to your office, something that makes life easier for you, something that makes the process better for you. That's our mission. That is what we're here for, and we hope that we have achieved it to some degree today. So be with us tomorrow. I have slides, yeah. Be with us tomorrow. We're going to be here, I'll be here. Hopefully you'll be here tomorrow at 8:30 where we start again. A reminder to do the survey for us, please, especially that question on the database, which you're so excited about this morning. Do the survey and remember to download the certificate at that time. And I have notes here, actually, if I can find them. Pick up your discounted parking passes. For those of you who parked at the conference garage, we have discounted tickets for $10. So pick them up at the registration desk outside. Use those instead of the one that you got from the machine this morning. And remember to network at the Corby Kitchen on the first floor. So thank you all very, very much. See you tomorrow.